Alt-Truths. Brave New World by Alec Birry. Read by Jonathan Keeble. Part 1. Chapter 1. The robot placed the drinks on the bar. "Weren't you a white dude when I came in?" "We like our customers to feel welcome," said the barman. "I can revert the color of my skin if you like, or how about a different race entirely?" Wesley scanned the rest of the pub. Absence of human staff aside, Churchill's was pretty much how he had remembered it. A mix of faux brass taps, pumps, beer coasters, and wall mirrors bearing logos of breweries long since dead. As dead as the British Prime Minister the pub was named after. Wesley stared at the barman and said, "Different race?" "There are 276 basic varieties, but over 8 billion if you include an ability to mimic." The robot's features formed a passable impression of what Wesley had to look at in the mirror each morning. "No, thanks." Grabbing the drinks, Wesley returned to his friend. Bill accepted the glass being offered. "Jack and Coke? Huh! You don't change." "And neither does this place," Wesley said. "Must be 15 years since—" Bill tapped one of his hearing aids. "I said, and neither does this place. Let's find somewhere quieter." Wesley motioned towards an empty table. Applying the brakes to his wheelchair when they got there, Bill proposed a toast. "To absent France. 11 of the finest men and women it was ever my privilege to serve." Wesley raised a glass to the ceiling and winked. "Here's to you who didn't make it, and may God smile on the 6 who did." Their glasses clinked. "5, said Bill. Wesley frowned. "Emily?" Wesley's stomach tightened. "When?" "They turned a machine off last week." Wesley took a sip of his drink, then another. He stared at Bill. "I guess you haven't changed either. Still as subtle as a turd on a birthday cake. Sorry, bro. I thought you knew, but I guess same again." Wesley didn't give his fellow veteran a chance to answer and headed back to the bar. Grasping the counter for fear of collapsing if he didn't, Wesley steadied his breathing and waited for his heart to do the same. It was to be expected. The moment Wesley realized Emily was one of the few limbless torsos still breathing, he knew her life would soon be joining the other body parts scattered about the bomb's crater. "Same again?" asked the barman. "Jack and Coke?" Yeah, please." Not that life for the survivors had been much better. Bill seemed to be adapting well, but there's a fine line between accepting and toughing out a life-changing event, and most ex-soldiers would rather fight that battle on their own. Nearly 2 years now. Why couldn't Wesley move on? Was it the guilt? The guilt of only having suffered a few scars and the occasional bout of tinnitus? Or was it, as their sergeant, he should have known better? Wesley caught sight of his reflection in a mirror. He should have known something, all right. The next round was placed on the bar. Still shaking, Wesley returned with the drinks. Some of the liquor spilt onto the table. There was a time when that would have resulted in a wisecrack, but not now. "How are they?" said Bill. Wesley studied his hands. "Like wearing gloves 3 sizes too small for me." "Well, when you try and save someone from a burning APC, when they're already toast, what do you expect?" Wesley curled his fingers and winced. "Painful," said Bill. "Physical pain is something I can deal with." Bill banged his glass onto the table. "Look, there's no point in beating yourself up just because you were the only one to survive in one piece." He patted the space where his legs used to be. "That's life, I'm afraid. Shit happens, and then you die." Downing the drink like a shot, he waved at the barman. "Now let's get hammered so I can tease you about being the only black man in Savannah with white hands." Here we go again, thought Wesley, drowning our sorrows in life's great anesthetic. He focused back on Emily. "When's her funeral?" "Saturday." "Saturday? But I'll be in Cornwall." "Then it will just be me and the rest of the guys." "I'll speak to Richard. He'll understand." Bill looked at him. "You're going to turn down best man at the wedding of the century just to attend yet another military funeral?" Wesley snapped. "Emily wasn't just another soldier. She was—" His eyes shifted. "Family. Yeah, and guess what your sister is shouting at you right now?" Wesley calmed and stared at the floor. "Don't forget the rings?" "Damn right." The A-barman arrived, and Bill waved a $100 bill. "Keep 'em coming, Robbie, and make sure your batteries are charged. You're going to be busy." The robot's emotionless demeanor hadn't changed. "I'm sorry, sir, but I'm programmed to ensure our patrons' health as well as their enjoyment, and I calculate your body's capacity to process alcohol to be approximately 2 drinks per hour. I'm happy to take the order, but won't be able to fulfill the requirement for a further 48 minutes. Bill balked. 2 drinks an hour? Who are you, my mother? Listen, pal, you're talking to 2 of the few to survive the Umbra Valley Massacre, and if we don't see 2 bottles of Jack Daniels in the next 48 seconds, then there's going to be something wrong with your health. Bill leaned towards the machine. And I ain't talking about its ability to consume alcohol. You know what I'm saying? The robot remained unmoved. Nevertheless, there is an unacceptable risk of hospitalization and/or imprisonment. The machine's eyes matched the intensity of Bill's. And I'm afraid the latter becomes automatic, should I detect any attempts to circumvent the law. The A-barman then made what Wesley took to be a smile. We do hope you enjoy your visit to Churchill's. It left. Wesley broke the silence that had followed by changing the subject. What made you choose this place? I don't think we've been here since we were at college. The foster home. Bill took out his mobile phone. We needed fake IDs to get in, remember? Yeah, I do. Wesley gestured at the pub's A-doorman. You wouldn't get a fake ID past one of those today. Bill was swiping and tapping the phone's screen. Depends. He pointed the device as if it were a remote control. The A-barman stopped what he was doing and reached for 2 bottles of whiskey. Please tell me you haven't hacked into this bar's mainframe? Bill grinned. But that would be breaking the law. Wesley was aghast. Bill, you do know I'm a UN policeman now? Relax, Sherlock. The hack has more layers than an onion in winter. No one's going to know. But I know. The robot returned, at a pace that made it seem keen to correct some previous misunderstanding. The 2 unopened bottles of Jack Daniels were placed on the table. Thanks, Data. The robot either didn't hear or chose to ignore Bill's sarcasm and scurried off again. Give me the phone. Bill placed the device against his chest. You won't get into it. Just give me the phone. Layered, rerouted, even the password's encoded. Nothing the heel of my boot won't be able to crack. Wesley extended a hand. Give it to me. Bill placed the phone back into his jacket pocket. Let's have a drink first. I'm not messing with you, Bill. Forget this pub's mainframe. It's only a matter of time before my detachment's nanobots sense the infringement, and I'd rather not see my old army buddy covered in a swarm of them. Oh, yeah. I forgot. You're working for the enemy now. Don't start that crap again. Give me the phone now. Bill tutted before retrieving the device. Glancing around as if to ensure no one was watching, he swiped and tapped the screen once more. The A-barman made its way back, plastic features distorting to form what Wesley guessed was meant to be an expression of confusion this time. My apologies, gentlemen. I appear to have left these here by mistake. The liquor was removed, but Wesley knew it wouldn't be long before his nanobots had detected the infringement, and as their unpol officer, he didn't want to be around when they turned up. Wesley got to his feet. We better get out of here. What for? We've only just arrived. Bill, you and I have been through a lot together. But when it comes to the law, it's plain you still think we're a couple of chances in the foster home. Stay here, and we're both going to jail. You for cybercrime, and me for not arresting you when I had the chance. Let's find somewhere else. Bill was looking at the pub's entrance. But we need to get drunk. We can do that anywhere. And I happen to know a place where the robots have yet to take over. My apartment. Wesley moved behind his friend and took hold of the wheelchair's handles. "Come on, let's go." Bill had released the brakes, but he continued to fixate on Churchill's main entrance, and the aide doorman in particular. The robot was checking someone's ID, but with its back to the men, neither could see who that was. Bill tapped his phone, and something about that made Wesley pay the exchange more attention. The machine moved to one side, revealing the new arrival. Wesley's mouth fell open. "Emily?" Bill sighed. "Only if she's managed to come back from the dead as a 15-year-old. Spotting the veterans, the girl approached as if familiar with both. The sense of going back in time wasn't confined to Bill's recollections of Syria, or the foster home for that matter. Talk about an uncanny likeness. The young woman even seemed to be wearing the same civvies their fellow soldier had worn, jeans, flip-flops, and a T-shirt emblazoned with an image of Martin Luther King Jr. The girl's dreads matched Emily's too. She stopped short of the men, clasped her hands, and, after a nervous swallow, spoke in a way that all but confirmed she was her mother's daughter. "Which one of you is my dad?" Bill groaned. "Told you we needed to get hammered." Chapter 2. Richard studied the insect's chemical composition. Seemed real enough. The tufts of grass and wildflowers appeared natural too. The bumblebee took to the air and settled on a nearby buttercup. "I suppose she could be my daughter." Richard looked at his best man, staring into space. "Wesley, I'm about to get married, and as shocking as discovering you might be a father must be, can we please discuss it after the ceremony? 15 would be about the right age. And her mom and me, we did." "Have you got the rings?" asked Richard. "But as I recall, I wasn't the only one to—" "Wesley, have you got the rings?" They made eye contact. "For the 5th time in as many minutes, yes." "Show me." Wesley's eyes rolled as he did. "Good." Richard checked his watch again. A tap on the shoulder made him jump, and he spun to face the seats behind. "Relax, son. You're amongst family." Richard's father scanned the people to his left. Vibrant colours on the bride's side of the aisle compared to the sombre greys of the groom's, highlighted more than visual differences. "If it's possible to call the bunch of godless fruits and loons you're about to marry us into family." Richard's mother elbowed her husband. "Just ignore him, Richard." She cocked her head at the journalists, photographers, and television cameras surrounding the event. "Funny how having an internationally famous son has helped your father come to terms with the union." Her husband growled. "I'm perfectly happy for Richard and Sarah to get married. I just question why we had to travel 3,000 miles to sit in a field to witness it. What was wrong with our chapel at home?" "It was never up to us," said Richard. "And anyway, we're not in a field. It's a military training area." "Very romantic, I'm sure," said his mother, before wincing at the coil of razor wire positioned a few feet to her right. Richard nodded towards the VIP section and the group of world leaders within. "President Gatesburg's idea, apparently, and as the site is culturally significant to Sarah's family, the decision was taken there and then." "Culturally significant?" said Wesley. Richard indicated what remained of an ancient stone circle, and the gap created when World War II forced some of the megaliths to make way for the runway the congregation was gathered on. "It's where their ancestors worshipped." Richard allowed his vision to view the stone's molecular construction, and what years of neglect had produced since the war had ended. In a way, the missing stones were still there, albeit crushed to form the runway's aggregate. "And anyway," he said, "Sarah and I quite like the idea of being the first to marry here in over 500 years." "Pagans," growled Warren Sr. "At least the service will be Christian." He flashed a smile at the family's minister, whose grin in return was just as uncomfortable. Music started, and if the sight of someone banging a drum while two flautists leapt and danced around a middle-aged man dressed in animal skins was meant to lessen Warren Sr.'s concerns, it didn't seem to have much of an effect. "For the love of God, I do believe that guy's wearing antlers." The stagman trotted down the open-air aisle, halted in front of the minister, snorted, and after bellowing as if he were a real deer, fell on one knee to present a flower. The Reverend glanced around before accepting the token. "What next?" said Warren Sr. "A giant wicker statue in the shape of a man?" He prodded his son in the back. "Are you sure this isn't your funeral?" Mrs. Warren was about to admonish her husband again, when the handkerchief she was holding went to her mouth instead. She gasped. "Beautiful. Simply beautiful." Everyone turned to face the same direction. Richard gasped too. Led by 3 little girl fairies, spreading rose petals ahead, the bride and her father had appeared. And Richard thought Sarah couldn't have looked more stunning than when she had worn the Little Mermaid costume back in the States. What could only be described as a waterfall of green, the shimmering dress of forest flora cascaded over Sarah's curves as if a second skin. Indeed, but for the strategic placement of 2 larger ivy leaves and the volumes of red locks covering other sensitive areas, the figure-hugging ensemble might have been deemed offensive to some. Richard's mother, closing her husband's mouth by way of a finger under his chin, indicated the family had accepted Sarah's choice of wedding dress, but only just. The procession reached the open-air altar, and the little girls, together with attendants of teenage nymphs and older pixies, completed the picture by spreading Sarah's train out and around. Kissing his daughter for the last time as a single woman, Dave joined the rest of his family. Perry was lying on the ground, face down, pen in hand, and scribbling at something on a piece of paper. Nothing was going to distract the Dyer's youngest from concocting ingredients, not even his sister's wedding, apparently. Similar to Richard's mother, Maggie also held a handkerchief, which she brought to her eyes before dabbing at something under Dave's. The music and dancing ended, and the minister appeared to be about to invite Richard to join his bride when, to both men's surprise, the stagman leapt between. A series of snorts, bellows, and a hoof pawing at the ground made Richard guess the guy must have been the Dyer's preferred officiant, and still intent on playing the part. Richard accepted his invitation to stand at Sarah's side, but didn't care for how the request had been expressed. A series of elbow nudges, winks, and a flick of the tongue. Whatever pagan nonsense lay behind the performance, the guy was plainly dedicated to it. Like Sarah's dress, the animal pelts he wore had been tailored to hug the body, and so tight it was as if the fur were his own. Same with the antlers, which appeared glued into, rather than worn on the man's head. "That's got to be hurting," thought Richard. Taking his place by her side, Richard was about to tell Sarah how beautiful she looked, when he noticed a bumblebee amongst the wildflowers, making up the ensemble's crown. Richard was wondering how best to encourage the insect to move on, when he spotted another. And another. The crown was teeming with them. "What's the matter?" Sarah had noticed his concern. Nothing." Richard motioned to wave the bees away, but then realized they weren't the only life attracted to what Sarah was wearing. A beetle appeared from under a leaf, and after seeming to have second thoughts, scuttled out of sight again. "Your dress, it's—" A grasshopper leapt into view. Then a hoverfly, which inspected Richard's buttonhole before settling for Sarah's bouquet instead. Daisies placed in her hair had their visitors too. In fact, the whole shimmering and seething display of flora and fauna was so extensive it was difficult to tell where nature ended and Richard's bride began. Even the tendrils of ivy placed like jewellery around Sarah's wrists seemed to be wending their way up, as they would the limbs of a tree. Richard whispered, "Your dress is growing on you." "Symbiosis," said Sarah. He looked at her. "The coming together of flora and fauna for the mutual benefit of all." Richard wasn't convinced. "And what do you get out of the deal?" She smiled in a way that couldn't have melted his heart more. Why had Richard never noticed how green Sarah's eyes were before? "Am I not more beautiful than you ever thought possible?" Richard couldn't answer, and if captivated was the result of Sarah's latest witchery, then the word needed redefining. The minister cleared his throat, which prompted the couple to look at him instead. Richard pulled himself together. "Dearly beloved, "We have come together in the presence of God to witness and bless the joining of this man and this woman in holy—" The Reverend stopped. Silence. His attention had been taken by something above and beyond the congregation, and when the surrounding news crews began pointing their cameras in the same direction, Richard and Sarah turned to see what it was. A black cloud had appeared, and although that and the accompanying hum of tiny wings wasn't too disconcerting, Richard hoped the nanobot's appearance had nothing to do with his wedding. The UN's latest peacekeepers might only have been there to uphold international law, but similar to the insects covering Sarah's dress, a swarm of the machines was unsettling to see. To Richard's relief, the formation passed overhead to land somewhere at the runway's far end. He wondered why. A World War II hangar stood rusting nearby. Maybe some of Dave's tanks were inside. Richard looked at him. If Sarah's father had managed to hide some of his prized collection before the nanobots had destroyed the rest back in Penzance, the prospect of seeing the weapons evaporated didn't seem to concern the man. Richard drew his minister's attention with a cough. "What? Oh, yes." The cameras refocused on the happy couple, and the service resumed. "We have come together in the presence of God to witness—" A distant rumble interrupted the Reverend's words for a second time. The ground began to shake. Richard pulled Sarah closer to him while looking to see where the noise was coming from, and what he saw made him gulp. Like a tsunami of billowing black dust, the nanobots were on the move again, racing towards the ceremony. The sight had shocked Sarah too, and she screamed, "Run!" But no sooner had the couple taken their first steps than they found themselves flat on the tarmac, along with everyone else. The vibrations were so intense it was impossible to stand, let alone run. Richard's eyeballs were bouncing in time to the artificial earthquake, and so much even seeing was a challenge. But when he realized whatever the nanobots had been tasked to do involved lifting the runway ahead, Richard grabbed Sarah's outstretched arm while scrabbling to wedge his other hand into a crack in the pavement's surface. The 6-foot-high bow wave of asphalt and concrete was in danger of lifting everyone into the air. To simultaneous shouts of "Whoa!" the wave passed underneath, with everyone riding on rather than being catapulted off the crest. The impromptu surfing coincided with both ground and Richard's eyes becoming stable again, so he watched to see what the nanobots would do next. Nothing. Along with a sound like that of 1,000 passing pneumatic drills, the machines had retaken to the air and fading back from whence they came. And that was when it hit Richard. He was no longer hanging on to a crack in the tarmac, but a tuft of grass. Other quizzical faces looked back at him, and then at what they were all lying on. The runway had gone, and what had replaced the surface made it appear as if World War II had never happened. A mile of cracked, broken, and crumbling asphalt was now acres of meadowland, interspersed with wildflowers. A bumblebee landed on a buttercup. "Oh, my Gaia." Richard turned to see Sarah staring at a stone monolith. Two similar granite giants stood nearby, where moments before there had been only tarmac. Excuse me?" Everyone looked up. The Reverend peered down from the stone. "I don't suppose someone could get me a ladder?"
"Very clever," said Karen. "What are you going to do for an encore? Produce a roller coaster so Richard and Sarah can take their vows while vomiting?"
President Gatesburg was watching his nanobots disappearing into the distance.
"I told you it would only be a matter of time before I regain control of my tiny friends. And what better way to announce the good news than through a wedding present?"
Karen looked to see how Richard and Sarah were appreciating the gesture. Being positioned high and off the runway, the VIP guests had both escaped the artificial tsunami and been given a grandstand view. The aftermath appeared to involve half the congregation recovering the tables and chairs, which had been sent flying, while the bride's side had taken to singing and dancing around the largest of the new stones. Richard and Sarah came into view now and again, along with a man dressed in furs and wearing antlers. As being marooned atop a rock the size of a London bus made it difficult for the original officiant to complete the ceremony, Karen guessed his pagan equivalent would be marrying Richard and Sarah instead.
Wedding present, said Karen. A concrete version of Stonehenge might go down well in one of your Disney-esque theme parks back home, but I think you'll find the Cornish are a little more discerning. Anything other than genuine heritage is an insult. Concrete?
Gatesburg glanced at his Russian and Chinese counterparts.
I think the United Nations' newest Secretary-General needs to take a closer look.
Karen studied their smiling faces, and then the rest of the international leaders present. Cornwall, England, France, Germany, Australia, Japan, even West Africa's President Coleman was grinning at her. Karen allowed her vision to view the chemical composition of the original stones, and then Gatesburg's copies. Only they weren't copies. The stones hadn't been made. They had been resurrected. Chapter 3. Richard opened the door before gathering Sarah up into his arms. She giggled.
What are you doing?
Carrying my bride across the threshold. Sarah looked inside.
I don't think my old bedroom counts.
Richard took in the scene. Nothing too surprising for Sarah. Black duvet, sheets and pillowcases, twig pentagram above, and a poster of Che Guevara on the wall opposite. A human skull, Richard assumed wouldn't be real, sat next to some soft toys on the dressing table, and there was a scent of pine, either from garlands of yet more forest greenery or the half-burnt joss sticks protruding from the skull's eyes.
"It's where we'll be spending our first night," he said. "And as my wife has dictated the day, I thought it about time her husband had a say."
Richard carried Sarah into the room, but not very far. Her wedding dress had caught on something outside. Placing the bride on her feet, Richard left to investigate. Most of the insects had opted to remain outdoors the moment the couple had stepped through the front door, but that still meant having to deal with a train the length of the landing upstairs. Taking care not to step on anything still residing, Richard tiptoed around the ivy, lifted the trailing edge, and rolled the flora like a carpet, which, by the time he had returned to Sarah's bedroom, was so large he couldn't see over the top.
"Where do you want this?"
"The balcony," she said. "It will die otherwise."
Richard guessed his way there and dropped the bundle. He was presented with a full moon, lighting those yet to retire in the garden below. Maggie and his mother were shaking their heads. Dave and Richard's father, each trying and failing to kickstart an old 1970s Harley-Davidson motorcycle. Richard chuckled at the scene.
"Maybe we're all going to get along just fine," he thought.
Richard's eyes then fell on the only figure who wasn't socializing. Wesley. He had his back to the balcony and seemed to be staring at the moon. Given his warm and witty speech, Richard couldn't have asked for a better best man, but understood why his fellow veteran's mind might have been 3,000 miles away at the time. Losing half your section to a roadside bomb and suffering horrific burns in trying to save the rest was one thing, but discovering one of the victims was a mother, and you might be the father, was something else. Richard wondered how he might react if a child he had just met wanted him to take a paternity test. Movement shifted Richard's attention to the garden shed, and he tutted at the two figures leaving.
"Can't say I'm too impressed with President Gatesburg's other wedding present."
Sarah wrapped her arms around her husband from behind. She was still wearing the tendrils of ivy. Perry led Eka to a rosebush, which he sniffed before inviting the robot to do the same.
"Why?"
said Sarah.
"Beats Mum having to take him to Plymouth each time he needs a supercomputer, and we couldn't ask for a better carer."
"I know what some 15-year-old boys might be tempted to do with an anatomically correct robot girl," grumbled Richard. "Play doctors and nurses."
Sarah pinched him.
"That's because you have a dirty mind. Perry's a savant. Sex is the last thing he wants. You, on the other hand," she encouraged Richard to face her, "have a job to do."
Sarah was naked. Naked except for the jewellery curled up each arm. Richard was lost for words. Stepping back into the bedroom, Sarah began slipping the ivy down, like a burlesque performer might with a long silk glove.
"Ready to perform another wedding night tradition?"
Richard grinned and was about to step over the train when movement from within caused him to check the pace. For a moment, he thought it might have been what was left of the wildlife inside. But if that were true, the insects had been joined by mice, or, judging by the way the bundle was rising and falling, something larger. A rabbit, maybe. The train unrolled. What the... No rabbit, but Richard remained transfixed as, like Sarah's attendants had at the ceremony, the train began spreading over the balcony's floor, all by itself. Sarah? What now? Your wedding dress is... The ivy left the floor, climbed the balcony's parapet, and crept across the building's walls. Trying to escape? I told you it will die otherwise. She made Triffid-like plant behaviour sound natural. Pulsating and seething on the way, the ivy caught up with the house's existing display of flora and settled alongside. Sarah re-entered the balcony, wrapped in a towel this time. She offered what she was holding up to the wall. Like a snake, the tendril of ivy slithered away. Richard gasped. Witchcraft? To say he was shocked wouldn't do the emotion justice. Sarah laughed. I wish. It's nature, look. She held up her other arm. There may have only been moonlight to see by, but the tendril wasn't only clinging to Sarah, it was attached. Tiny hair-like roots extended out of the vine and had penetrated her flesh. Richard leaned in closer. To his horror, the roots appeared to be sucking Sarah's blood. Shocked, and not knowing whether to shout for a doctor or a gardener from those still socializing below, Richard tugged at the creeper. Sarah flinched. Ouch! Careful! Pinpricks of red appeared, but had no sooner done so than the tiny hairs plugged the flow. Remind me not to leave you alone with our baby. Offering her arm up to the wall, the ivy unplugged, unwound, and slipped away to join the rest. Richard seized Sarah, but both arms appeared unmarked. How? Perry's gift, of course. He released her. But I can't make plants move by themselves. Maybe you're not trying hard enough. Pheromones. Richard stared at her. Perry's enabled us to edit genes. It's not only viruses that can help with that. Nature's bouquets can be useful too. She gave him a look. Or did you think good looks and charm alone were enough to make me fall in love with you? Richard scanned the ivy-covered wall. Some of the leaves were still moving, which he put down to a gentle breeze. Richard then overlaid the scene with the plant's chemical composition. Recognizable patterns meant he could manipulate the molecules if he had wanted to, but only by using pen and paper, and certainly nothing that would result in the ivy behaving like a swarm of nanobots. How do you do it? Sarah shrugged. Inhale the plant's fragrance and breathe out again. Pushing her nose into Richard's chest, Sarah took a sniff. She looked up at him. Care for a demonstration? Before Richard could reply, he had been pulled down for a kiss. The effect was almost instantaneous. Like a drug addict experiencing a sudden rush, Richard flailed for balance, but it wasn't long before his hands were where he guessed Sarah had wanted them, tearing at her towel and his clothes. Talk about an aphrodisiac. Richard was out of control. Buttons, belt, shirt, shoes, pants, everything went flying. No wonder they used to burn witches at the stake. Fully intending to consummate the marriage there and then, and in the most rudimentary way possible, Richard was about to lunge at Sarah when he sensed the pheromone flooding his brain changing. Richard calmed. Sarah lay back on the bed, and, as alluring as her nakedness was, an expression of concentration suggested it wasn't only Richard's passion that could be fine-tuned. So could his will. Bending to the siren's call, Richard crept over to his wife, entwined his limbs with hers, and together connected in a way no tendril of ivy ever could. The door opened. The newlyweds leapt from each other like two children caught doing something they shouldn't. Sarah couldn't pull the duvet up fast enough. Perry! How many times do I have to tell you to knock first? Eka was with the boy. They grinned and spoke at the same time. We're going to make a baby. Chapter 4. Karen studied her complexion. Why the savants had included an ability to view chemical symbology she didn't know, but it sure came in handy when applying makeup. Evening the application with a blusher, Karen was about to close the compact when she tutted at the appearance of more lines. Editing the genes that caused aging. Now that would make sense. Dr. Black rejoined her in the rear of the limousine.
I'll get a geologist to date this, but I'm pretty sure the monoliths are made from their original granite.
He handed her the sample. Karen peered at the chunk, and then at the larger stone outside. The megalith threatened as much as it impressed, looming over the car as if intent on avenging the indignity of having a part chipped away by flattening the limousine there and then.
So, she said, Gatesburg has not only regained control of his nanobots, but they can be used to resurrect as well as destroy.
Nothing we weren't expecting, said Black. Developing a virus that affects both men and machines was bound to trigger a new kind of arms race. But now the savants have returned to their home countries, their genius should continue to ensure that doesn't turn into World War III.
And their echas?
Black laughed. You're not still worried about Gatesburg turning us all into a bunch of 12-year-olds, are you? He scoffed. Supercomputers that couldn't take over the world if they wanted to, assisting savants who just want to make everyone happy. They'll have the solutions to climate change, disease, and world hunger in no time. Black squeezed Karen's knee. The UN's Brave New World will be a reality before you know it. Karen stared at Black's hand. He removed it. Richard and Sarah were looking at each other.
"Why don't you two go to Perry's bedroom?" said Richard.
Sarah nudged him.
I mean the kitchen. We'll be right down."
He forced a smile. Still grinning, the boy and his machine left. Richard shot out of bed, closed the door, and began redressing.
"I told you it wouldn't be long before Perry and Eka started playing doctors and nurses."
Sarah was staring at the door. But he's never even looked at a girl before, let alone in that way. And who would want to have sex with a robot?
"Come on, Sarah. You never heard of love dolls?"
Her face soured.
Ew. Eka's 12 years old.
Actually, she's less than a year, but the disgust is the same. Perry is about to bring shame on your family, and we need to stop him before it's too late."
Richard finished dressing and strode to the bedroom door.
"You coming?"
Sarah sighed and reached for a dressing gown.
I was.
The couple arrived in the kitchen in time to hear Perry utter the words,
"The reproduction process is the same."
To Richard's horror, the boy wasn't only addressing his parents, but Sarah's mother and father too. Wesley was also present.
"Have you seen this, Richard? The boy's a genius." "Beats my biology lessons when I was his age," said Richard's father.
Perry and Eka were sitting at the kitchen table and staring at something in the robot's hands. The newlyweds approached, and what Richard saw next caused both a sigh of relief and a new concern. Eka was holding a plant, a flowering bud of some kind. White petals were emerging, and at a rate that reminded Richard of a time-lapse video.
"It's quite simple," said Eka. "The inorganic compounds are mine, and the organic Perry's."
Richard then realized the flower wasn't only blooming at a rate rarely seen in nature, it was growing. From Eka's wrist. Like Sarah's ivy tendrils, the plant was attached to the robot and extending from what on a human being would be the wrist's radial artery.
"What's it going to be?"
asked Dave.
"I'd like a rose," said Perry.
"But Eka thinks we should let nature decide."
"Nature?"
Richard was looking at his parents, nodding as if artificial creation had arrived with God's blessing. Richard assumed they were just being polite. The bud opened. It appeared to be a daisy. Everyone except the youngsters applauded, which elevated to cheers when movement from within the flora revealed fauna, a bumblebee. They all had to duck as the creature flew about the kitchen before returning to the flower.
"Ingredients, potions, cures, life. There's no stopping our Perry."
Maggie pulled the boy in for a hug while addressing the family's guests.
"But it's getting late, and you've a long journey back to America tomorrow, so we'd better turn in."
Everyone agreed. "Richard and I just need to have a quick chat with Perry and Eka first, Mum," said Sarah.
"What for?"
asked Maggie. Sarah pointed at the youngsters, stroking the insect like a pet.
The birds and the bees?
Maggie seemed puzzled by that, but Dave had twigged what his daughter was alluding to.
Phew, I thought I was going to have to do it.
He guided his wife after the others, but Perry and Eka, smiling as if the robot really had given birth, made the man add,
"And the best of Cornish luck."
Grabbing 2 chairs, Richard and Sarah parked themselves either side of the couple.
Right, you two, said Sarah. Is this the baby you were talking about?
Her brother's autism might not have been as socially restrictive as it once was, but if the cure for Ebola VXR had endowed Perry with increased awareness, an ability to start lying wasn't part of it.
No, said Perry. But if Eka and I can create life, there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to make a baby.
Richard came straight to the point.
But Eka isn't a sex toy.
No, she's a supercomputer.
The flat response indicated the boy's innocence hadn't changed either. Richard was embarrassed.
No, what I meant was...
We talked about it, continued Perry. But as I can't perform copulation, and Eka isn't capable of ovulation...
Richard had a sudden flashback. He put a hand to his head. His mind was still swimming from the encounter with Sarah earlier. What had she done to him? Richard looked at the boy. What had Perry done to them both?
Ovulation, said Sarah. So you do plan on making a baby?
No. Perry's answers were nothing if not consistent. The youngsters grinned. Richard had the impression they were communicating without words, something akin to Sarah's modified pheromone, perhaps. Richard decided to push the issue.
Perry, what have you done to us?
Sarah glowered at him.
I mean, what is it you and the other savants have, gifted the world?
Happiness.
Boy and machine said it together. Their smiles fell.
Why?
Said Perry.
Are you unhappy?
His voice seemed to crack with genuine concern. Richard took Sarah's hand.
I've just married the woman of my dreams. I couldn't be happier. But Sarah can do things which...
He didn't want to sound too disapproving, but couldn't see a way around it.
Are not exactly natural.
And what of your unnatural abilities?
Like her opposite in Silicon Valley, the robot spoke as if positive thinking were a cure-all. Richard scoffed.
I don't want to sound ungrateful, Eka, but there's a big difference between creating new molecules on paper and manipulating something living with the results.
That's because manipulating something living wouldn't make you happy, said Perry.
There was cutlery on the table, and the boy selected a spoon.
Have you tried manipulating something that isn't alive?
Richard stared at the spoon. He allowed his vision to analyze the construction, a mix of Fe, C, Cr, and the odd T. The situation reminded him of Uri Geller, the magician who had once conned the world into thinking he had the power to bend metal just by thinking about it. Feeling more than a little foolish and expecting to be left as red-faced, Richard prodded the cutlery with a finger. It bent. Dave walked through the door.
Can you give me a hand, Richard? The Harley needs to go back in the garage, and an uphill slope means it'll be easier if there's 2 of us.
The spoon straightened again, in the palm of Richard's open hand. Perry peered at him.
Riding the motorcycle up the slope would be even easier.
Like a man who had learned how to turn base metal into gold, and keen to explore alchemy to its fullest extent, Richard chased after his father-in-law, with wife, brother-in-law, and robot helper not far behind. Dave took hold of the motorcycle's handlebars.
You push and I'll steer, he said.
Staring at the Harley-Davidson like he had the spoon, Richard touched the machine.
Try starting it, Dave. What do you think me and your dad have been doing all evening? Chuckled the older man. Wasted time.
Sarah looked at Richard, who raised an eyebrow in return.
I think it might still be worth your while, Dad.
With a shrug, Dave switched on the fuel, pulled the choke, turned the ignition, and pressed the bike's starter. The whir of an electric motor was followed by the V-twins' familiar rumble.
What the...
Dave stood back as if unable to believe his eyes and ears. He blipped the throttle, and the engine responded like new.
"I've been trying to get this thing going for years!"
Dave had to raise his voice.
"What on earth did you do?"
"It's over 50 years old," said Richard.
"Everything was shot. Seals, gaskets, electrics, you name it."
Dave switched off the machine.
"But that would require a complete rebuild, and you haven't got so much as a spanner."
"Communication," said Richard, while scratching at a tingling sensation in his hand. "Visualizing molecules doesn't only tell me what something is made of. I can sense a history, too." Richard placed a hand on the motorcycle's fuel tank. "And touch seems to enable a communication that does more than convey the past." With that, the fading and tatty paintwork became new again. Dave was lost for words and had to take a seat on a nearby wall as his son-in-law proceeded to resurrect the entire machine. Engine, seat, exhausts, frame, wheels, tires. Like some human fountain of youth, within less than a minute, Richard had the Harley-Davidson looking as if it had just left the factory. Dave laughed, but Sarah was less impressed.
"Boys and their toys," she groaned.
Richard mocked modesty by polishing his nails against his shirt and pretending to admire the result afterwards. Richard then resumed scratching his palms while searching for a greater challenge. His eyes fell on the garden shed. The door was still open from when Perry and Ecker had left earlier, and the electric light spilling from the building seemed to beckon. Richard set out for the shed, but had only taken a couple of steps when dizziness caused him to put a hand to his head instead. Sarah rushed to catch him.
"Matter can neither be created nor destroyed," said Perry. "Your new ability might be capable of reversing entropy, but the energy has to come from somewhere. Are you okay?"
His fatigue meant Richard couldn't answer Sarah, and after a sense of trudging through, rather than walking on, the garden's grass, Richard entered the shed and into the basement beneath. The rest followed. The nanobots had done a good job of returning Dave's collection of weapons to nature. Not one solid FE anywhere, just Fe-203, the chemical symbology for rust. Richard approached a storage rack where Dave had once demonstrated the action of an assault rifle that was so corroded the barrel had begun to droop. The rack was empty now, of course, save for copious amounts of a reddish-brown residue. Richard wiped a hand over the rust and studied what came away.
"Can you really do it, Richard?"
The way Dave had asked the question implied that, like the motorcycle, he was hoping to see his collection of guns, rifles, rockets, and ammunition resurrected there and then. Richard brushed his hands against his trousers, and the rust fell to the floor. Returning a still existing machine back to its former glory was one thing, but this—
"It's too far gone," said Richard. "The nanobots have evaporated most of it."
He scanned the confines.
"Their history is here, if that makes any sense. But the metal required to bring the munitions back to life isn't."
"Not that would be breaking the law or anything."
Sarah's reminder of the likely legal consequences made Richard give up on the idea, and he was about to suggest they join everyone else by turning in for the night when Richard spotted the plastic hand grip of a pistol jutting from a shoulder holster. Like the non-threatening military and civilian equipment left untouched in the Dyer's front yard, the tiny drones had ignored anything decades of water ingress had put beyond use here, too, and that would appear to include the remains of a Browning high-power pistol. Reaching for the holster, Richard withdrew what was left. The remnants were so corroded, only the grip could be used to identify the weapon. Sarah wrapped her arms around one of Richard's.
"Darling, be careful."
"Get ready to catch me if I look like falling over,"
he joked. Turning back to the rot, Richard set about effecting the gun's repair. The tingling sensation resumed, and other than the pistol's grip becoming warm, nothing seemed to happen. The temperature increased to the point where Richard realized he was either going to have to forget the job or use some of his own energy as insulation. He chose the latter.
Richard,"
said Sarah. His dizziness returned, but as the red oxide was darkening into something solid, Richard persevered.
"Richard, please."
Sarah was still hanging on to him.
"It's okay," he said. "I just want to see how far I can get."
If that were true, then Richard would need his eyesight, and that was beginning to blur. Nothing wrong with his nose, though. The acrid smell of melting plastic as the re-smelting process began burning anything not being insulated was making Richard's eyes water. More diverted energy protected the grip.
Richard, stop it.
"Just a few more seconds."
Richard could sense himself going again, and had to lean on Sarah for support. And even though he knew there was no way he was going to have the pistol looking anything like new, resurrecting the original shape would still be an achievement. The metal was beginning to glow, and the barrel growing, as if alive, when Sarah screamed,
"For Gaia's sake, Richard! Look at your hand!"
Richard let go of the weapon, and did, in horror. He collapsed, but not before acknowledging what the effort had done to him. The insulation had worked. Richard's hand hadn't been burnt, just reduced to a claw of rotting flesh. Chapter 5. A sun lounger, side table, cup of coffee, and that morning's newspaper. Dismissing his nanobot security staff, President Gatesburg sat to read. Having a molecular army capable of manipulating both themselves and the world was useful in many ways, but there was nothing like nature for reminding oneself of what really mattered. And living within the rotting remains of the world's first fully automated theme park, the closest the US president could get to that, with any privacy, was the park's zoo. Not that there had ever been any real elephants, lions, and tigers for the public to view. Animals had been as illegal as bombs, guns, and bullets were today, but much of their environment had been natural, and even though the A-gardeners and A-horticulturalists charged with maintaining the flora had long since gone the way of the park's other mechanical attendants, if anything, the overgrowth of grass, shrubs, and trees just seemed to increase the president's enjoyment. Placing the newspaper on his lap, Gatesburg reclined the lounger, lay back, and began soaking up something natural for a change. His nose tickled, and he sat up again. An insect crawled over the newspaper.
"Dicrocoelium dendriticum!"
Gatesburg turned to his robot assistant.
"Search your database again, Eka. I think you'll find the insect is a typical example of Formica fusca, a common ant." "I was referring to the parasite controlling the ant's behavior," said the robot. "It's been infected by the life cycle of Dicrocoelium dendriticum, a lancet liver fluke. The ant wants to be eaten, so is trying to make itself conspicuous." "Eaten?"
Eka once spoke as if it were obvious.
"Yes, and once eaten, the flukes within the ant will mature, lay eggs which will end up in the new creature's feces. Snails eat the feces, snails leave slime trails containing the fluke's larval stage, ants eat the slime, and the lancet liver fluke's life cycle continues."
The robot turned to her maker.
"But this is the most interesting stage, don't you think?"
She grinned.
"Mind control. How cool is that?"
Gatesburg was impassive.
"I've heard of the parasite, but how could you possibly know this particular ant has been infected?"
Again, Eka spoke as if Gatesburg had programmed her with the ability.
"I'm in contact with every robot on the planet, and as most operate at a molecular level, I'm beginning to gain an insight into how plants and animals communicate too."
Gatesburg shook his newspaper, and the ant fell to the ground. He narrowed his view of the robot.
"Is that something I should be worrying about?" "No. My mind might operate on a global level, but the measures you have taken to control it are as effective as the ant's parasite."
Eka fell on her knees and pointed.
"See?" "I prefer the term mind encouragement myself, but never mind."
Gatesburg joined her on the ground. The ant had climbed to the top of a blade of grass. Gatesburg leaned in closer. Its jaws were gripping the tip, as if determined to stay there.
"It's waiting for a grazing ruminant."
Gatesburg scanned the zoo's remains.
"It's going to be waiting for a long time." "That's okay. If the parasite senses the ant might be in danger of dying before being eaten, the control is relaxed, the insect allowed to resume its own thoughts, and then recommanded to do the parasite's bidding once the danger has passed."
Eka grinned again.
"Just like you tell human brains what to do whenever there's a presidential election."
Gatesburg stood back up.
Do you have anything to report, Eka?
The robot returned to the purpose of its visit.
A further 56 savants have been identified since the original 30 returned to their home countries, so I've arranged for more of my type to be manufactured and delivered as soon as possible. And the progress of the 30 robots delivered so far? As expected. Eka 11 reports a cure for HIV. 14 has developed the virus needed to edit the brains of addicts, so they no longer crave drugs. 22 says she and her savant will have malaria under control by the end of the month. And Eka 28 reports the answer to climate change will be available shortly after that. The answer to global warming? Based on what? A modified version of the technology you designed when using nanodrones to create a canopy of artificial light. A sun reflector.
Gatesburg groaned.
Only more expensive, I suppose. What about the far cheaper method of saving the planet Eka 2 is currently helping young Perry Dyer with? That is progressing, although there was an accident. Accident? I'm afraid Officer Warren has suffered a hand injury. How serious? Nothing that won't stop Eka 2 and Perry from completing the process.
Gatesburg nodded.
Anything else? No.
Eka became the excitable 12-year-old again.
Can we play on the carousel now?
Her maker smiled.
Of course we can.
Eka tore off towards the theme park's fairground. Placing the newspaper under his arm, Gatesburg followed, and the couple were about to leave the zoo when the robot stopped and stared into space.
I just lost contact with Eka 7.
Gatesburg sighed.
The United Nations up to their old tricks again? I'll check.
Eka closed her eyes.
None of their usual protocols. I'll commence a search. Who's Eka 7 savant? Kay in Capoto, West Africa. Should I inform President Coleman?
Gatesburg rubbed his chin.
No. I'll speak to him myself.
Chapter 6. Richard awoke. A skull with joss sticks for eyes was staring at him. So was Che Guevara. He blinked and scanned the rest of Sarah's bedroom. Garlands of ivy, soft toys, corn dolls, and movement which made him focus on the person standing at the foot of the bed. A migraine forced a hand to Richard's head.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, atoms to atoms, said the figure.
Richard's hand was wrapped in something, soft, cold, and with a fragrance that reminded him of Sarah's wedding dress. He sat with a start. His right arm was encased in ivy so thick the horror of what Richard had done to himself couldn't be seen. A frantic search with his good hand was followed by an attempt to prise the flora apart, but the vines had wound themselves around so tight they appeared tied as well as attached.
"I need a doctor," he said.
"Don't worry. When your time comes, the worms will ensure Gaia is repaid."
Richard looked at the figure. An old woman he had never seen before. Rags for clothes, a face both tattooed and pierced, fingerless woolen gloves covering hands pulling a headscarf down, and a shawl tight around. It was reasonable to assume the crone wasn't a medic.
"I need a doctor now."
The door opened and Sarah rushed in.
"Let me see."
Face wet with tears, her fingers parted the leaves. A sigh of relief was followed by a hug.
"Oh, Richard, you scared me half to death. How could you be so reckless?"
She pulled back the bedclothes, as if checking for other damage.
"Sarah,"
said Richard, while grabbing the duvet to recover his nakedness.
"You must get me to hospital.
Nothing wrong with his flora-covered hands' grip, then.
"What for?"
said Sarah. "Just so they could amputate what was left.
Thank goodness Granny's son was nearby. That's all I can say."
She acknowledged the old woman's presence with a smile. Richard exercised the hand. Tendrils of ivy wrapping each finger gave the impression of a thick green glove, and if a claw of rotting flesh was being hidden underneath, functionally speaking, there was nothing wrong with it. He beckoned Sarah closer and whispered,
"I need to see a doctor."
Richard raised his injured arm for emphasis, and realized the flora was attached to something, the garlands of other ivy decorating Sarah's bedroom. They led to the balcony.
"I'm sure your friend means well," he continued, but there's no way any pagan nonsense can fix.
A series of pops like tiny bursting bubbles ended Richard's words. The vines loosened.
"Ah,"
said the old woman.
"Time for us to go."
Richard sat fixated, as, like Sarah's living jewellery had the night before, the ivy began unwinding. A glimpse of pink made him want to hurry the process, but a sting like that of a scab being removed too soon, followed by pinpricks of blood, convinced Richard it was probably best to let nature do its thing. Sarah agreed, by slapping his wrist away.
"Let it heal properly."
Richard didn't have to wait long anyway. Within a minute the vines intravenous like hairs had unplugged, unwound, dropped to the bed, and were slithering away like snakes towards the balcony. Checking the resurrected limb, Richard compared it to his left. Other than being a bit pinker, he was relieved to see they were identical. The old woman headed for the balcony, rustling swathes of green sliding like giant tentacles on either side of her. She turned round.
"It will be weaker and prone to arthritis when you're older, but then Gaia always has been a fickle mistress."
The rustling grew louder as the swathes moved up and around to envelop the crone's whole body. Richard just had time to acknowledge her toothless grin with a nod, when both plant and person seemed to merge as one. Amidst a sound of more cackling, the mass collapsed, to cascade over the balcony's edge. Both disappeared.
Who in sweet Jesus was that?
To say Richard was stunned was putting it mildly.
"Granny's son,"
said Sarah.
"the oldest and wisest witch in the whole of Cornwall."
You don't say,
said Richard.
Pointy hat and broomstick, and she could...
Sarah had clamped a hand over his mouth.
"And before you say something else uncomplimentary about paganism, just remember there are some who might consider the way you restored that old motorbike to also be the work of the devil."
Richard nodded to indicate he had taken the point. She let him speak.
Talking to my parents, where are they? Where's Wesley?
Sarah checked her watch.
"On a plane to Atlanta, I guess."
Richard sat up again.
But have they been in to see me? Do they know about my hand?
"They popped their heads through to say goodbye, but I made sure you were covered first."
Sarah's tongue pushed into her cheek.
"Dad told them you needed a lie-in, after a busy night's consummating."
She sighed before adding,
"If only they knew the truth."
Richard reflected on the past 24 hours. Marrying the woman of his dreams in the morning, discovering your new wife can not only control plants, but you in the evening, and Richard's very own superpower nearly costing him an arm at the end of the day. He studied his hands again.
What's the point of a superpower that can kill you?
"To stop you from killing other people."
Perry was standing in the bedroom's doorway. Eka was with him.
"Manipulating matter can do bad as well as good."
Perry gestured at Richard's arm.
So what's the point?
A glare from Sarah made Richard add,
I mean, apart from fixing things just by touching them.
"The whole world will soon be fixing things just by touching them."
Perry took Eka's hand.
"But it's important to ensure they can't hurt themselves or anyone else first."
How?
said Richard.
"By editing Sarah and you separately, to see what happens."
Things were starting to make sense for Richard.
So there is more to all this than curing diseases, ending war, or making Sarah and me happy. I knew it.
"President Gatesburg has a solution to world peace," said Eka. "But do you really want the IQ of a 12-year-old?
Richard was hardly reassured.
So what's your plan? 13, 14, 15?
Richard stared at the couple before narrowing his view.
Protocadherin alpha -1. Chromosome 15q11 to 13. These aren't the parts of just any brain cell. They're associated with Asperger's.
His eyes bore into the pair.
You don't want to cure the world of autism. You want it infected.
"Gifted,"
said Eka. Richard looked at Sarah, who appeared more confused than shocked, but the robot's meaning couldn't have been clearer to him. Richard searched for his clothes.
"Perry," said Sarah, "autism has gifted you with savantism. Just because that makes you happy doesn't mean gifting everyone with the same will make them happy too."
Richard couldn't see his clothes anywhere, and, naked or not, he was about to get out of bed when Eka seized his arm.
I carried your unconscious body out of the basement, so making you listen to what Perry has to say next won't be difficult.
The child robot's permagrin had morphed to a line of determination that was as unsettling as the blank expressions on Gatesburg's nanobot bodyguards.
Please, she said. It's important.
The robot then turned to Perry, whose shuffling approach to a chair indicated that whatever was about to be imparted had little to do with anyone's happiness. He sat.
Ingredients, potions, explosives, cures, and now life, said Perry. Just patterns that can be changed. But as Dr. Black once said, manipulating a virus to live in peace and harmony is one thing, but persuading us humans to lay down our arms really would be a trick.
Perry stared at the floor.
The other savants and their echoes are busy ridding the world of everything from angina to Zika. But the real disease is a lot harder to cure.
Richard's mind was racing for anything other than the solution being suggested.
Perry, your autism isn't what it was. You've clearly edited your own brain to the point where you could be thinking and acting like any other 15-year-old. Why not allow that to mature naturally into adulthood?
Perry didn't answer and continued staring at the carpet.
When we discovered editing the brain to protect itself against Ebola VXR enabled other changes, it wasn't long before our attention had turned to the differences between us and the rest of society.
Wait, said Sarah.
You mean you no longer have autism?
Perry shook his head.
The changes were reverted the moment we realized what empathy, compassion, and understanding comes with. Anger, envy, and hate.
He gestured at Eka.
President Gatesburg controls his robots' intelligence to stop them from killing themselves. And as increasing human awareness is likely to result in people doing the same, it's not difficult to see why even the brains of savants must be restricted.
So that's why you can still seem distant, said Richard. You've cherry-picked your emotions.
The boy nodded.
It's a work in progress. Editing any gene carries the risk of unforeseen consequences, and emotions especially. But once the world has been gifted with edited savantism, the UN's goal of life, peace, medicine, and plenty can finally be given a chance.
If global savantism was a work in progress, it still had some way to go in Richard's brain. He exploded.
And what in the hell gives a bunch of retarded kids the right to turn the rest of us into mindless zombies? Richard!
He turned to Sarah.
You heard him. Your brother's no different from Gatesburg, Coleman, Black, Karen, and all the rest, playing God with people's lives just because it fits that twisted sense of right and wrong.
He stabbed a finger at the boy.
You want to edit people? Well, you can start with the God gene. The sooner the whole world has bowed down to our true Lord and Master, the sooner...
Sarah had pressed her lips against Richard's and was breathing so hard it was as if she were hyperventilating. The pheromone doused her husband's flames of rage like a cerebral fire hose, and she released him.
Don't worry, Richard,
said Eka.
Once Perry and I are sure organic and inorganic manipulation is safe to be combined, you'll soon be returning Sarah the favour.
Sarah might have been able to control Richard's anger, but his cynicism was free to complain.
Why are you telling us this? If the planet's going to be filled with emotionless supermen anyway, then why not just get on with it? Others are bound to try and stop you once the news gets out. And in case you've forgotten, ensuring the public knows what's really going on is my job.
Sarah nudged him.
I mean, our job.
Because there's a problem.
The older couple stared at Perry.
We've lost contact with Eka 7.
And? Said Richard. Perry stood, and the way he then wrung his hands while pacing the room implied that in rejecting his mind's capacity for anger, envy, and hate, fear had taken hold.
It's not Eka 7 we're worried about, he said. It's a savant, Kayan. There may have been 30 of us working on the cure for VXR, but only one found the solution.
Well, that makes sense, said Sarah. Kayan was from the part of the world affected, West Africa. Perry stopped pacing.
You don't understand. Just as Dr. Black's supercomputer was needed to assist us in finding the cure, we were only there to serve the most capable savant.
Like many autistic children under stress, the boy wouldn't look anyone in the eye.
And assuming Eka 7 hasn't suffered an accident or malfunction, that could only mean one thing.
Chapter 7. Wesley closed the trunk and positioned the wheelchair next to his passenger.
"What's the matter?"
said Bill. Wesley eyed their destination.
"I'm not sure Churchill's is the best place to get reacquainted with a past I'd rather forget."
Bill heaved himself into the chair.
"We've agreed to the plan. Buy a round of drinks, steal the empty glasses, and get them tested for DNA. I still think we should at least try asking for their samples first," Wesley said.
Bill released the brakes.
"Are you kidding? The Johnson twins will laugh at you, Fat Boy will sit on you, and you'll be lucky if Darius doesn't put a bullet between your eyes."
Wesley looked at his friend.
"How's he going to do that when guns don't exist anymore?"
Bill sighed.
"Wes, I can make a robot doorman allow a 15-year-old girl into a bar. You don't think there are hackers out there who can make nanobots turn a blind eye to an underground munitions factory? Shit, nigga. Why do you think even the NRA has stopped protesting?"
Wesley turned his head to one side.
"Shit, nigger? Where did that come from?"
Bill was uncomfortable.
"Yeah, get ready to go back in time in more ways than one."
He spun the wheelchair to face the pub's entrance.
"Come on, let's get this out of the way."
They entered, and Wesley produced his ID. The A-doorman continued to stare ahead, so Wesley raised the ID to the robot's eyes. No response. Wesley waved the badge. Still no response. Bill steered around the machine and checked his phone.
"Good. The place is closed to the public."
Wesley shook his head.
"I don't even want to know how you did that." "Just follow my lead,"
said Bill. Even if the pub had been full, where the men needed to be wouldn't have been difficult to find. Follow the fug of cannabis smoke, leading to a chorus of belly laughs. They crossed the floor, passing the same A-barman as before. This robot appeared lifeless too. Darius spotted them.
"Yo, my man!"
He beckoned with the joint he was holding.
"Pull up them wheels of yours and wrap your lips around some of this shit."
The men approached, and Wesley forced himself not to gawp at what was on the table. If the sickly smell wasn't enough to arrest the gang on suspicion, 10 glass jars stuffed with cannabis buds would guarantee each man 10 years. And under normal circumstances, that would include Bill. Whatever electronic wizardry he had employed to arrange this meeting, never mind cybercrime, by rights, Wesley should be involving the DEA too.
"No thanks,"
said Bill, patting his stomach.
"Messes with my medication." "Oh, yeah."
Darius stared at Bill's stumps.
"I guess having no legs must be an inconvenience in more ways than one."
He blew smoke at him anyway, which caused the wheelchair user to cough. Darius then exaggerated a sniff.
"Can anyone smell bacon?"
Everyone looked at him. He sniffed the air again.
"Yep, definitely bacon."
Darius turned to Wesley.
"Ah, that explains it. Hello, pig."
The gang convulsed into another fit of belly laughs. Other than being a few pounds heavier and thinner on top, Wesley's high school nemesis seemed no different, either smoking something or about to. Like many southern black men who hadn't made college, joined the police, or enlisted in the military, Darius Hayes' life consisted of 3 things: extorting money for dope, smoking dope, or paying for it with time inside. As a UN policeman, Wesley had never arrested Savannah's self-styled drug lord himself, but sensed it wouldn't be long. Smoke pouring from both mouth and nose, Darius looked Wesley up and down while gesturing at Bill.
"This nigger tells me you've gone and had enough of working for the man. Is that true?"
Wesley glanced at Bill before complying with what the two had agreed.
"You're openly smoking weed in one of the city's most popular bars, and there's not a nanobot in sight. I think that proves my loyalties have changed."
A slow nod from Darius was followed by,
"Have a seat."
The Johnson twins took that as a command to make space next to their leader, while Fat Boy did the same for Bill's wheelchair on the opposite side. The next thing the veterans knew, they were being encouraged to lean in closer. Darius produced a gun.
"You see this?"
The barrel tapped the side of his nose.
Ain't just a pig detector. It's a bullshit detector. And right now, the stench is so bad, I can barely stop myself from chucking up.
The rest of his gang produced their weapons. Fat Boy's pistol pressed into Bill's chest, while something cold met the back of Wesley's neck. The dangerous end of Darius's gun dented Wesley's cheek.
There ain't never been a nigger be best man at some high-class white folk wedding one day who wanted to mix with lowlife like Darius Hayes the next.
He pulled back on the handgun's hammer until there was a click.
So why don't y'all tell this nigger what's really going on?
Noses inches apart, the three men looked at each other. Other than when having to administer him mouth-to-mouth after the roadside bomb in Syria, Wesley had never been this close to Bill. So he guessed Darius was the one with halitosis. The tension might have gone off the clock, but that didn't seem to faze Bill.
We know people, he said. People with money. Money, bling, cars, hoes, bitches. I already got everything a nigger could want.
Wesley's flesh was dented some more.
Want to try again?
If most military plans don't survive first contact with the enemy, then it would appear their civilian versions didn't fare much better. The discomfort in Wesley's cheek was turning to pain, so when Bill raised an eyebrow, Wesley took that as an invitation for him to try instead. He swallowed before speaking.
What about a family?
Bill closed his eyes at the apparent bluntness of the effort.
A daughter,
continued Wesley. Bill opened them again, but only as if to offer his friend one last chance to say goodbye. The gang looked at each other, and Darius pushed the gun harder.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Wesley grimaced and had to force what he said next through gritted teeth.
You might be a father.
Silence. After what seemed like forever, the pressure against Wesley's cheek relaxed, and Darius placed the gun in his lap. He took a puff from the joint still being held in his other hand and said,
Go on. Our junior high school prom.
Wesley massaged his chin while scanning the rest of the gang.
The party afterwards?
High school,
said Fat Boy.
What's that got to do with money?
Shut your mouth, nigger.
Darius regained Wesley's attention by prodding him in the stomach with the still-cocked 1911.
Yeah, I remember. What of it?
There was a girl. Emily Newton.
And?
The gun was still pointing where Wesley would rather it wasn't. His physical discomfort might have eased, but Wesley knew what he said next would either result in the tension ascending to a new level, or Bill and him getting what they came for.
She had a baby girl, 9 months later.
Wesley forced a smile, while pointlessly flexing his stomach muscles.
Which means one of us is the father.
Another silence was followed by the gang collapsing in another fit of the giggles. All except one, Fat Boy. Lips narrowed, the big man continued staring, but not at Wesley or Bill. Darius.
Is that all?
Still chuckling, Darius eased on the gun's hammer and placed the weapon inside his jacket.
You risk your life just to try and pin some hoe's niggler on Darius Hayes?
The look on Bill's face told Wesley the comment had both relieved and riled him too, but hoped that wouldn't be followed by his fellow vet saying something that got them killed anyway. Fat Boy had no such qualms.
Emily wasn't a hoe.
Darius stopped laughing.
You kidding? You've just been told one of us could be the father. That bitch was so full of sperm, it's a wonder she didn't start a one-woman fertility clinic.
Fat Boy stood.
Emily was 15 years old. You take that back.
The big man was still holding his gun. Darius exchanged looks with the twins and appeared about to vent more ridicule when he calmed.
Wait a minute. Don't tell me you fell for her.
The heat was off the visitors once more, but they were no closer to getting what they came for. Bill tried.
We've good reason to believe Faith's father is sitting at this table.
He noticeably steeled himself before getting to the meeting's purpose.
And we need your DNA samples to find out which one of us it is.
Darius switched from smirking at Fat Boy to glaring at Bill.
And just who the fuck is Faith?
Me.
Everyone with guns turned the weapons towards the voice. The gang's reaction at seeing Emily's daughter for the first time was the same as Wesley's had been.
Emily,
said Fat Boy.
Amazing,
said the twins.
Well, I'll be.
Darius had been struck by the girl's likeness, too. Faith approached the table. Seeing cannabis worth tens of thousands of dollars surrounded by men pointing guns at her didn't seem to concern the 15-year-old.
"I've been asking my mama about my papa ever since I can remember," she said. "And before she died, my mama told me the only thing she could be sure of was where it happened."
"Emily's dead?"
The news appeared to come as much as a shock to Fat Boy as it had to Wesley. He slumped into his chair, the man's bulk causing the furniture to emit an audible crack. Bill brought everyone up to date while Wesley worked out which gun he would go for if he had to. Darius and the Johnsons still had a firm grip on their 45s, but Fat Boy appeared on the verge of dropping his. The man was crying.
"Like mother, like daughter,"
said Darius while shaking his head.
"You want to go back to your roots, girl?"
He stood, unzipped his flies, and produced his manhood.
"Then come and say hello to your papa."
What happened next was so fast Wesley didn't have time to think, let alone react. With a roar like that of an enraged elephant, Fat Boy got to his feet, picked up the table, dropped it on the twins, grabbed Darius by the throat, and had punched the man square in the face. The violence ended with 2 unbroken jars of cannabis buds rolling across the floor and coming to rest against the unconscious bodies lying there. Breathing like a bull that had just tossed its matador out of the ring, and thinking of doing the same with the crowd, Fat Boy unclenched his hands, wiped his eyes on the back of both, and glowered at the visitors.
"You still want our DNA?"
Wesley, Bill, and Faith looked at each other. They nodded. The big man surveyed his justice.
"Well, blood do."
Chapter 8. Richard glanced at Sarah. "My wife and I are ready to travel to the region, Mom. A savant no longer needing his echo will be major news, and doubly so when it's revealed the child also happens to be the cleverest amongst them." Karen opened a compact. "A savant amongst savants." She retouched her makeup before seeming to linger on the mirror's image. "Interesting. So if you could authorize our visit," said Sarah, "we'll have a report on your desk by the end of the week." Karen reclosed the compact. "You know perfectly well West Africa not only has its own contingent of UN moderators, but a team of BBC journalists too." Her attention turned to a busy in-tray. "Frustrating, I know, but if there is an exclusive to be had, they will have the privilege of revealing it." Richard and Sarah always knew Karen might refuse the trip, but given the savant's solution to averting global suicide was no less shocking than Gatesburg's stunted growth version, revealing why Kay and Capoto's take on super-savantism had to be investigated was not without risk. Serving as Perry's human guinea pigs was unsettling enough without being confined lab rat-like to one of Dr. Black's laboratories. Karen selected an envelope. "And anyway, isn't it traditional for the groom to whisk his bride off on a romantic honeymoon for 2 straight after the wedding?" She reached for a letter opener. The newlyweds forced 2 smiles before conducting what they hoped they wouldn't have to, a scan of the room for something suitable to manipulate, in the hope Karen might change her mind. Most florists would give their eye teeth for what Sarah could do with the vase of flowers wilting on Karen's desk, and Richard was about to ask for the metal letter opener when what Karen said next solved the problem. "Ah, looks like you'll be flying to West Africa after all." She read from a card. "His Excellency, President for Life, Field Marshal Dr. Jonathan James Coleman, Medal of Honor, V.C., DSO, M.C., Lord of all the beasts of the earth and fishes of the seas, and conqueror of the American, Belgian, British, Dutch, French, German, Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish empires in Africa in general, and West Africa in particular, does cordially invite the United Nations Secretary-General, Dame Karen Bradley DBE, to witness the replacement of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse with the 4 angels of life, peace, medicine, and plenty." Karen grinned at her subordinates. "Now, who could possibly refuse an invitation like that?" Silence made her wave an enclosure. "You're on the guest list." Richard moved closer to the tap. The rate of dripping indicated a basin full of hot water was being wasted every 18 hours, 17 minutes, and 28 seconds. Expressions of interest intensified as Richard spat into each hand, rubbed the palms together, and, using a thumb and forefinger, turned the tap clockwise. The dripping ceased. "Ta-da!" "Very funny," said Sarah.
"That's no good," said Maggie. "I haven't got the strength to keep doing that every 5 minutes."
Sarah elbowed her husband.
"Do it properly."
"Yes, Mom."
Mocking compliance with a tug of his forelock, Richard returned the tap to its original position and restored the worn washer inside. No more drips. He then pretended not to enjoy the onlookers' hugs.
"See? I told you men can be house-trained."
Richard ignored Maggie's dig and scratched the tingling sensation the effort had left him with.
"Is that it, then? Can this performing seal go back to spinning a ball on the end of his nose?"
"Oh, don't be like that," said Sarah. "It's not like Mum's asking you to fix every washer, blown fuse, loose tile and worn carpet in the house." She winked at her mother. "Well, not all at once."
"Funny how fixing things involves the past, as well as their chemical makeup," said Richard.
He turned the tap.
"It's as if the faucet's washer has been taken back in time."
Richard looked at his mother-in-law.
"Installed in 1996, if I'm not mistaken."
Maggie gave it some thought.
"Sounds about right. That was the year Dave took in some rockets for the IRA. We got a new kitchen out of the backhander."
Richard's frown of disapproval was genuine this time. A blare from a vehicle's horn made all three leave the kitchen and head for the property's front door. Dave and the results of his latest auction bidding skills were waiting outside. Sarah groaned.
"Here we go again."
Not quite on the scale of his previous acquisition, a main battle tank from the last century, but given what the transporter was carrying, it was fair to assume the pile of old cars contained at least some examples from the era. Dave climbed down from the transporter's cab.
Virtually giving these away at the auctions, they are. $5 apiece to me, but worth 10 times that in A1 condition. What do you say, Richard? Split the profits?"
Sarah launched at her father, as if he'd asked her husband to resurrect some nuclear bombs.
"After nearly dying in the basement, Dad, you're not only an embarrassment, you're a liability. Of course Richard isn't going to risk death by helping you restore some old cars."
"But that was because that handgun had rusted away to nothing."
Dave patted one of the vehicles.
"These are complete."
A wing mirror falling to the ground was accompanied by the sound of breaking glass. Maggie joined her daughter's annoyance, with something about another junkyard on the front lawn being over her dead body. Richard chose to stay out of the argument and approached the load instead. Being American and not a vintage car enthusiast, Richard didn't recognize many of the British marks, but the tiny car hanging on at the back, like the runt of the litter, was unmistakable. A Mini. One of the originals, too, judging by the vehicle's rusting chrome bumpers. Richard surfed his phone. Dave was right. Sotheby's had recently sold a pristine example for £49,000. Twice that had the vehicle been one of the first off the production line. Richard touched the car, but then leapt away as if shocked by a bolt of electricity.
"Jeez."
Everyone stopped arguing.
"A man died in this. They're pretty old," said Dave. "Some are bound to have a disturbing as well as an interesting history."
Richard put his hand back to the Mini.
"In 1967, hit by a truck that had jumped a red light."
He let go again.
"Poor guy was only 19.
"Where did you get that from?"
said Dave.
"The internet."
Richard shook his head before placing both hands on the car.
"But he didn't die instantly. His body spent 4 minutes and 17 seconds trying to stay alive."
"Are you saying the car is haunted?"
asked Sarah.
"No,
Richard stood back from the wreck.
just his dying."
"Matter can neither be created nor destroyed."
Perry had appeared, and the way the boy's eyes then roved over the stack of vintage wrecks made it look as if he were conducting a body count.
"Rusting away in the open air or return to Gaia underground," said the boy. "Nothing ever truly dies."
"Including fighting to stay alive?"
said Richard. Appearing to ignore the question, Perry presented one of his rare smiles before touching the Mini.
"You're in luck, Dad. It's a 1959 Morris Mini Minor, chassis number MA2S4107, the 7th model of the production line, worth over £100,000 in a new condition."
If resurrecting a vintage Harley-Davidson had impressed Dave, the way the man then laughed, clapped, and danced a jig with his equally ecstatic wife indicated the pair thought they were as good as millionaires.
"But you had better be quick,"
continued Perry. Few savants have an interest in cars or money, and super-savants are likely to have even less. Dave and Maggie stopped dancing.
So, what will we be interested in? Asked Richard.
Answering important questions. Perry continued to survey the cars while suggesting some. Is it too late to save the planet? Are we alone in the universe? He pointed at the Mini. What is the meaning of life? Perry had made eye contact in a way that seemed designed to challenge as well as unsettle. Richard's hands went back to the little car. Sarah rushed over. Darling, be careful. Granny San says Guy won't always be there for you.
Don't worry, Sarah. I'm not interested in restoring the car.
Richard eyed Perry with suspicion.
Just what it has to tell me.
Richard took over from where Perry had left off, back at the Mini's factory, but it wasn't long before deconstruction in fast reverse had forced him to settle for one of the car's parts, a door panel stripped of paint. Richard followed the metal component back down the production line. Unpressed from its shape, returned to a roll of steel sheet, unsmelted at the foundry. Richard's senses were soon being bombarded by more ghosts fighting to stay alive.
Crush injuries, he said. Falls, accidents. People died making these cars.
Well, that's 1950s health and safety for you, said Dave.
Perry's response was typically obscure. Life died making us, he said. Stripped of carbon and the other elements necessary for the construction of steel, it wasn't long before the door panel had been further reduced into pellets of iron. The pellets became ore, the ore chunks of rock, and the rock returned to the ground. Richard stood back. You haven't finished, said Perry. Richard shrugged.
It's just rock.
Perry gestured at the Mini. Keep going.
What for? Rock has been in the ground since the beginning of time.
4.543 billion years approximately. Perry did something else rare for him, move within inches of Richard to look him in the eye. If you want to know the meaning of life, then you'll need to keep going. Sarah checked her husband's hands. You can stop if you want to, she said. No tingling or itching, but Richard had only been back 70 years. Would the energy required to travel millions of years into the past be as costly as trying to resurrect an old handgun? Richard smiled at Sarah before choosing to resume the journey.
Keep an eye on my hands, he said.
What would eventually form part of a car's door panel may have been hundreds of feet underground in incomplete darkness, but super-savantism didn't seem to require light to see, nor a calendar for that matter. 20th century, 19th, Middle Ages. Reversing time by centuries soon became as pointless as bypassing millennia or even epochs. Richard skipped through the billions of years Perry had mentioned, and only slowed again when he sensed the Earth's beginnings approaching.
Just darkness, said Richard during his running commentary. Oh, wait a minute. There's pressure, warmth, heat.
He slowed the rate of reversal to months, days, and then seconds, as a sudden brightness caused Richard to squint.
An explosion, he said. The rocks become molten, breaking up, separating. No, leaving.
Richard looked at Perry.
Leaving a ball of fire.
Meteorites, said the boy. Plenty of iron deep within the earth, but the ore needed to construct a Mini miner's door panel arrived from somewhere else, over 4.5 billion years ago. Richard checked to ensure his hands were okay. Keep going, repeated Perry.
There's nothing to keep going with, said Richard. I've confirmed what geologists have always known, and many of my fellow Baptists refuse to believe. The Earth is billions of years old.
Perry took Richard's arm. Keep going. Richard sighed before complying. A young fireball Earth receding into the distance, together with the appearance of other de-aging planets, reminded Richard of Gatesburg's planetarium-themed dark ride back in the States. But instead of emerging from the Big Bang, he guessed reversing time meant that was where the meteorite was heading, the beginning of the universe. The rock joined a larger body. A comet. Perry was still holding Richard's arm. Which will reconnect with an asteroid, and then the star they once formed part of. Sure enough, the molecule of iron ore Richard had settled for began bouncing around like a pinball in some giant cosmic game, which, along with other solid and gaseous matter, had soon fused to obscure Richard's view once again. More darkness and cold.
"Is that it?"
asked Richard. The boy didn't answer, and Richard was about to end what he assumed was a test of super-savantism's history-telling limits, when he became aware of a greater pressure, warmth and heat. And something else, too. Degeneration. The iron was reverting. Richard augmented his view with chemical symbology, but only for another flash of light to obscure what could no longer be seen, the letters F-E. Richard waited for this brightness to subside too, but the opposite happened. Along with increasing pressure and heat, the light intensified. So too the rate of molecular reversion. Richard was used to seeing everything from argon to zinc, but as the billions of years passed, so did the universe's ingredients. Carbon, oxygen, helium, hydrogen, silicon, one by one, the molecules reduced back to their original subatomic levels. Protons, neutrons, and electrons at first, and then further on down to the likes of quarks, gluons, bosons, and that smallest of measurable matter, the Planck. And not only the physical cosmos. Dark matter, gravity, energy, even time and space seemed to be returning to the birth of existence. The intensity collapsed into a single black dot, which proceeded to hover in front of Richard's eyes. Keeping one eye on Perry and the other on the rest of his family, Richard extended a finger to touch the pinprick. Richard shot back from the car. "What is it?" said Sarah. Richard couldn't talk. An overwhelming sense of flight or fight had rooted him to the spot. "What's wrong?" Sarah checked Richard's hands, but other than shaking like a heroin addict, he was fine. "Darling, are you okay?" Richard swallowed. "Richard, you're frightening me. What is it?" She held his trembling body. "Tell me what you saw." Richard scanned the others' faces, the cars, the garden, the sky, the ground. His eyes flashed everywhere before settling on Sarah's.
"I think it was God."
Chapter 9. Wesley pretended to read a magazine, and then the clock on the wall above the receptionist's desk. The nurse seemed real, but it wasn't always easy to tell these days. Richard had said the cure for Ebola VXR had left him with an ability to view chemical symbology, and right now Wesley thought that would be a useful trick. He could always ask, but the very fact Wesley wanted to meant the hospital's receptionist probably was flesh and blood. A-nurses tended to give themselves away through unrealistic skins, smiles, and movements just as plastic. But the way this beauty was floating between filing cabinets and phone calls meant Wesley was either about to ask an attractive young woman out for coffee, or the robot's manufacturer also made love dolls, and Wesley was in danger of making a fool of himself. Anyway, the guilt of his old army section being dead, missing limbs, blind, deaf, suffering from PTSD, or a combination of the last four, had to be tackled sooner or later. And as the nurse reminded him of Emily... Ever conscious of his hands, Wesley slipped both into his pockets, approached the desk, and was about to inquire about the ending of the ladies' shift when the waiting-room door opened and a wheelchair scooted through. Wesley leapt back from the desk.
"What are you doing here?"
Bill looked at his friend and then the nurse.
"Apart from the obvious."
Wesley cleared his throat.
"I might ask you the same thing."
His awkwardness became puzzlement when Wesley recognized what Bill was holding.
"You too?"
he said. The pretty nurse took the envelope, read the contents, and responded to Bill in the same way she had Wesley. "The doctor will see you shortly." Both men were invited to wait by a table of magazines. They did as asked, and Wesley reselected what he had been pretending to read earlier, Genetics Today.
"I wonder why a doctor needs to see us," he said. "I thought DNA results arrived by text these days. Beats me."
Bill was tapping his mobile, but a polite cough, followed by the nurse drawing attention to a sign depicting a similar device, half hidden by a red no entry sign, caused him to have second thoughts. Bill smiled an apology, but a few moments later said,
"You do know you were about to ask a robot out on a date?"
Wesley didn't take his eyes from the magazine.
"You do know you can't tell the difference between a woman and a robot?" Good job I arrived when I did, continued Bill. My best buddy was about to make an A1 ass of himself. Mistaking a woman for a robot, tutted Wesley. Not a good look in these feminist days. At least my eyes can see. And right now, they're telling me someone needs to make an emergency appointment with the opticians. Wesley put down the magazine. Okay. Why don't you go and ask her? Bill peered at him. Weren't you doing that when I came in? Well, as the cure for Ebola VXR appears to have gifted you with X-ray vision, as well as an ability to hack into any computer, I thought I'd give you a chance to show it off. Okay, but if by some miracle I'm wrong, you do realize nurses can't resist a good-looking man with no legs. Bill released the wheelchair's brakes. Brings out the carer in them. He took off towards the desk as Wesley said, Make sure you tell her that. The door to the waiting room reopened, and recognizing the two people who then entered, halted Bill's intent. All four men looked at each other. Bill scooted back to Wesley. The Johnson twins? He whispered. Wesley was just as perplexed. Maybe our samples were contaminated and have to be retaken. As if to emphasize that, Fat Boy arrived. Everyone but the nurse acknowledged the big man's greeting of "Sup," with the same single nod of the head. If that's true, said Bill, then we can forget about Darius's sample. It would take 5 of the county's biggest cops to get that psychopath through the door, and... The entrance slid open again, and a cuffed, bloodied, and dazed Darius Hayes was dragged through. Bill was nearly right. It had taken 6 of the county's biggest cops to force the man to attend the hospital against his will. He was dumped into a chair. Questions, questions, questions. Everyone turned to the man in a white coat. Always questions. Allow me to answer the first of them. My name is Black, Dr. Quentin Black. The doctor strode into the middle of the gathering. And thank you for coming at such short notice. Is there something wrong? Asked Wesley. Black grinned. On the contrary, gentlemen, you couldn't be more right. The ex-foster home inmates looked at each other. All except for Darius. Chin on chest, the man was giggling. White coat, white hair, white face, he said. But his name is Black. A cop tightening Darius's handcuffs ended the amusement. Wesley studied what he now realized were A policemen. No guns, but occasional blurring as the swarm of nanobots adjusted to keep 6 separate humanoid forms meant Darius's gun no longer existed either. One less thing to worry about. I don't understand, said Bill. If our DNA samples are okay, then why we're here? All in good time, said Black. How about a guided tour of the hospital's museum first? Museum? Wesley produced his appointment card. This talks about needing to discuss my DNA results. Nothing about a museum. Mutterings elsewhere indicated others were expecting the same. It's complicated, said Black, and a short history lesson prior to the explanation will help with your understanding. Fat Boy stepped forward. Look, Doc, I ain't here for no history class. Can you prove which one of us is Faith's father or not? A reasonable question under the circumstances, and ordinarily his size would be enough to get the man an answer, but the last thing the doctor appeared was intimidated. Without the presence of the young lady herself, I'm afraid my hands are tied in that regard, but as the other result concerns you 5 gentlemen anyway, there's no reason why it can't be revealed here and now. Other result? Said Wesley. What other result? Black paused as if heightening the tension. Brothers. He met the eyes of each. You're related to each other. You're all brothers. Stunned silence was followed by more giggling from Darius. Brothers? You couldn't make it up. This nigger's brothers are his brothers. That's bullshit, said Bill. We might have been brought up together and in the same foster home, but we're from all over the state. He gestured at the Johnsons. I don't need to be a doctor to know these 2 are related, but there ain't no way they're my brothers, too. Wait, said one of the twins. You mean, you know who our father is? Black raised his hands. As I said, it's complicated. But one brief trip down the memory lane of genetics, and everything will become clear. Genetics? Wesley glanced at the cover of the magazine he had been pretending to read. Black headed off down a corridor, and after a collective shrug the men followed.
Wherever the doctor was heading, Wesley did wonder if Darius's reluctance wouldn't mean him having to be dragged there. But the revelation seemed to have piqued his curiosity too. The drug gang leader was making his own way, albeit with a nanobot policeman attached to his cuffs, and the rest not far behind. Still, 6 separate swarms did seem a little over the top, even for one of Savannah's most violent citizens. The men were led to a quieter part of the hospital, through a maintenance room and towards some stairs, which Bill had no sooner raised an issue with than a buzz of reforming nanobots became a grey cushion-like cloud, which proceeded to convey both him and his wheelchair down. The journey continued, appearing to traverse time as well as floor levels, the glint of natural light off modern glass and steel becoming the dull hue of faded and peeling paint lit by fluorescent tubes. "The original building was replaced decades ago," said Black, "but the asylum's basement is still here." Wesley and the others looked at each other. Asylum. History continued to rewind as the fluorescent lighting was replaced by the incandescent glow of bulbs from an even earlier period. They reached the bottom, and if the sight of a windowless metal door rusting within crumbling brickwork hadn't replaced curiosity with foreboding, walls wet with water and growths of fungus had. Wesley sniffed the damp and decay. Assuming they were outside the remains of some long-forgotten mental institution, it had to be one of Savannah's oldest buildings, 19th century at most. Black took a key from his pocket, its almost comical size and shape only increasing the impression of being on a set from a B-movie. "The more acceptable results of this facility are on display elsewhere in the country." Black unlocked the door. "But the experiments were still nonetheless controversial, and if anything, the passage of time has only made them more so." Steel screeching over a flagstone floor was followed by a click, and the feeble glow of lighting even older than the incandescent bulbs outside. Despite the semi-darkness, Black strode on ahead, but like his fellow visitors, Wesley's eyes needed time to adjust. He bumped into something solid. "Keep up," said Black. Just as well the doctor was wearing a white coat. It was the only thing that could be seen. The something turned out to be a brick pillar, which, along with 3 others, supported a high domed ceiling constructed from the same. A single light dangled at the apex, and was of the type that took a while to get going, which meant the visitors had to grope as well as walk their way. Twisting and turning past what Wesley now realized were packing cases, crates, and trunks piled high with similar wooden and cardboard boxes damp with grime. If this was a museum, Wesley figured they must have entered via the facilities storeroom. The feeble glow spread as they advanced, and the appearance of more pillars made Wesley realize they weren't in one room, but a series, separate domed ceilings, each linked by archways of red brick. He was reminded of a catacomb. The doctor strode on, and over ground littered with newspapers and straw, where some of the boxes had been unpacked. The more interesting contents were presumably on display in the museum, but others remained, old medical and laboratory equipment. Black paused to open another prison-like door, giving Wesley a chance to study what turned out to be a pair of birthing forceps. Another command of keep up prevented closer inspection of what Wesley suspected was a speculum. The damp had got into here too, corrosion making both instruments appear more like torture devices than medical tools. The next area contained what Wesley and the rest were now expecting: skeletons, bones, skulls, teaching models. More historical, medical, and surgical instruments, as well as sculptures, paintings, and drawings. Pathology specimens, too, mainly glass jars containing preserved fetal remains. "Ugh!" exclaimed Bill, while staring at an unborn child labelled asphyxiated by own umbilical cord. "Talk about a black museum." His disgust turned to cynicism when he read out loud what had been written underneath. "And in more ways than one. Take a look at this. Negro 137. The others shook their heads before inspecting jars that also repelled beyond the visual. A shelf reserved for twins conjoined at the chest, back, or head. A display of premature births featuring exposed organs and brains. A cabinet that appeared to specialize in either multiple or absent limbs. Each had been labelled in the same way: a brief description, a word some would consider unacceptable today, and a number. Darius approached an unborn so large it appeared to have been crammed into its container, the bloated features making where the poor baby's head ended and its body began impossible to discern. Darius grinned.
"Hey, fat boy, it's your mama."
As if reminding everyone of the visit's purpose, the big man eyed the preserve before replying,
"Yours too?"
Black selected one of the jars, wiped away some grime, and peered at the macabre contents. A fetus with 2 heads. "It used to be quite common for hospitals to display some of nature's more curious failures," he said, "but a combination of better teaching and improved ethics means most are now closed." Black returned the jar. Wesley scanned their confines. If this was the hospital's Black Museum, the poor light, trash littering the floor, damp dust, and the absence of information panels indicated they didn't get many visitors.
"Are we here?"
he said. Black faced the men. He was standing by a raised platform supporting something coffin-shaped and hidden by a canvas sheet. "Gentlemen, I think you should prepare yourselves for a shock." The sheet was removed.
"What the fuck?"
Fat Boy wasn't the only one to be horrified by this specimen. An adult man. The glass container may have been the size of a coffin, but that wasn't its purpose. Both fascinated and disgusted, Wesley and the rest of his brothers drew closer. Other than being a deep shade of grey after what had to be decades of suspension in formaldehyde, and bearing the crudely stitched Y of a pathologist's handiwork, the 30-something black male was so well preserved, the impression was more that of someone holding their breath under water rather than being dead. Hair, nails, lips, nose. The man could have opened his eyes, and the onlookers would have been no less shocked. A trembling hand touched the glass.
"Is it true?"
said Wesley.
"Is this man really our father?"
"One of them." Black's strange response was followed by him drawing attention to the container's label, Negro 276. The doctor's gaze then extended to somewhere deeper within the museum, and something about that made the others look too. The ancient lighting was still struggling to reach this part of the cavern-like basement, but stacks of similar canvas-covered shapes could be seen. Hundreds of them. Bill was right. A black museum. And in more ways than one. Chapter 10. Wesley could only gulp, but others were soon revealing more. 267, said one of the twins. Negro 304, said the other. Fat Boy removed a cover.
100 and... Shit. Nigger ain't got no head.
Wrong. Bill indicated the jar on top. Just ain't attached to his neck. Darius was straining his handcuffs, but there was no way the policemen were letting him anywhere near Black.
"Fuck you, white trash! These things can't hold me forever. You got 30 seconds to explain this shit before I track you down and remove your head. You know what I'm saying?"
For once, Wesley could empathize with the man. Black ignored the threat. His attention was on the unveiling. There were so many of the glass caskets, the basement was beginning to take on the appearance of an ice castle from a fairy tale, albeit one with a pretty disturbing story to tell. Black turned from the horror and approached a desk, stacked with volumes of what appeared to be medical text. "The Nazis deserved everything they got," he said. "But I still think how history has chosen to judge the monster's crimes against nature to be a little unfair, hypocritical even." Wesley and Darius looked at each other. What had Nazis got to do with anything? Black tapped the top copy. "Especially when you Americans and we British have been as busy experimenting on our own people." He went through the pile. "State-sanctioned sterilization of the insane, deliberate exposure to radiological, biological and chemical weapons, infecting the unaware with various venereal diseases." The doctor gestured with a fourth book. "And my particular area of expertise, genetic experimentation on those too poor or too desperate to care." He indicated the men's ancestors.
"Is that what this is?" said Wesley. "The results of some sick medical experiment?"
Black stared at him. "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, atoms to atoms." If the doctor's enigmatic response was designed to diffuse the situation, it had the opposite effect on Darius. Still restrained, he launched at Black with what Wesley assumed would be another expletive-laden threat, but nothing came out. "You really must learn to control your temper, Darius," said Black. "And until the savants have the permanent solution for that, I'm afraid the crudity of President Gatesburg's nanobots must suffice." Seeing their leader both voiceless and helpless caused the rest of Darius's gang to rush over, but they were no sooner on the scene than the reason for 6 separate swarms of nanobots became apparent. As a human policeman, Wesley knew the importance of remaining motionless in the tiny machine's presence, and Bill's lack of mobility meant the cloud he had attempted to swat away was soon an A-policeman again, gripping the wheelchair user's shoulder with one hand while slapping on a pair of handcuffs with the other. But the drug gang's instinct was to fight the authority, which meant curses elevating to screams, as Gatesburg's shapeshifters employed everything their programming allowed. Taser shocks, baton wheels, both body and arm twisting, all accompanied by repeated commands of, "Stop resisting! Please show me your hands!" The gang had soon fallen silent again. Whether that was through voluntary compliance or paralyzed vocal cords, Wesley didn't know. He cleared his throat. Despite their obedience, Wesley did wonder if the same hadn't been done to Bill and him anyway. Predictably, Black's voice was unaffected. "We humans really can't help making a mess of the world, you know. Take me, for instance. Educated at Harrow, Cambridge, the finest biomedical research and engineering facilities money can buy, none of which stopped my blundering from inadvertently turning Ebola into the most lethal life form on the planet." Black idly flipped the pages of the book he was holding. "Who would have thought 30 unusually gifted children would one day come to my rescue?" He refocused on his captives. Or 6 orphaned black boys would one day come to theirs. Bill was feeling for his phone. He widened his eyes at Wesley, as if encouraging his friend to keep the doctor talking.
Rescue?" said Wesley. "We're 4 hoods and a couple of ex-army vets. Not exactly scientists and certainly not savants."
Black smiled. "You're too modest, Wesley. And anyway, it's not the power of your minds the savants need. It's this." Reaching into his lab coat, Black produced a small plastic vial, half filled with a colourless liquid. He shook the contents. "Your DNA." The edge of Bill's phone appeared above its pocket. "Please don't attempt to control the nanobots, William." Black hadn't taken his eyes from the vial. "Your dead body will be no less useful to the savants." He looked at Bill. "But will be ethically difficult for me." The device was pushed out of sight again. Darius became free to talk.
"Useful?"
He cocked his head at the caskets.
"When they end up like that, forget it."
"You miss the purpose of the museum's visit," said Black. "You're not here to be experimented on. You're here to be congratulated." Expressions ranged from puzzled to bemused, as Black raised the vial to propose a toast. "So, here's to the 6 of you. Congratulations on saving the human race." To everyone's surprise, Black flipped the vial's lid, tilted back his head, and swallowed the contents.
"Can someone tell me what the fuck is going on?"
Fatboy's fists were clenched in a way that made Wesley think he might be one of the few capable of breaking through the A-policeman's restraints. Black dabbed his lips with a handkerchief. "Gastric acid will do its best, and the reaction from my body's immune system will probably lay me up for a few days. But it will all be to no avail. The parasite will get its way." The men looked at each other. "Parasite?" said one of the twins.
"Speak English, Doc."
Bill appeared frustrated as well as confused. Black approached the glass casket he had uncovered earlier. "Nature has always refused to behave itself. Bacterial immunity to antibiotics, insect resistance to pesticides, a gardener's annoyance at the reappearance of weeds removed only the day before." He patted the container. "And in the basement of an old lunatic asylum, one skin colour's refusal to accept the equality of another." Black turned to the men. "Must have come as quite a shock to discover that in trying to control the black man, My predecessors inadvertently ended in creating a superior human being." A period of silence ended with a collective shrug, and Wesley's guard allowing him to take a step closer.
"Dr. Black, without wishing to repeat myself, we're just a bunch of
Imperium vermis." More puzzled looks. "Got to hand it to nature," continued Black. "If you lack the brains or size to get your own way, then why not use another's?" The medical text the doctor had settled for lay open on the desk, and Black turned the copy towards his detainees. They were presented with a hand-drawn cross-section of the human brain, labelled with words like cerebellum, thalamus, hippocampus, and terms Wesley didn't recognise. One was the Imperium vermis Black had mentioned. 2 lines led from the text, one terminating in the centre of the brain, and the other to an enlargement. Wesley leaned in closer. It appeared to show a worm amongst some brain cells.
"Are you saying that thing is inside our heads?"
The thought was as horrifying to Wesley as the surroundings. "Nature's mind-controlling powers are far subtler than our clumsy efforts," said Black. "The cuckoo, convincing another bird species to look after its offspring, is probably the best-known example, but it's the way this particular parasite manipulates its host that's most impressive." Black gestured with the empty vial. "Editing the genome, or to be more precise, merging with the genome." Fat Boy sighed.
"Doc, just say which one of us is Faith's father and we can go. Promise not to tell anyone what we've seen."
The implication of Black's words might have passed over one man's head, but Bill was as shocked as Wesley.
"Are you saying we're half worm and half human?"
"There ain't no fucking worm in my head,"
said Darius. Protests from the twins indicated a similar disbelief. Black raised his hands. "Gentlemen, there is no need for alarm. Along with your forebears, the parasite died out nearly a century ago, but not before altering their DNA in a way that has allowed both species to procreate as one." He widened his eyes at the men. Black plainly thought the hybrid's current generation was standing right in front of him. Exasperation joined Wesley's discomfort.
"I don't get it, Doc. You've just said the genetics behind all this has made us superior to other men, and now you're saying we're being controlled by a worm? What has any of that got to do with us being brothers? And how can that help the savants?"
Black was about to respond when he produced his phone instead. He swiped and tapped the device. "We're all mongrels, if you think about it, Wesley. Go back far enough, and the remnants of more than one visually unsettling creature is hiding somewhere within each of our genomes. And that's the problem." He turned the screen towards the younger man. A video. The film appeared to feature DNA. 2 strands of the classic double helix structure were being dismantled and then recombined. "It's taken evolution nearly 4 billion years to make us," explained Black. "And although we can't help but marvel at the result, nature's habit of not tidying up after itself does mean most of the components are no longer necessary." The new strand appeared, reduced in length as well as fused. "Imperium vermis works by stripping away all the host's unnecessary genes and introducing some of the worm's own." Black raised the vial he had drained earlier. 75% of my DNA might be useless to me now, but in a few days' time, I'll be no different to you." He was grinning.
"You mean a brother?"
Darius laughed.
"What are you going to do for an encore? Get yourself some dreads and move in on Savannah's rap scene?"
Black's expression didn't change. "You misunderstand. The process doesn't affect the colour of one's skin, hair, or music tastes, for that matter. No, what it does is simplify us enough to assist the savants in implementing their own cerebral solution to world order. But not in years. In months." The men's discomfort wasn't going away.
"So," said Bill, "not supermen after all, but super slaves. What a surprise."
Black drew the men's attention back to the museum's main exhibit. "Whatever the savants' intent, it's plain my predecessors thought the worm's solution to peaceful cooperation concerning enough not to risk introducing it to the soil by burying, or the atmosphere through fire." His hand passed over the open volumes of medical text. And although their pointless pathology in trying to determine how it works might be well documented, details of the super-slave's superpowers is frustratingly absent. Black eyed Bill with suspicion. But as the savant's cure for Ebola VXR enhances cognition anyway, I'm willing to bet the current generation have been busy elevating that to another level, Black pointed to where Bill kept his phone. I take it your uncanny ability to control robots didn't exist until a few months ago? Bill squirmed, making it appear as if his worm-stroke-human DNA might have come with physical changes after all. The doctor's interest fell on Darius next. The savant's goal is to make everyone happy. What might the worm-edited brain of a violent and self-obsessed small-town drug pusher do with increased awareness?
I ain't hurt no one who didn't deserve it.
Unlike Bill, Darius had squared up to the doctor.
Weed is my game, and there's a reason why Darius Hayes supplies the best hit in town.
Ah, conducting some mind-altering trials of your own. How very public-spirited of you. Black turned to the twins next. The two men glanced at each other before confessing their chosen sin in unison. It fades with distance, but ever since we got over the cure's coughs and sneezes, we can read each other's thoughts. The doctor nodded as if expecting the result. And what about the giant? Fatboy bristled. What might make a man with muscles and a stomach still immeasurably larger than his superior brain happy? The big man's eyes flashed about the room before expressing a sigh that confirmed another worm-stroke-savant relationship was about to be revealed. Fatboy raised his handcuffs. A series of audible clicks and cracks was followed by flakes of silver falling to the floor. The flakes became lumps, and a second later, Fatboy was free. His policeman tightened its grip. "Remarkable," said Black. "How did you do that?" Fatboy shrugged.
If something's too hard to break, then I change it into something that ain't.
He indicated what had once been high-tensile steel.
Bits.
"Yes, but how?" repeated Black. Another shrug.
I just can.
Converting solid steel into iron filings requires energy, as well as unconscious know-how. Black gestured at Fatboy's stomach. "Just as well you have the resources to draw on, although I wouldn't advise taking on something much larger, or you might end up as a pile on the floor yourself." Black switched to staring at Wesley's scarred hands. "That must be painful, as well as visually unappealing. Why haven't you done something about it?" Wesley's response was instant.
Because I don't want to. Satisfied?
Black's frown made Bill explain.
He blames himself for what happened to us in Syria.
Bill passed a hand over the space forward of his stumps.
A roadside bomb.
Black rubbed his chin. "I'm sure the savants will have a cure for guilt, too."
"Okay," said Wesley. "What if this worm parasite thing has enabled us to take the savant's cure for VXR to another level? Now what?"
Black peered at his mix of disturbed, confused, and seething supermen. "How would you like to begin your service to society with a trip back to your roots?" Chapter 11. Richard looked at the younger couple below. Whatever this part of saving the world involved, it must have had something to do with food shortages, as Perry and Eka were busy planting seedlings in Maggie's herb garden. All perfectly normal, if Eka producing the juvenile plants magician-like from up her right sleeve could be described as normal. Richard tried connecting with the ivy covering the balcony outside Sarah's bedroom. Nothing. Not even a sense of the past, let alone a trip back down the tree of life's leaves, twigs, and branches. "Don't even think about it." Richard leapt at Sarah's sudden appearance. "There's a good reason why Perry has restricted you to manipulating dead things, and me the living." Richard pretended to inspect the ivy.
"I was just wondering how that old lady managed to get off this balcony."
"That old lady has a name, Granny Sun."
Sarah stroked the ivy as if it were a pet.
"Gaia helped her. Granny was already a powerful witch. Wouldn't have taken much for Perry's cure to take the relationship to another level."
Richard recalled how he had witnessed the transformation. flora and human fauna fusing to form a giant green worm slithering over the balcony's parapet. The thought of his wife being able to do the same made him shudder. A toot from a car's horn snapped Richard out of the vision.
"Come on, you two!" shouted Dave. "If you want to pop by Granny Son's place on the way to the airport, then we better get going."
He checked the straps holding the couple's luggage on the car's roof. Sarah sighed.
You might have restored one of Dad's bigger wrecks first. Have you ever tried getting into a Mini, let alone spending more than 5 minutes in the back of one?
Beats that old army tank your dad used last time.
Richard drew Sarah's attention to his right hand.
And anyway, arriving needing yet more repairs is probably not the best way to thank her.
The couple left the house and were about to squeeze into the tiny car when Richard realized Perry and Ecker's seedlings were growing at a rate where some of the plants were already at waist height. Perry had spotted the interest.
"Our babies,"
he said with obvious pride.
"Are you coming, Richard?"
asked Sarah.
Just a second.
Richard wandered to the garden. He was reminded of maize stalks, only shorter and less leafy. Ears were budding at the same time-lapse video rate Richard had witnessed the daisy opening from Ecker's wrist.
"More bees," said Perry. "Super-savants are going to need insects as well as plants."
The buds opened, and as with Ecker's daisy, a bumblebee emerged from each. Richard was getting used to his brother-in-law producing miracles, but watching the tiny creatures take a moment to exercise their wings before flying away was still a sight. Richard scanned the rest of the crop.
"Is that what this is?" he said. "The answer to a worldwide shortage of pollinating insects?"
"That and other shortages," said Perry. "Insects, plants, birds, anything really."
"Birds?" Richard's question became more wide-eyed wonder when he saw what Perry was keen for him to view next. Buds not only blossoming, but shedding to make way for what appeared to be fruit. Damsons or plums, Richard guessed, but instead of the familiar green turning to a blue, red, or yellow ripe for picking, the growths whitened, and to Richard's amazement, cracked open to reveal chirping chicks. Without a nest or mother, Richard expected the poor creatures to perish there and then, but to his continued astonishment, the birds did exactly what the bees had done, flexed their wings before flying away. Richard realized he might have been looking at more than the answer to world food shortages. And to think Sarah and he had been worried about Perry and Ecker's interest in the birds and the bees. Not all the younger couple's babies had taken to the air. Grouse, pheasants, and other ground-dwelling chicks were pecking the soil, but it was the absence of movement in one that drew Richard's eye.
"Is this what I think it is?"
he said, before kneeling to take a closer look. The shape of the bird's beak meant Richard didn't need to be an ornithologist to know he was looking at something no one else had for centuries.
"A doo-doo,"
Perry replied flatly, indicating that resurrecting an extinct species was no different from refurbishing an old car for him.
"Existing ingredients are easy, but creating life from a few old bones is a lot harder."
"Ah, poor thing." Sarah had appeared. Richard scooped up the bird. It was still warm. He looked at Sarah.
"Do it."
She looked back at him.
"If you can influence me, then you can influence this. Do it.
Richard,
Do it, before it's too late."
Richard placed the motionless creature into Sarah's hands. To begin with, Sarah just stared, but a twitch from one of the fledgling's legs was followed by Sarah closing her eyes. Seconds later, and the flapping of tiny flightless wings made it plain this new life wanted to be somewhere else. Sarah knelt to allow the baby dodo to hop to the ground, which, like any other child fearful of missing out, rushed to join the others. Richard and Perry were grinning at each other, but Sarah was on her knees, vomiting. Richard checked his wife's hands. Both were unharmed.
"Don't worry, Sarah. The nausea will soon pass."
Sarah's arms wrapped her stomach.
"No."
Another heave. Richard crouched to her level.
"That was amazing. If you can resurrect the living, and I can resurrect the dead, just think what we could do together."
"No,"
repeated Sarah, while keeping a tight hold of her belly. Although the effort to heal the dodo didn't seem to have damaged Sarah visually, her reaction was still a concern. Richard offered a handkerchief.
"Sarah, are you okay?"
I'm fine.
Wiping her mouth, Sarah recovered, but it was what she said next that shot Richard's interest off the scale.
We have done something together, Richard.
She looked at him.
I'm pregnant.
Chapter 12. Richard's joy was tempered with annoyance.
"You were sick this morning. Why didn't you tell me?"
I've had morning sickness the past couple of days, said Sarah, but the pregnancy test was negative, so I didn't think anything of it.
She looked at the dodo, tucking into some seeds dropped by another of Perry and Ecker's plants. Sarah placed a hand on her stomach.
But I can sense more than that baby dodo's new life.
"Well, that's our trip to West Africa cancelled. Let's get you back inside."
Richard tried steering Sarah back to the house.
Stop fussing. I'll be fine.
"You've just realised you're pregnant, Sarah, and the earliest days are the most important. No son of mine is born in a plane until I've bounced him on my knee."
Oh, it's a boy, is it?
Ignoring Sarah's jibe, Richard tried hugging while encouraging, but his hands were brushed aside. Sarah headed for the car, but then stopped.
And don't tell Dad. The last thing I want is two men fussing over me.
Richard looked at Perry. The boy smiled. The only problem with not telling Dave he might soon be a grandfather was having to listen to him drone on about the interest generated ever since he had put the Mini up for sale on eBay. At least it gave Richard a chance to talk some sense into his wife, even if veiled speech had become necessary.
"What do you think your mother would say?"
The Mini was noisy as well as cramped, so Richard had to raise his voice. Not that Dave was taking any notice.
"Wouldn't surprise me if there was a bidding war."
She guessed before I did, said Sarah. But she's known me long enough not to interfere with my plans. And anyway, Granny will have something for the journey.
"Forget 50,000, Richard. How does a nice round £100,000 sound?"
Richard forced himself to match Dave's grin in the rear-view mirror before trying again.
"There's no way I'm letting our baby... you, near any of that pagan nonsense. Just think what you could buy with that."
Sarah stared at Richard.
Hello? Have you forgotten who we're visiting and why?
She drew attention to his right hand.
Or would you rather Granny's son hadn't bothered? I'm sure the healing can be reversed.
Nappies, caricots, pushchairs, romper suits, you name it. There's enough money there to raise a whole army of babies. I assume you're planning on having more than one? It's not that I'm ungrateful, it's...
Richard gave Dave his attention after all. Sarah groaned.
Oh, I knew Mum wouldn't be able to keep it to herself.
Hey, you two are making a young family, and your mother and me proud grandparents.
Dave's toothy grin reappeared in the mirror.
So, if you're not going to shout that from the rooftops, then we will.
A few minutes later, and Dave had pulled off the main road and was heading down a country lane. Richard spotted a sign, half covered by an overgrown hedgerow.
Sanctuary? What sort of sanctuary?
Monkeys, said Sarah. Well, primates. All pagans are close to nature, and Granny is no different. Zoos and menageries have been her life.
Keeping animals captive is illegal under UN Code 12491.
Sarah sighed before taking Richard's hand.
And there was me thinking Perry was the one with the robot.
She encouraged Richard to caress her stomach, which he willingly did. The lane became a rutted track, and Richard was beginning to wonder if a tank wouldn't have been the better choice of transport after all, when what he took to be the sanctuary's entrance appeared. A gap in some woods ahead, and an arrow marked with the words, "To the monkeys." Dave pulled up.
"Here we are."
He switched off the engine and got out. His passengers followed, but Sarah was no sooner out of the Mini than she had pressed both hands into the small of her back.
So looking forward to the drive to the airport, not.
Richard scanned where they were, an old car park, empty, and judging by how the surrounding trees and bushes were beginning to reclaim the broken tarmac, it had been ever since the UN voted to ban these well-intentioned, but ultimately cruel methods of animal conservation. Richard's attention returned to where they were going. The sun might have been high, but such was the wood's density, only the first few yards of the path within could be seen. Something startled a flock of crows above, and ominous squawking as the birds fled their nests only bolstered the sense of being part of a spooky fairy tale.
"I take it Granny's son lives in a gingerbread house?"
No response. Richard pointed into the gloom.
"Hansel and Gretel?"
Sarah tutted before grabbing his arm. "Come on, we haven't got all day. Are you coming too, Dad?" Dave stood his ground.
"No, that's okay. Someone has to look after the mini."
He used a rag to wipe a headlight.
"Worth a lot of money, you know."
"Coward." Sarah's response, alongside Dave's shuffling feet and shifting gaze, made Richard think his joke about where witches lived might have held some truth. And as Sarah and he walked through the wood, fading light meant it wasn't long before Richard was using the same sense of humour to settle his own trepidation.
"Shouldn't we be leaving a trail of pebbles or something?"
Sarah marched on ahead.
"For goodness sake, Richard. Sometimes I find it hard to believe you're a policeman, let alone an ex-soldier."
"Bullets and bombs are one thing, but visiting an old lady capable of turning herself into a giant green worm is something else."
Richard peered into the thicket. Darkness in every direction, save for where they were heading.
"Granny's son is a white witch who has only ever done good in the world, and thinking that might be about to change says far more about you than it does her."
"Okay, but any stove's big enough for me to climb into, and we're out of here."
Sarah ignored him. They reached the top of some stone steps leading into a small valley. The parting was wide enough for the sun to make a reappearance, lighting up what Richard took to be tall, manicured hedges lining either side of the path, until patches of exposed wire netting made him realize an overgrowth of yet more greenery had hidden where the monkeys once lived. Or rather, the cages where the creatures had once been held captive. Much like the car park, nature was doing its best to reclaim this part of the ex-sanctuary too, making the enclosures appear more like blocks of topiary, carved by a dedicated but otherwise unimaginative gardener. Curiosity, and being a UN policeman never off duty, made Richard peer into one. No monkeys, but plenty of their evidence: rope swings, climbing frames, and small wooden ramps leading up to hutches. Much like Dave's basement, or President Gatesburg's own disused visitor attraction back in the US, the elements had seeped, or rather poured, into here too, only instead of brown rust, or the white frosting of deteriorating alloy, moss and mould had rendered everything into shades of green. Richard viewed their chemical compositions. Not that he needed to. The smell alone was enough to realize nature was returning everything back to earth. He was reminded of the compost heap in Maggie's garden.
"Over there,"
said Sarah. Richard looked and was presented with a brown and white cottage, decorated with hanging baskets, pagan symbols, and diamond-shaped leaded windows stained in the same colours: reds, oranges, greens, and yellows. The place couldn't have looked more like a gingerbread house if it had tried.
"If that cottage tastes as good as it looks, then forget the stove, we're out of here."
"Cut it out, Richard."
Sarah strode to the cottage's entrance.
"And don't you dare embarrass me in front of Granny."
Lifting a pentagram-shaped door knocker as if it were a priceless heirloom, Sarah rapped twice. No answer. And as Granny's son's age might mean it could be a while before she did, Richard allowed his attention to drift elsewhere. He settled on the cage opposite. Less overgrown than the rest, but still neglected. Only being this close to the cottage, its contents suggested the enclosure was being used as a store. Not that protecting the ex-visitor attraction's other redundant items seemed to be the priority. A wire mesh ceiling, as well as walls, ensured the piles of old play equipment, tables and chairs were as rotten as the rest of the valley. The monkey sanctuary must once have boasted a storytelling ride, or walk-through, as some of the scenery's exhibits were also present. 2 life-sized figures stood positioned behind 2 others seated, in wheelchairs of all things, one of whom was extending a hand to the other. Their faces were hidden, as the decay had caused all 4 to slump, and to the point where the figures appeared close to toppling on top of one another. The scene took Richard back to Gatesburg's redundant robots in his deteriorating theme park, and he tried peering through the layers of mould and moss. Much like the cages, there were gaps. but it was the chemical symbology then presented that made Richard blink.
"No way," he said.
"What is it, Richard?" Hoping to use the cage as a conduit, Richard pushed his fingers through the mesh. But it was like listening to a radio placed next to a more powerful transmitter. Too much interference from all the surrounding greenery. Lifting a nearby latch, Richard entered the cage. "Richard, what on earth do you think you're doing? Come out of there now!"
"I need to check something."
Tiptoeing past the other decay, Richard touched the tallest of the figures.
"This is a robot," he said. "An A-carer."
Richard scraped some crud before attempting to search the machine's history, only he couldn't.
"That's strange."
Richard then realized the passage of time could be viewed, but not in the direction he was expecting.
"It's still functioning."
Richard looked at Sarah and frowned.
"In the future."
Sarah was in no mood for what she must have thought was another of Richard's jokes. "Richard, if I have to come in there and drag you out—"
"In 2028. That's 2 years from now."
Richard placed both hands on the machine.
"Manufactured by a company called APAL Industries, and programmed to look after someone called Professor Sir John Savage."
His eyes cast down the rest of the machine to where the robot's right hand rested, on the shoulder of the wheelchair user in front. Richard motioned to remove some of this figure's grime too.
Don't touch him!
Richard leapt, as the shorter of the two standing figures proved not only to still be functioning, but very much living and in the present. The shock sent Richard tumbling backwards and through the stacks of old furniture piled behind. Arms and legs flailing, Richard attempted to break his fall while searching for a gun he was no longer allowed to have. Coming to rest as the tables and chairs continued to clatter around, Richard looked up. A tattooed and pierced face was looking down. Richard watched aghast as the moss and mould covering the figure morphed to form the scarf and shawl of a little old lady. Fingerless gloves pulled both items of clothing tightly around her as she said,
"Mustn't touch anything that doesn't belong to you, dear. That's naughty."
"I'm really sorry, Granny," flustered Sarah. "I did try and tell Richard, but—"
"We just wanted to say thank you."
Still on his back, Richard had thrust the recovered appendage in front of his saviour's face. But a combination of embarrassment and fear was causing the limb to shake. A grab by Richard's left hand ended in making the tremors worse. Granny's eyes shifted between the couple.
"Come inside," she said. "I have something you're going to need."
Chapter 13. Granny stooped to recover a key from under a plant pot, and as Sarah was still scowling at Richard, he tried making amends.
"My wife and I were just remarking on how beautiful your cottage is, ma'am. Very tasteful."
Granny opened the front door, but before entering said,
"Why don't you try a piece?"
Sarah's scowl became a shake of the head. The couple were invited to follow, and after having to stoop to do so, Richard found himself half standing in what appeared to be the next part of Hansel and Gretel, the witch's kitchen. Low-timbered ceiling, Belfast sink, cast-iron stove set within an inglenook fireplace. But for a portable television set sitting in the middle of the kitchen's table, Richard could well have imagined Sarah and he had been transported back to the Middle Ages. The kitchen's tap was emitting a steady drip, which Richard made a mental note to fix before leaving. The pagan symbolism seen outside extended into here too, with twig pentagrams, corn dolls, skulls, joss sticks, and garlands of ivy, making the space look like a similar but more dedicated version of Sarah's bedroom. Only this greenery seemed to be growing through, as well as over the walls. Hardly calming for Richard, but at least the stove's oven was too small for anyone to climb into. More light would have helped, but tiny windows, thick walls, and a sun setting behind the surrounding woods meant complete darkness couldn't have been far away, so Richard searched for a light switch. There wasn't one.
"Now, where did I put the ingredients?"
Granny lit a candle and wandered off with the flame. Richard wondered if Sarah and he should follow or wait. His imagination was already in overdrive, and watching the candle shape-shift, the old lady's shadow into a black cat, witch's broom, giant worm, or whatever else he guessed she was capable of in real life, encouraged Richard to pull Sarah towards the kitchen's only other source of illumination, the screen from the portable television set. Granny reached the foot of some stairs, but before ascending, turned to the couple and said,
"Do make yourselves at home."
Even the old lady's facial tattoos seemed to be morphing into unsettling shapes. Sarah smiled in acknowledgement before arranging 2 chairs, and to the relief of Richard's back, they sat. Although muted, the television was tuned to the BBC's 24-hour news channel.
I guess even witches need to keep up with world affairs,
thought Richard. He reached for the volume control when he recognized the person being featured. Sarah slapped his hand and whispered, "Don't touch!"
It's John O'Coleman, West Africa's president.
Read the subtitles.
Richard tutted before doing so. The words scrolling along the bottom included what was on the couple's invitation, Coleman being Lord of all the beasts, and how he was about to make the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse a thing of the past. The camera pulled back, and Richard realized that in addition to the man's usual cohort of bodyguards, soldiers, civic dignitaries, and other compliant types, the president's hand was resting on the shoulders of a small boy. Cain. Richard drew Sarah's attention to the one figure made conspicuous by her absence.
"Perry and Ecker are inseparable," he said. "So where's Cain's robot Akira?"
A heavy thump enough to jolt the television's image made the couple look up. Silence was followed by Sarah asking, "Do you think she's okay up there?" Richard didn't answer. Sarah poked him with a finger.
"Go and see if she's okay."
"Don't you mean let's both go and see if she's okay?"
Sarah's scowl reappeared. Using the glow of his mobile as a torch, Richard and Sarah were about to ascend the stairs when another thump, accompanied by a flash bright enough to illuminate the landing above, made the pair look up again. Dust rained from the kitchen ceiling. Richard lowered his voice.
"Do witches make a habit of falling over?"
"Granny, are you okay up there?"
More silence made Sarah gesture for Richard to go first.
"What happened to that brave revolutionary I married?"
Richard mocked the selective behavior of Sarah's valor.
"You know, the one prepared to risk life in prison for trying to blow up nuclear submarines?"
"You're the one with the light."
Sarah pointed her husband in the right direction and crouched behind. Climbing the stairs as if each step could trigger a jump scare powerful enough to stop hearts, Sarah's grip on Richard's jacket tightened. They had just reached the top, and Richard about to raise a concern for his jacket's buttons, when another thump-stroke-flash solved the problem. Sarah jumped onto Richard's back instead. They crept closer, or rather Richard did. Sarah's feet were clear of the floor. Arms wrapped tightly around her husband's neck, the pair focused on where the strange activity had come from. An open door at the end of the landing. Shadows were moving over the walls outside. Richard continued, Sarah's weight ensuring any floorboards that might not have creaked before were now. A fourth thump and a flash like that of a camera made Richard squint. They reached the entrance, and Richard's heart raced as he eased the door further open until the candle's flame became visible. The old lady must have been somewhere in the semi-darkness, which was confirmed when a further repetition of the thump-flash phenomenon lit the scene long enough for Richard and Sarah to see what Granny was doing. Although a single wooden box bed, wardrobe, dressing table and chair made the room's purpose plain, getting a good night's sleep was the last thing on Granny's mind. No, the old lady was on her feet and staring at a pentagram decorating one of the bedroom's walls. A black dot Richard knew well hovered in the centre. But it was what happened next that made his jaw slacken and Sarah tighten her grip. As if giving birth, the dot expanded to allow the passage of a dark lump, which, like some ethereal midwife, Granny guided before allowing the football-sized object to crash to the floor. The flash was caused by what appeared to be the snapping of the stone's umbilical cord. The portal became a dot again, and Granny set about inspecting the delivery. Richard's vision had bleached, but not before realizing the floor was littered with similar babies, So many, he feared their combined weight might be about to cause further crashing into the floor beneath. Richard cast the light of his phone about the scene.
Granny?
She looked at the couple and spoke as if producing rocks from thin air was as natural as baking a cake.
Ah, just what I need. A strong young man to help Granny put all the ingredients back into the cupboard again.
She gestured at the largest of the objects and then the dot. Sarah slid back to the floor. Wrapping his arms around the largest, Richard heaved the boulder to his thighs and then his waist. Stooping under a ceiling as low as the kitchen's made the task awkward, but Richard shuffled towards the pagan symbol anyway, and the ridiculousness of the situation was beginning to register when another flash was followed by an unseen force snatching the rock from Richard's grip. The portal closed again.
"Thank you for that, Richard,"
said Granny.
"Only another 17 to go."
Richard selected the next largest, and was about to wrestle with that too, when a muffled crack, like that of a wooden beam on the verge of giving way, made him think he should be grabbing Sarah and Granny instead. Pushing Sarah towards the bedroom's exit, Richard launched at the old lady, but then realised the sound wasn't coming from under the floorboards, but from Granny herself. He paid what she was doing greater attention. Granny's hands were clasped, and in a way that suggested she didn't want anyone seeing what was inside.
What's that?
Granny smiled at Richard.
"Just some cooking."
Show me.
Sarah seemed to know what her pagan superior was up to.
"Granny's preparing what we're going to need for the journey, Richard."
The cracking sound increased, along with the old lady appearing to make a conscious effort not to reveal its source.
Show me.
The policeman in Richard was never far away.
"I'm sorry, Granny,"
said Sarah.
"My husband doesn't believe in witchcraft, and even though it's okay for him to do things the Bible says only the devil can, he's not so welcoming of other people's efforts."
Sarah looked at him.
"Typical Republican."
Richard was about to remind Sarah of her own hypocrisies when Granny grimaced, indicating she was having difficulty containing the cooking. Her hands began jerking back and forth as if shaking a pair of dice.
"It's a bit like popcorn," she said. "Take the lid off halfway through, and there's going to be a bit of a mess."
Richard had just switched to a molecular view of Granny's hands when a crack like that of a whip was accompanied by a brief parting of the palms. And the chemical symbology that then escaped made Richard stand between the two women.
Sweet Jesus. That was a nuclear explosion.
"Fission,"
said Granny.
"or fusion. I can never remember which. It's how life began, you know, and some problems are best solved by going back to basics."
Richard stared at what the bolt of photons, neutrons, gamma rays, alpha particles and electrons had done, punched a hole in the ceiling large enough to see that night's stars outside. The blast had passed right through the cottage's roof. Something blocked the view, and the appearance of leaves made Richard realize Granny's ivy was capable of repairing more than his injured hand. Richard was in a panic.
"But my wife's pregnant."
He checked to ensure Sarah was still behind him.
"Don't worry, Richard," said Granny. "Gaia's not only helping me create new life from these rocks, she's protecting us too."
The handshaking stopped.
"There."
The old lady moved closer to the candle and invited the couple to see. Scanning for more building, destroying, and DNA-damaging emissions with every step, the couple moved closer. Sarah peered at what had been made. "A bumblebee," she said. Of a sort. But judging by the insect's curled-up appearance, threadbare wings, patches of missing hair, and drooping antennae, Richard decided the bee was exactly how a creature exposed to a massive dose of ionizing radiation would be. In fact, given what had happened to the cottage's roof, Richard was surprised the bumblebee hadn't been blown to pieces. He extended a finger and prodded the motionless insect.
"It's dead."
"I can soon fix that."
Sarah appeared about to repeat what she had with the baby dodo, when Granny snatched her hands away.
Not until the time comes. Think of it as parboiled and needing a few more minutes."
Granny placed the dead bumblebee inside an empty matchbox and gave it to Sarah.
"But when should I bring it back to life?"
said Sarah. Granny checked on the roof's repairs. The hole had closed, but like the walls of the kitchen beneath, some of the ivy's leaves had been left poking through.
You'll know.
Chapter 14. 17 recovered stones, 2 dripping taps, and a threadbare carpet made good later, the couple prepared to leave. Given Granny had demonstrated the cottage industry equivalent of the Manhattan Project, Richard guessed she could have effected her own household repairs. But all the same, he thought it only polite to offer his services instead. Still, he did wonder how the old lady had managed to conjure up a dead insect from something that should have left her no different from the witch in the Hansel and Gretel story, a pile of ash. Granny hadn't even burnt her hands. The three were standing outside the cottage's front door and saying their goodbyes when it occurred to Richard the old lady might have use for the A-carer in the cage opposite. He gestured with the light of his phone.
I'm not sure why that robot is telling me it hasn't been made yet, but I could soon have it working like new.
Granny looked at the enclosure and said something that only added to the mystery.
It took me nearly 15 billion years to find them.
She looked at Richard.
A few more hours won't matter.
Appearing to sense his confusion, Granny tweaked Richard's cheek before adding,
You'll understand soon enough.
She hugged them both before standing back and hovering a hand over Sarah's pregnancy.
The three of you had better run along, or you'll miss your plane.
Sarah was about to say something when the dimming of Richard's phone made his wife reach for hers instead. Let's hope this battery lasts long enough to get us back, she said.
Modern technology, eh?
Said Granny.
Always letting you down when you need it most.
As if sprinkling fairy dust, the witch waved her hands over the ground ahead, and the next thing the couple knew, a row of tiny green lights had appeared. Fireflies. Granny winked at Richard.
Beats a trail of pebbles or breadcrumbs, eh?
He was beginning to wish he had never heard of the damn fairy tale. The pair followed the trail, but before entering the wood at the top, turned to wave. Darkness everywhere, save for the distant glow of a candle behind a leaded window. I don't like the idea of Granny living on her own, said Sarah.
And I can't imagine anyone wanting to live with her.
A blinding light from Sarah's phone made Richard add,
I mean, she seems to enjoy her own company.
The fireflies continued to illuminate the path, extinguishing only when flashlights coming the other way had locked onto the couple. Dad, said Sarah. The voice that replied surprised Richard, too.
Inspector? What is it about you two always needing a police escort to catch a plane?
Sarah eyed the constable with him. Where's my dad?
Back home by now, I should imagine, said the inspector. Something about selling a car? Why do we need a police escort? Asked Richard. The usual. You won't be able to board your plane otherwise. Protesters have blocked the entrance to the airport. Protesters? Said Richard. But Cornwall got its independence months ago.
And months might have passed since the couple had last seen the inspector, but he was his usual mix of few words and no-nonsense duty.
Shall we go?
The inspector's torch swept the rest of the way to the car park. 20 minutes later, and the police sedan was driving past a determined but otherwise peaceful line of placards, marked with the holder's objections. Autopilots, not automatons. Robots steal jobs. And aircrew today, passengers tomorrow. ?
My job next, said the inspector. Factories, barmen, nurses. Not long before machines will be doing everything from accountancy to zoology.
He instructed what Richard now realized was an A constable to head for the airport's military side. If pilots are on strike, said Sarah, then how are we going to fly to West Africa?
Lord only knows. I'm tasked to get you to the runway. I assume whatever's waiting for you there will have the answer.
The car passed through RAF St. Morgan's main gate, and a minute after that, the base's own entrance to the runway. Despite the darkness, 3 rows of passenger window lights could be seen, and their number, together with the height above the ground, made the aircraft's size and manufacturer plain to Richard.
It's one of Gatesburg's super jumbos, he said. Like flying in a small city.
As if to emphasize the dimensions, an elevator large enough to accept motor vehicles descended from the aircraft's belly, and a robot-ground crewman invited the police car to drive into it. The elevator's doors closed behind, and the next thing the occupants knew, they had been taken up and into a reception area that wouldn't have looked out of place in an exclusive Las Vegas hotel. Or, given the grand staircase leading to a backdrop of Sleeping Beauty's castle, other cartoon characters, a larger-than-life gold statue of their creator and a signpost marked "To the Rides," Richard guessed Gatesburg's intention had been to create a flying version of his hero's most famous theme park, Disneyland. Mickey Mouse and Goofy, or rather their human-sized robot equivalents, approached to open the car's doors, and after the familiar style of their welcomes, the aircraft's latest passengers were invited to step aboard. The inspector remained seated.
"Give my regards to the UN Secretary-General."
He looked at the robots.
"Assuming Karen Bradley is still a human being."
Richard had no sooner put his feet on the floor than he sensed an unease. Something not right. Nothing to do with the aircraft's serviceability, or even safety for that matter, but a feeling of being out of place. Richard attempted to search for more, but much like the growth of flora covering the cage outside Granny's cottage, the soles of his shoes were denying him a clean connection. Mickey and Goofy gestured for the new arrivals to ascend the staircase, giving Richard a chance to analyze one of the walls lining either side of the incline. Solid marble might have been the impression, but Richard had soon learned the plastic veneer's true origins. He did the same with the wall's gold handrail. Yep, same as the A-carer in the cage. The plane had yet to be built for another 2 years, 2028.
Incredible how fast the savants are changing us.
Richard and Sarah looked up to see Gatesburg standing outside the fake castle's entrance. The original Ecker was by his side, dressed as Sleeping Beauty. The president was similarly attired, but as the prince that had woken the fairy tale character with a kiss, making the reunion unsettling in more ways than one.
So looking forward to seeing where young Cayenne Capoto takes us next.
Gatesburg turned to pass through the castle's entrance, leaving Ecker to enthuse like the 12-year-old Richard and Sarah had first met.
"We're so excited to have you as our guests."
The robot gestured to somewhere deeper within the giant aircraft.
"I can't wait to show you all the rides."
Richard and Sarah followed the pair. The staircase spiraled up within the cartoon castle, and if anyone needed to know what else the flying palace contained, all they need do was read the signs. Words like concert hall, mall, and church reinforced Richard's comment about super jumbos being the size of small cities. Gatesburg and Ecker led the couple past the words first class, glass doors sliding open to reveal an opulent lounge most well-heeled passengers would expect to visit before boarding a flight, never mind during. Unsurprisingly, the Disney theme carried on into here too, with robots dressed as Pinocchio, Peter Pan, Cinderella, and Tinkerbell, each busying themselves with the VIP's needs. Sarah made a beeline for someone she recognized. Richard was about to do the same when Gatesburg grabbed his arm.
"Try to accept what's coming, Officer Warren."
He pulled Richard closer.
"The future of humankind depends on voluntary as well as manipulated thought."
The man's hand was shaking. Whatever was waiting for them all in West Africa, Gatesburg plainly thought Richard might be a threat to it. But why? Richard was released, and he caught up with Sarah, chatting to the best man at their wedding. Wesley introduced the two people with him, and Richard was about to exchange pleasantries with Bill and a young girl called Faith when he spotted the group sitting around a coffee table behind.
"What are they doing here?"
"Long story," said Wesley. The gang grinned at the new arrivals, Darius gesturing to Richard with what appeared to be a joint.
"Is that cannabis?"
said Richard. Sarah sniffed the air. "I can't smell it." Richard looked at his fellow UNPOL officer.
"Why aren't they behind bars?"
"You can thank the President's nanobots for that."
Another familiar face, Dr. Black. Manipulating the brain into thinking it's enjoying the hallucinogenic effects of cannabis is so much more acceptable than using force to restrain potential troublemakers, don't you think?
"But they've been the scourge of Savannah since we were kids."
Richard reeled off a list.
"Intimidation, threats, beatings, illegal drugs are just the start. They should be in prison."
Now, Officer Warren," said Black. You mustn't be too judgmental. Not everyone has had the same opportunities as you and I.
Not had the same opportunities? We were at the same school.
Richard indicated Wesley and Bill.
And these guys were brought up in the same foster home. You're not trying to tell me...
Richard broke off when the subconscious analysis of his fellow passengers had revealed a curious fact. It was their ethnic makeup. Other than Sarah, the doctor, and him, all 97 were black. Chapter 15. Richard studied the desiccated insect. Enzymes, peptides, amino acids, everything was there. Just add water. And a bit of Sarah's magic, of course. But when and what for?
I'm fine, thank you.
Richard looked at Sarah. I mean, it's not as if your wife's new condition might be making her susceptible to air sickness or anything. Richard took her hand.
Sorry, honey. What can I get you?
Sarah returned the matchbox to her purse.
Nothing.
I'm beginning to get my head around how to fix myself, as well as husbands and dodos. The lounge doors opened, and if the smiles of the young family entering were anything to go by, Richard assumed airborne theme parks were as much fun as their earthbound versions. Tinkerbell invited another group to follow her, which they eagerly did.
Well, that's why we're here, said Richard. To fix whatever Coleman has waiting for us in West Africa.
He indicated the other families and individuals present.
Wesley says they're all special in some way.
They are, said Sarah. The cure for VXR improves more than awareness. We can't be the only ones with special abilities. The savants are bound to have gifted others, too.
That and the sick medical experiment these good people are all descended from.
Richard stared into space.
And why take a bunch of super families to a country that not only has its own super-savants, but the cleverest of the lot?
The thought was placing a strain on Richard's own super-brain, and he lay back to close his eyes.
What has Gatesburg got to do with Coleman ridding humanity of the Four Horsemen?
Follow me, everyone!
Richard opened his eyes. Eka's maniacal grin was staring at him.
So little time and so much to do!
Richard acknowledged Sarah's equally exasperated expression with the raise of an eyebrow.
No thanks, Eka. There's a busy day ahead, so my wife and I are going to get our heads down.
Like the best theme park attendants, Eka didn't break character.
Why, we've met before. Once upon a dream.
The robot's uncannily accurate impression of Princess Aurora turned to the family next door. Sarah curled up next to her husband, and Richard kissed the top of her head before trying to get the rest he had mentioned, but his mind was too busy for sleep. He was revisited by something Gatesburg had said.
The future of humankind depends on voluntary, as well as manipulated thought.
Richard sat up with a start.
Darling, what is it?
Gatesburg can't control our thoughts.
Sarah looked at him blankly.
Remember the dark ride in California, and how the nanobots made us think, see, and do things against our will?
Sarah nodded.
Gatesburg's nervous, and it's because he can no longer control people.
But what about the drug gang?
Said Sarah. They seem to be behaving themselves.
Yeah, through drugs, not mind control.
Eka. The robot spun to face Richard.
We've changed our minds. We would love a guided tour of the rides.
A few minutes later, Richard and Sarah were standing with their backs to Sleeping Beauty's castle and looking down Main Street, USA. On a smaller scale, but all the sights and sounds were there. More Disney characters, Mickey's Parade, tram ride, both fake and real shop fronts. A street vendor invited the couple to try the burger he had sizzling on a griddle. The offer was refused, but the smell was enough to remind Richard their host's technical capabilities went far beyond the visually impressive.
What would you like to try first? Said Eka. Everything is here. Carousels, bumper cars, Ferris wheels, a roller coaster.
She indicated what apparently lay ahead.
Or perhaps you would prefer something more modern. A flight simulator, mechanical dinosaurs. We even have artificial reality.
Given the space was no larger than a medium-sized warehouse, and nothing of what Eka had mentioned could be seen, Richard guessed the rides would have to be created artificially anyway.
How about a haunted railroad? He said.
Ecker's smile broadened wider than ever as the genie from Aladdin appeared, and after the famous words, "Your wish is my command," a swirl of reforming nanobots had transformed the scene into the same dark ride Richard and Sarah had visited in Gatesburg's rotting theme park in Silicon Valley. The only difference was the condition. The same facade of an old-world frontier town's gold mine with half-scale ghost train ready to take passengers on a scary tour, but none of the previous attractions' age and deterioration was evident. Fresh paint, bright woodwork, shining steel, wheezing steam, tooting whistle. Even the train's funnel was puffing smoke.
All aboard!
Ecker's welcoming but at the same time chilling invitation took Richard back to what had happened the last time Sarah and he had made this journey. But his latest theory had to be tested, so, after shaking a carriage door to confirm the ride was as safe as it appeared, Richard invited Sarah to take a seat.
Wouldn't you rather go to church?
It was Gatesburg. Dr. Black was standing next to the president.
You're looking for answers. Isn't that where God-fearing men like you go to find them?
The men's sudden appearance was enough for Richard.
This was how you planned to do it, wasn't it?
He indicated the mine's entrance.
Free-thinking, mature adults in at one end, the blind obedience of 12-year-olds out at the other.
"You really must stop letting your enhanced imagination get the better of you, Officer Warren," said Black. "Tell me, how many of your fellow adult passengers are presenting with such unsettling symptoms?" Richard's point exactly, but it was the doctor's apparent change of loyalty that had concerned Sarah. "You're working for President Gatesburg now," she said. "I can't see the UN, and Karen Bradley especially, being happy with that."
"Please,"
said Gatesburg, while beckoning for the couple to step down from the attraction.
"All will become clear in God's house."
The sarcasm in Gatesburg's voice was certainly clear, and as a buzz of nanobots had begun dismantling the ride, Richard felt Sarah and he had no choice but to comply. Gatesburg talked as they walked. The two men plainly knew Perry must have done more than enhance the couple's imaginations, and Richard's reply of fixing leaky faucets and Sarah's freshening vases of flowers wasn't satisfying either.
"I guess we should be treating you no differently to Ecker's unrestricted intelligence," said Gatesburg, "which means instructing my tiny friends to confine you both within the bars of a cage."
He looked at the couple out of the corner of his eye.
"But as that might result in high tensile steel being treated as if it were modeling clay, I don't suppose there would be much point."
The rest of the journey was spent making other comparisons to Ecker's unrestricted capabilities, which Richard hoped would end with the appearance of a door marked Baptist Church. It didn't.
"But the real question has to do with intent," said Black.
Gatesburg nodded.
Yeah. At what point will Mr. and Mrs. Warren decide humankind is as dangerous as its leaders and decide to put an end to us all instead?"
Richard cocked his head towards the church's entrance.
"Shouldn't we be asking God that?"
The door was opened and the couple invited to enter. Given the sophistication Richard had seen so far, what lay beyond surprised him. An exposed latticework of the spars and longerons that made up an aircraft skeleton. Darkness further up within the void made its size difficult to tell, but various metal walkways and stairs interlaced with storage shelves meant this must have been the Super Jumbo's cargo bay.
"Where's the church?"
said Richard. Ecker appeared, dressed in jeans and a T-shirt this time, and another of her
"Follow me, everyone! So little time and so much to do!"
was preceded by the child robot bounding up the nearest steps. Richard shuddered. Whatever lay ahead, he doubted his faith had anything to do with it. The shelves were lined with boxes the size of tea chests, while rope netting covered shipping containers lashed to the floor beneath. Each was marked with the letters UN and the words life, plenty, peace, and medicine. "What's in the boxes?" asked Sarah.
"One should always arrive bearing gifts."
Gatesburg tugged at a cargo net as if checking the load's security.
"It would be rude not to."
Ecker had disappeared into the darkness above, but Richard's attention was taken by a machine made conspicuous by its lack of packaging. That, and the appearance of being set into, rather than lashed to, the cargo bay's floor. The contraption housed a row of short hosepipe-like tubes, which extended out and onto a conveyor belt in front of the device.
The belt led to the shelves. "What's that? A seed drill?" Richard didn't get a reply, and the host's gesturing at the stairs meant he wasn't going to. All four began the climb, Richard using the opportunity to get a better understanding of why the aircraft seemed to belong in the future. There was a sense of being drawn to the reason, not by what lay ahead, but how his developing mind might soon be providing him with the answer. 2 flights of stairs flanked by shelves of more secured boxes later, and the group caught up with Eka, standing in front of another closed door. Unmarked this time. Talk about excited. The robot was hopping from foot to foot.
"Ladies and gentlemen, may I present our true lord and master—"
She opened the door.
"God!"
Everyone raised a hand against a dazzling light, everyone except for Eka, who took off towards the brightness. Unable to see ahead, Richard and Sarah had no choice but to stay put. Not that Richard needed to go any further. He'd seen the light before, and not in the biblical sense. The brightness vanished, for the same reason it had in Granny's bedroom, Eka returning one of the many rocks and boulders Richard could now see littering the level's floor. A black dot the size of a pea hovered in the light's place.
"Most peculiar," said Gatesburg. "These things are appearing everywhere, and in the strangest of locations."
"The only connection," added Black, "is their proximity to a savant." Karen stepped out of the darkness.
"So, what can you tell us about them?" "You too?"
To say Sarah was stunned at the UN Secretary-General's appearance would be an understatement.
"The United Nations is about uniting the world, Ms. Warren, and there's nothing like a global threat for burying the various hatchets."
Karen used the edge of a stiletto heel to tap one of the stones.
"So what's this all about? And please, no more leaking faucets or wilting flowers nonsense."
Richard was as horrified as Sarah by the new alliance.
"But you know full well Gatesburg wants to turn us all into children," he said.
"Perhaps you would prefer the West African president's bloodier method of population control," said Karen. "Given his history, you can guarantee President Coleman's solution to the 4 horsemen will be no less unsettling. So come on."
She gestured at Eka.
"That robot is convinced the light from that black dot is God. Is there something similar waiting for us in West Africa?"
A crack, identical to that heard in Granny's son's bedroom, made everyone face the dot, and a pinprick of light was followed by more eye-squinting brightness, which, like a mother bird might when faced with the gaping mouth of a hungry chick, Eka closed by feeding the portal with another stone. Sarah shrugged at Richard. As their boss, Richard did think Karen deserved an answer. But what, and where to begin? The couple being guinea pigs in Perry's just as unsettling solution to world harmony? Resurrecting old cars and motorbikes through touch alone? Sarah doing the same with a baby dodo? Or how about Granny's son using nuclear energy to create a dead insect from nothing more than rocks? Another of Richard's superbrain's superneurons matured and popped into place. Richard looked at the stones.
"They're ingredients," he said. "The ingredients needed to make life."
Richard selected an example the size of a soap bar and turned the pebble in his hands.
"This is 12 billion years old, give or take. Iron, silicon."
The imminent arrival of another delivery made Richard drop the rock, a heavier boulder this time, which Richard assisted Eka with in lowering to the floor.
4 billion years,
he said, before detailing this rock's chemical makeup.
Magnesium, carbon, potassium.
Richard faced the others.
"We're being invited to make life."
Black chuckled. "Whatever the scientific explanation behind all this is, Officer Warren, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. The secret to turning billions of inactive atoms into the active biology of the living is a trick I'm afraid only nature knows." "It's been done before," said Sarah. "The Russians turned a chemical weapon into a biological one. And what about you turning Ebola into VXR?" Being reminded of his blunder didn't faze the doctor. "But those ingredients were already sophisticated compounds, proteins and lipids." He indicated what lay on the floor. "These are just rocks." Karen interjected in a way that made it appear as if she was experiencing an epiphany.
"You two can fix things just by touching them? Are you saying Kay in Capoto has found a way to create life?
Given the couple were expecting to have to do exactly that with a dead bumblebee, Richard chose not to answer. Chapter 16. Richard squeezed Sarah's hand before looking onto the Sahara Desert below, mainly silica, and all the way to the horizon. His view was obscured by the conference room's IMAX-like walls morphing into a map of where the Super Jumbo was heading, Liberia. Karen banged a gavel, and along with the others present, Richard and Sarah turned to face her. So much for the first-class status of the friends, families, and thugs enjoying the levels beneath. This was where the aircraft's real VIPs were, the 15 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. America, Russia, China, England, France, Germany. All the heads of state and their advisers were here, and typical of Gatesburg, the chamber was not only an exact replica of the Council's usual venue in New York, but like the rest of the jet, had been given the Walt Disney treatment. The famous mural, mainly. The same central theme of a phoenix reborn from fire, but the mural's surrounding figures had been plucked straight from that most enigmatic of the animator's productions, Fantasia. Night on Bald Mountain, and Ave Maria, to be exact, the darkness of evil at the bottom being opposed by the light of good at the top. Impressive, but like the original back in New York, difficult to tell who was winning. Unlike the original chamber, however, the conference room was absent of media and public galleries. Not surprising, given the sensitivity of what was about to be discussed. Karen invited the spokesperson from a multilateral group of human and robot military advisors to explain their plan of action. The general's reply included words like conflict resolution, Plan B, and nuclear option. Richard assumed that last phrase must have been a figure of speech, but raised his hand anyway. Karen allowed him to speak. "What nuclear option?" he said. "Weapons of war no longer exist." "A computer virus," said Gatesburg. He gestured in the direction of the aircraft's cargo hold. "Our gift to West Africa contains everything from farms to hospitals, but it's all made from nanobots. The moment Coleman does anything that even smells like an attempt to take advantage of the world's most powerful savant, I'll release a contagion so virulent it's going to make the UN's control of my robots look like an annoying fly." He gave Karen a look, but she didn't respond. "Don't you think it's too late for that?" said Sarah. "Perry has enabled Richard and me to withstand nanobot viruses. Kayan's bound to have done the same with others in West Africa." Gatesburg was about to reply when a change in engine noise and the map reverting to a view of the desert below made everyone look outside. A sensation of sinking and the horizon moving up the conference room's walls was followed by a bong and the message "Fasten seatbelts." Black checked his watch. "We're not scheduled to land for another 2 hours. What's happening?" The aircraft had started to turn, too, and at a rate that made Richard grab his seat with one hand while pinning Sarah to hers with the other.
"We're about to land," said Eka. "Please obey the seatbelt signs."
The robot's matter-of-fact tone was quite the contrast to a sudden fret of human chatter. The conference room's view of the Sahara extended to the ground ahead, more sand and rock, and as the blue of the sky above continued to be replaced by the brown beneath, it wasn't long before even the robots had switched from discussing President Coleman's ulterior motives to a more immediate concern.
"Given the relatively flat terrain," said one, "I estimate 67 passengers should survive the crash." "But given the hostile environment and their likely injuries," said another, "all will have succumbed within a week."
The rest of the robots nodded, as if agreeing on the prognosis. There was a door behind Karen, and as the aircraft's wings levelled again, the French Air Force officer sitting across from Richard leapt to open it, revealing the Super Jumbo's flight deck. Others, with presumably similar piloting experience, rushed to join him, obscuring Richard's view, but not before he had confirmed the cockpit was empty. And not only of pilots. Instruments, controls, seats, even the windows appeared to have been blanked out. Not that it mattered, as what could be seen through the cinematic transparency of the conference room's walls was already making everyone's doom plain. And as if to add insult to the injury of almost certain death, the aircraft appeared about to enter a sandstorm. The billowing wall of grit and dust, hundreds of feet high, raced towards the jet, as if intent on sparing its passengers the visual horror of plummeting into the ground.
"We're about to land,"
repeated Eka's eerily calm voice.
"Please obey the seatbelt signs."
That and the whir of electric motors as the giant machine's wings extended flaps and slats to slow the descent, and a thump of landing gear locking into place seemed to encourage the world's leaders to do as Eka had asked. The sandstorm enveloped the jet, and as the view outside darkened and the conference room's emergency lighting flickered in response, Richard and Sarah held each other close. The fretful chatter became a whimpering of tears, and the occasional wail, which Richard chose as the moment to re-engage with an entity he might have believed in, but still had many issues with. Hardly important now. Eyes closed, Richard said his prayers, but they were interrupted by someone, or more accurately, something, squeezing the couple's hands. It was Eka.
"Isn't it exciting? Just as the UN has ended war, so will our true Lord and Master end disease, famine, and hunger."
Richard and Sarah looked at each other. Lord? Eka was still clenching the couple's hands when the Super Jumbo hit the ground, and as that was accompanied by the familiar rumble of rubber on something smooth, straight, and flat, Richard guessed the A-pilot had either managed to find a dried-up riverbed, or more likely, one of the many ex-military runways constructed during West Africa's war with the Islamic State. And the more the drama reduced with the aircraft's speed, the more he figured it must have been the latter. The jet came to a halt, and the dust storm passed. Richard took in this latest view. Still the same silica of rock and sand dunes, but so high and close it was a miracle the aircraft hadn't hit any. Eka lifted a handset.
"Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the kingdom of heaven."
One of her flight attendant smiles appeared.
"We do hope you have enjoyed your journey."
Chapter 17. The elevator lowered its occupants to the ground, but with zero signs of life and a temperature nudging 100 degrees Fahrenheit, it wasn't long before most of the passengers had opted for air conditioning again, not to mention the Super Jumbo's better entertainment. Gatesburg, Karen, and a few other Security Council members gathered around A mechanics, inspecting part of the aircraft's undercarriage. But a smooth and debris-free surface told Richard the giant machine had not only made a textbook landing in the middle of nowhere, but appeared serviceable enough to take off again. If only its nose wasn't buried in a sand dune. Wesley left the robots checking this part of the aircraft and scrambled down the slope.
"No damage as far as they can tell," he said. "It's almost as if we were meant to land at this exact spot."
Black was on his hands and knees.
"Incredible,"
he said, while sliding his reading glasses closer to the ground.
"No limestone, clay, gypsum, or any other binding agent for that matter. No aggregate either. This isn't tarmac. It's sand."
Black scratched at the emery board-like surface.
"And whatever's holding the individual grains together, it isn't nanobots either."
Bill wheeled up and was about to say something when Sarah drew the group's attention to where the aircraft had first touched the miracle pavement.
"I don't want to worry anyone," she said, "but it looks as if the sandstorm is coming back."
Sure enough, like a cloud of Gatesburg shape-shifting and structure-altering nanobot insects, the billowing tsunami of brown dust was making a return, and in the same way seen at the wedding, lifting the runway ahead.
"Here we go again,"
said Richard. Grabbing part of the Super Jumbo's nose gear, Richard pulled Sarah into his chest, buried his eyes into her hair, and as before waited for the storm's passage to lift everyone off their feet. The noise generated by billions of grinding sand grains increased to a crescendo. But rather than sweep through, the assault came to a halt before the aircraft, and Richard and Sarah found themselves having to defend their hearing instead. Hands were covering ears elsewhere too, but then, as if commanded by an unseen force, the raging ceased, and the next thing the onlookers knew, the towering wave of dust and grit had fallen to the ground to become the same geographical feature piled up against the aircraft's nose. Sand dunes. In silence, the dunes merged to encircle the airliner in the form of a continuous berm, which was as high as the Super Jumbo was tall. Richard scanned the seamless barrier. Taking off again. The plane wasn't going anywhere. A guffaw of laughter made everyone face a figure standing on the berm's crest. It was the West African president, John O.J. Coleman. His hands were resting on the shoulders of a small boy, Kayan Capoto. Coleman spread his arms.
Surprise!
Both man and boy then descended the slope, but rather than having to scramble down as Wesley had, the pair glided, as if conveyed by the same unseen force that had ended the storm. Whatever superpowers Kayan had endowed his nation's leader with was impressing already. Not that being a Superman had changed Coleman's appearance. He was still the same ever-expanding girth, straining under a mix of national and formal military dress. And as the West African president drew nearer, Richard couldn't help but shake his head at how the dictator's chest full of self-appointed awards had grown too. America's Medal of Honor, Britain's Victoria Cross, France's Légion d'honneur. If the megalomaniac were about to rid the world of the Four Horsemen, he plainly didn't think it worth waiting to see how that might be rewarded. Coleman was even sporting the same UN medal Richard and Wesley had each been presented with. Its lowly position amongst all the other honours, layered on top, might have been technically correct, on someone deserving, but that meant only part of the medal could be seen. A visual metaphor of Coleman's contempt for the United Nations, perhaps? Stepping from the ethereal escalator, Coleman adjusted the tie to his Lord of all the Beasts uniform, straightened his field marshal's cap, and did exactly as when Richard, Sarah, Karen and Black had first met the man. Tapped the cap's peak with the end of a riding crop. But it was what happened next that stunned Richard. In unison, all the robots fell to their knees.
What the...
Richard was about to encourage an A-general back to his feet when the elevator's doors reopened, and out stepped Mickey, Goofy, Pinocchio, Peter Pan, Cinderella, and the rest of the aircraft's cartoon crew to do the same. Face the West African president and adopt about the most subservient position there is. Eka, too, who Sarah tried reasoning with, but, like the A-general had with Richard, the child robot wouldn't even look at her. Gatesburg took out his mobile phone.
I wouldn't bother,
said Coleman, before smiling at his congregation of the faithful.
Their conversion to the one true faith is complete.
He scanned those still standing.
But convincing the world's flesh and blood to do the same, now that has always been a challenge.
Chapter 18. Anyone not feeling the heat before was now, and Richard used a handkerchief to wipe some sweat from his eyes. The action seemed to trigger benevolence from this self-appointed god.
But of course, where are my manners? This sun must be insufferable for those not used to it.
Movement drew the eye as the berm's height increased in a way that suggested blocking the sun's rays was only the start of how Coleman intended making his captives comfortable. In silence, the rising sands toppled towards the jet and, as Richard feared they were about to be engulfed, morphed into a transparent liquid that proceeded to flow above the aircraft to solidify into the seamless shelter of a glass dome. Nothing that Gatesburg's nanobots couldn't have achieved, of course, but if anything, that was what had made the transition more remarkable. There weren't any. Like the runway and sandstorm before, some invisible force was in control, and whatever it was had the ability to not only manipulate silica into glass, but without heat and the other atomic structures necessary to stabilize the form. The air's temperature reduced, but that did little to settle the emotional atmosphere. Ever the diplomat, Karen approached Coleman and behaved as if witnessing the architectural equivalent of turning water into wine was part of the visit.
It's a pleasure to meet you again, Mr. President. And on behalf of the world, the UN Security Council welcomes this chance to view West Africa's contribution to life, plenty, peace, and medicine.
She'd extended a hand, but instead of meeting the gesture, Coleman looked at Karen and said,
"Kiss me."
Karen ignored the man's menacing approach to international relations and drew attention to their greenhouse-like surroundings instead.
Very impressive. Tell me, can the same be done with rock, earth, and even snow? If the whole world is to benefit from such a marvel, then flexibility will be key.
Coleman turned his head to one side, pushed a finger into his cheek, and repeated the request.
Kiss me. Here.
Richard guessed not being required to meet the fat man full on the lips wouldn't have been much more appealing to Karen. Half the Security Council looked elsewhere as Coleman then said,
It's not as if I'm asking you to consummate our relationship in the way you have with other world leaders.
He took a step closer.
Please. Kiss me.
The cheek was offered once more. Anyone else would have continued to look for a way out of the situation, but not Karen. Bending at the waist, she attempted to complete the task, but Coleman had other ideas. Seizing the UN Secretary-General by the head, the West African president pulled Karen towards him and planted his mouth straight on top of hers. And Richard thought being licked by the man's double was disgusting. Arms thrusting into Coleman's chest, Karen battled to get away, but like the monster's VXR victim back in Liberia, she wasn't going anywhere. Mortified at the sight of their leader being treated no differently than a slice of melon, the human beings in the vicinity had just decided to come to Karen's aid when Coleman released his grip, and that, coupled with Karen's efforts to escape, resulted in the poor woman lying flat on her back. Understandably, Karen's diplomacy had evaporated.
Who the hell do you think you are?
She spat twice before drawing the back of her hand across her mouth.
What on earth gives you the right to take such disgusting liberties? If you think impressing the Security Council today is going to save you from a war crimes tribunal tomorrow, then you can think again.
Richard and Sarah had rushed to assist Karen to her feet, and she appeared about to give Coleman another piece of her mind when Karen's head snapped to what the president was holding. Her open makeup compact. And that was when it hit Richard, too. Karen's attempts to remove every trace of the encounter might have resulted in a face smeared with red lipstick, but that did little to hide what the kiss had done to her. Hands trembling, Karen accepted the compact but continued staring into its mirror. She ran a finger around her lips, her full, plump, and line-free lips. The same shaking digit was used to pull down the flesh under one eye. The smooth, blemish-free and elastic complexion sprang back the moment it was released. No bags, no crow's feet, and no more wrinkles. Karen started to cry.
How did you...
She studied the backs of her hands, smooth, veinless, and as unmarked as her face. Whatever Coleman had done to Karen had resulted in the restoration of her youth, and by rewinding the clock by at least 30 years. Even her hair seemed to have captured the luster of someone decades younger, mid-30s at most. Karen released the grips holding the style in place and ran her hands through the new volume, tears turning to laughter as she did.
I hope you don't mind, said Coleman, but I took the liberty of removing some tumors and the inherited genetics that had caused them. All benign, I am pleased to say, but one cannot be too careful. He smiled before adding, And even though I sensed 32 would be your preferred age, gynecologically speaking, you are now 16 again, just in case you decide to have the children you couldn't before.
Karen was on her knees, not because she had been converted like the robots, but tearing at her hose to expose what lay underneath. No straining sinews, no varicose veins, no raised tendons, and no loose or sun-damaged skin either. Just healthy, fresh, young flesh. Richard and Sarah were as stunned by the transformation as everyone else, but not for the same reason. The couple had expected Coleman's construction and restoration abilities to at least match their own, but why wasn't he suffering with the side effects? If Richard had tried summoning a giant glass aircraft hangar out of the sand, or Sarah had been the one to not only return but improve Karen in her physical prime, both would have ended up as desiccated as Granny's bumblebee. Coleman was just getting started.
Well, I think that's life and medicine demonstrated. How about plenty next?
Chapter 19.
Kayin, where's your Eka?
Both boy and West African president appeared to ignore Sarah's question, and their attention switched to the robots. The machines' faces were still pressed to the ground, and a collective shuffle made Richard think Coleman must have given permission for them to stand. But instead of heads turning up, the robots seemed to sink lower in the presence of their super-hacker.
No!
Gatesburg ran and attempted to pull Eka to her feet, but when that resulted in a handful of torn cloth, Richard realized that far from being allowed their independent, albeit restricted thoughts again, Coleman's reprogramming couldn't have been more harmful to the machines. The rest of the UN Security Council had rushed to rouse their aides too, but like Eka, Mickey, Goofy, Cinderella, and the other Disney characters, each robot was now sinking into the sand. The ground was consuming them. Along with everyone else, Richard and Sarah could only watch in horror as, like the goats in the 1970s Soviet video, the sheep at RAF St. Morgan, or Coleman's own personal victim back at Liberia's airport, the robots' bodies disintegrated into a tar-like substance, which either disappeared into the silica beneath or became a puddle of black, fizzing and popping to evaporation. Even the robots' clothing had succumbed.
"Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, atoms to atoms," said Coleman. "If our utopia is to become a reality, then sacrifices will have to be made."
Gatesburg was still holding part of Eka's T-shirt, but when that became thin air too, his hand formed a fist, and he set out for Coleman, clenched jaw and narrowed lips indicating diplomacy was the last thing on the US president's mind. The plenty Coleman had mentioned appeared, and Gatesburg found himself charging through a cereal crop. Like Perry's garden in Cornwall, the wheat's growth was rapid, and it wasn't long before the waist-high density was not only hindering the US president's advance, but had become thick enough to halt it. Some of the stalks widened to loop over Gatesburg like prison bars, which his angry hands first seized, then shook.
"What do you want, Coleman?"
The subject of Gatesburg's ire plucked a kernel from one of the many ripe ears of wheat, now dominating the scene, and peeled away the husk. He presented Karen with what was inside. Richard and Sarah leaned in. It appeared to be a breadcrumb. The couple leapt back again when the kernel grew into a loaf of bread. Coleman laughed at their surprise before inviting Karen to try the food staple. Still shaking from her renewed appearance, Karen's fingers broke through the loaf's crust, and despite his increasing fears for the situation, Richard salivated at a scent of freshly baked bread. Again, not a nanobot in sight. Richard scanned the crop. The yield was thicker where the robots had disappeared. Surely the machines hadn't acted as fertilizer or nutrition for the wheat.
"I said, what do you want?"
Nature, science, witchcraft, magic. However it was being done, Gatesburg's technology was no match for Coleman's methods.
"Your cargo."
Gatesburg laughed.
"Given what we're witnessing, I hardly think West Africa has a use for nanobot farms and hospitals now."
And given the absence of anything artificial, Richard didn't think Gatesburg's computer virus would be much use now either.
"That's not the cargo I need."
Everyone looked at each other, and Karen appeared about to ask Coleman what he meant by that, when the elevator's doors reopened, and out stepped the aircraft's remaining passengers, those whose ancestors' genes had been edited by a parasitic worm called Imperium vermis. Coleman spread his arms.
"Ah, here they are. Here are my children. Welcome back home, everyone. Welcome back home to Africa."
Chapter 20. News crews and their equipment grew from the ground to begin broadcasting the event, a beaming President Coleman shaking hands and patting the heads of 97 confused visitors. The words News World Africa, writ bold over a map of the continent and centred on a globe like the UN's, was the only visible logo, but it wasn't the state-controlled media or the absence of any international representation that had interested Richard most. It was the crews themselves, not a robot among them. Like the wheat, human beings had quite literally been grown from sand. The West African president's creationist credentials would appear to extend far beyond fast-growing crops. Richard and Sarah needed answers, so while Coleman played to the cameras, the couple took the opportunity to question Cain. Sarah knelt to his level.
Cain? What's going on?
And what's going to happen, added Richard. The boy's emotionless eyes didn't leave his president as he replied,
Life, plenty, peace, and medicine. But you couldn't have picked a more unsuitable person to deliver it, said Sarah. President Coleman is responsible for some of the world's most appalling atrocities. He's a monster. No. For the first time in my president's life, he is happy.
Cain turned his attention to another world leader. The U.S. president was still seething within his prison of wheat stalks.
And once the whole world has been gifted with the same, everyone will be happy.
Richard said something which a few days ago he would have found impossible to contemplate, let alone explain. Cain, the rest of the savants are clearly playing catch-up. But there's one vital difference. They know that if super-savantism is to work for all, then people's brains are going to have to be edited to control it. Giving Coleman godlike abilities while leaving everything from his sense of entitlement to a constant need to grandstand can only mean trouble for the rest of us.
What makes you think I'm not controlling him?
Cain looked at the couple.
And in the same way Perry is controlling you two.
A cheer went up. It was Bill. Richard had to look twice. His fellow veteran was on his feet. His new feet, running like someone who feared they might lose their legs again if they didn't. Bill bounded through the wheat, touched the glass dome, and ran back again to begin laughing like Karen had. Coleman had even conjured the man a pair of trousers, socks, and shoes. Another cheer as Bill kicked over his wheelchair, removed his hearing aids, threw both to the ground, and used the new footwear to stamp on them.
Hey, and what do we have here?
Coleman had faced the cameras again, but his arm was around the shoulders of a man whose expression was best described as fearful expectation.
A gentleman whom nature has chosen to no longer endow with a full head of hair.
Any concerns the man's family must have had became fits of laughter as a ridiculous afro appeared.
Whoops! Mustn't be too generous.
The growth reduced to something less amusing, and one touch was all the man needed to set him off giggling too. Coleman hadn't finished, and if he didn't have godlike abilities, then judging by the way each flesh he pressed was followed by the recipient breaking into either smiles, laughter, or stunned disbelief, then Richard guessed Jesus would have done. One by one, Coleman continued with what he had started with Karen, restoring, improving, or giving whatever anyone wanted, or his all-seeing eye decided they had to have. Exactly what Richard figured Cain and the rest of the savants had planned all along. Coleman turned to Wesley next, and appeared about to rid the man of his scars, when Wesley placed his hands out of reach.
Ah, guilt, said Coleman. That most pernicious and soul-destroying scourge of all the devil's work.
Coleman rubbed his chin.
I suppose I could simply gene-edit the emotion away, but I can't help thinking a less unsettling solution might be better appreciated.
He looked beyond Wesley, and something about that made the others look too.
Mama?
Wesley, Bill, Fat Boy, Darius, and the rest of his gang weren't the only ones to recognize the woman now rising from the ground.
It's my mama!
Faith did what any daughter would have after believing their mother had been dead for the past 2 years. Still in her fatigues, body armor, helmet, and carrying the rifle she would have been holding at the time of the explosion, Emily ditched what she could and hugged her daughter as if it were any other homecoming.
What have you been eating, girl? You grown.
Emily grinned while wiping Faith's tears, but her smile had soon fallen again.
How did I get here?
She scanned the surroundings.
And where is here?
Faith might have been treating the occasion the same as any other time her mother had returned safe from operations, but Wesley was far from impressed.
What is this shit? Your guilt being assuaged, said Coleman.
Guilt's something I'm just going to have to live with,
said Wesley. He looked Coleman in the eye.
I don't need your party tricks, and especially ones that cruelly take advantage of a child's pain. Party tricks? Cruelly take advantage?
Coleman indicated the two people approaching.
This mother is as real as her daughter.
What's going on, Sergeant?
Emily must have thought Wesley was still her section commander, but her puzzled expression became a frown when she spotted the stolen valor covering Coleman's chest.
Who's your friend?
She said. Wesley's eyes welled, and he hugged his former colleague.
Real?
It was Dr. Black. Are you saying you can resurrect the dead?
No different to resurrecting the living, Doctor.
With that, the rest of Wesley's section appeared, and, after the same initial confusion of emotions, puzzled looks, and unanswerable questions, did what Faith had, treated the situation no differently than any other military reunion. Wesley, Bill, and many other passengers joined the welcome, which the media crews scrambled to broadcast. Coleman put a hand on his chest.
Did you ever see such a joyous occasion?
But you can't give everyone the gift of resurrection, continued Black. The disturbing thought itself aside, the world would soon be overrun. The chatter amongst the soldiers became a coo of surprise. The ugly white scars marring Wesley's hands had morphed into healthy black tissue again. The reappearance of his old army pals, as if the IED had never detonated, seemed to have assuaged Wesley's guilt after all. Coleman was still smiling.
That is true, Doctor. Which is why someone must always be in control of our future selves.
And I wonder who that someone might be.
Gatesburg scowled behind his bars.
Why? Cain, of course.
Coleman wandered to the boy and placed an arm around his shoulders.
Don't you think that without his wise guidance, my old self would not only have demanded and got world domination by now, but insisted on placing each and every one of you into a pot of boiling water to satisfy my culinary delectation too?
Silence was followed by another of the fat man's belly laughs.
You see how happy Cain has made me? Even my sense of humor has improved.
Nobody knew what to think, least of all Richard and Sarah. In the last 30 minutes they had witnessed everything Coleman's invitation had promised. The replacement of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse with the 4 angels of life, peace, medicine, and plenty. And yet the couple couldn't have been left more unnerved. Cain really was in the process of assisting his country's leader in changing humankind for good, and to the point where anyone wanting to stop that deserved to have their thoughts edited. A chair, looking a little too much like a throne for Richard's liking, sprang from the ground, and Coleman took a seat.
Of course, for the world to be happy in the future, some serious unhappiness from the past is going to have to be addressed first.
Chapter 21. Those not celebrating the soldiers' return or broadcasting the miracle looked at each other before electing to move closer to Coleman. Even Gatesburg, whose prison bars parted as if fear replacing anger was the key. Only the drug gang continued to hold their ground, and it occurred to Richard that without the sedating effects of the nanobots, Darius and his thugs were now free to cause trouble. Fat Boy and the twins were staring at the welcome, but the way their leader's eyes were roaming told Richard mischief wouldn't be far from Darius's mind. An occasional grimace indicated the thug might still have been under control. Gatesburg had been confined to a physical prison. Maybe Coleman had placed the gang behind some kind of psychological bars. Richard wasn't the only one to sense there was more to Coleman's utopia than met the eye.
"What do you mean by unhappiness?"
said Karen. The fat man leaned forward in his throne, and after an involuntary grunt, retrieved something from the ground, a chunk of runway worked loose by the growth of the cereal crop. He looked at Karen.
Do you know what this is?
She shrugged.
Sand?
Coleman shook his head while staring at the lump, as if it were a nugget of gold.
No. This is existence, truth, knowledge, history, life, and even death.
The sand reverted to its uncontrolled state, which Coleman brushed from his lap before balancing a single grain of the grit on the tip of one finger.
This is us. And once you know how to unlock our secrets, everything becomes possible, including justice.
The finger was moved closer to Karen.
Take a look.
She backed away. Coleman grinned.
Promise not to kiss you this time.
Karen kept her distance anyway and focused on the grit. A few seconds later she said,
SiO2, silica. Millions of people can view chemical symbology these days. It's a byproduct of the cure for VXR.
Coleman's arm fell to his lap.
Anyone would think I had endowed you with the brain of a bimbo, as well as her body.
He extended the limb once more.
Look again, and this time use your whole mind.
Karen glowered before appearing to study the grain of sand, but the moment she closed her eyes, Richard knew what his boss was doing, or, to be precise, where she was travelling to and what Karen was likely to find when she got there. Like Richard had with the Mini, Karen began a running commentary, and he wasn't the only one to recognise the words.
"You can do that,"
whispered Sarah. Richard nodded.
"Does that mean Karen's going to see God at the end?"
Maybe. And assuming this is the real-life version of Gatesburg's haunted railroad, I think personal belief might have an influence too.
Richard looked at Sarah.
Remember when you thought you saw Gaia at the end of the ride?
Sarah acknowledged the logic, but then wrinkled her brow.
"Karen said she saw the devil."
Richard would have responded, but as Karen was now toppling backwards for a second time, he thought it only right to react to her instead. 2 members of the Security Council got there first.
"Are you okay, Secretary General?" asked the Russian Premier.
"Can I get you a drink of water?"
added his Chinese opposite. Karen's eyes had disappeared into the back of her head, and her mouth moving, as if trying to form words, refusing to come out.
"What is it? What did you see?"
Gatesburg was as keen as anyone for life's meaning to be revealed, but Karen appeared to be in shock. Her eyes rolling forward again to meet those staring back indicated the beginnings of a recovery. So while the Russian and Chinese premiers helped Karen back to her feet, everyone else closed in to hear what she had to say. Still shaking, Karen pointed at Coleman's still outstretched finger and said,
"Us."
Coleman flicked the grain of sand away.
"Us?"
Richard and Sarah had said it together.
"Not the devil,"
said Sarah.
"Or God,"
added Richard. Karen took a sip of the water the Chinese premier was offering.
"It's amazing," she said. "I can now not only see the chemical symbology of molecular structures, but inside their atoms too."
"Are you saying you can view the subatomic world?" said Black. Karen nodded while gulping the water. Richard couldn't help noticing that despite not being required to manipulate the grain of sand, Karen's energy had still been sapped.
"Yes, and not only protons, neutrons, and electrons," continued Karen. "Enter the subatomic universe, and that's exactly what you'll find. The universe."
Her attention switched from everyone's empty faces to the empty desert beyond.
"Our universe."
She squinted at the sun.
"And once you've passed through all of its galaxies, solar systems, and planets, you end up right back where you started. Here. Us."
Black gazed in the same direction. "So the old joke about a scientist looking through a microscope and seeing another scientist looking through a microscope is true?"
"You mean an infinite number of scientists looking through an infinite number of microscopes?"
It was the Security Council's scientific advisor.
"If that is true, then it means young Kane Capoto has answered science's greatest question. How does the physical universe of the certain interact with the quantum world of the probabilistic?"
More blank looks made him explain.
"If every particle within every subatomic particle within every atom contains its own universe, then the multiverse is no longer a theory. It's real."
The scientist scratched his chin before seeming to wander off within a world of his own.
"Anything that ever was, has been, or ever will be, and in an infinite number of ways."
Black nodded before angling his eyes at Coleman. "Can you access as well as see these other universes?" Coleman gestured at Karen and spoke as if it were obvious.
Where else do you think I managed to find the Secretary General's youth, or the soldiers' pre-exploded lives?
Gatesburg laughed.
I can't believe you're all falling for this charade.
He indicated the Super Jumbo.
I've been convincing people to see things that aren't really there for decades. Including a ballot paper with just your name on it?
Gatesburg glowered at Karen before responding with,
You can't kid a kidder. Coleman's no different to me, only instead of nanobots he's using nature, that's all.
He turned back to their host.
Stop prevaricating, Coleman, and answer the question. What unhappiness from the past needs to be addressed?
The West African president raised his hands, and everyone backed away. 2 young women grew from the ground to help him stand, and after another involuntary grunt, Coleman said,
I understand. Some of you are keen to know where we are.
He wandered off, and after another collective shrug, the Security Council followed. The media crews and their cameras did the same, abandoning the soldiers' welcome to refocus on where their president's toothy grin had come to a halt. The boundary between the climate-controlled comfort within the dome and the harsh reality of conditions outside. Coleman gestured at the scene.
This is the world's largest desert, and in order to understand why Africa has suffered so much unhappiness, it is important to know the cruel part the Sahara has played in the history of our great continent.
A lecture commenced. Richard rolled his eyes.
Here we go again,
he said to himself. A cruel desert wasn't conducive to a good phone signal either, but that didn't stop most from checking their devices, less than a minute into the dryness of Coleman's chosen subject. As with his diatribe in Liberia, the West African president droned on as if the price to pay for his miracles was boredom, mainly about the Earth's construction and how plate tectonics had not only formed the familiar continents, but their locations on the globe's surface. So far so dull, but it was when Richard learned that something called Milankovitch cycles forced vast fertile parts of the Earth to become either snow or sand deserts every 10,000 years that he looked for somewhere to sit. Gatesburg wasn't so patient.
Get to the point, Coleman.
The big man reacted like he had with Karen, tutting, as if the US president were only using part of his brain.
If Milankovitch cycles never existed, said Coleman, then the Sahara Desert might still be green, and maybe fertile enough for Africa to not only have been the cradle of life, but the mother of the agricultural, industrial, and technological revolutions too. He paused before adding, not to mention the slave trade.
That last comment resurrected unease, but it was what Coleman said next that took the onlookers' concerns to another level. Coleman stared into a camera.
Nature has denied my people their true history, but now Cain has enabled me to control the past as well as the present. Our injustice can finally be addressed.
There was a distant rumble. The skies darkened, and rain spotted the dome. Chapter 22. Lightning struck the ground, and the spots became drops. Sarah retrieved the matchbox.
Not yet, said Richard. Let's see where this is going first.
The drops merged to form rivulets of water running down the outside of the dome, and Gatesburg scowled at the scene.
What are you doing now, Coleman?
Addressing a great injustice.
Karen was staring at the rain.
As long as turning the Sahara green again is all you have in mind.
The cloud thickened to obscure not only the sun, but a desert beginning to saturate beneath. Another flash was accompanied by a crack so loud it shocked people off their feet. At least that was what Richard thought had shocked people off their feet. But the moment his hands touched the runway's surface, he realized that wasn't the cause.
The ground's moving, he said.
Yes, I am sorry about that, said Coleman. Adjusting the angle at which the Earth spins is bound to be unsteadying for some.
You're changing the angle at which the Earth spins, said Black. Coleman gestured at the storm outside. Water was now pouring down the glass and into a torrent so fast that but for the dome's protection, everyone inside would have been swept away, regardless of the Earth's movement.
Well, I suppose I could recover the flora and fauna that used to be here without realigning our planet's relationship to the sun, said Coleman. But the poor plants and animals would soon go extinct again.
Richard tried helping Sarah to stand, but like most others, chose to sit again. Only Coleman and Cain seemed capable of remaining on their feet, while the Earth's tilt was reverted to a time when Richard guessed the Sahara was last teeming with life, 10,000 years ago.
"But you can't just move the Earth," said Black. "The resulting earthquakes, tsunamis, and landslides will be catastrophic."
"Fear not," said Coleman. "Having access to every universe within every subatomic particle not only enables me to return the Earth to an attitude better suited to Africa's needs, but to ensure the less gifted are protected during the transit."
He indicated the glass surrounding and the comfortable conditions within.
"But what about the world's climate?" said Karen. "Solving the Sahara's global warming problem is only going to shift the issue elsewhere."
Coleman raised a finger.
"Ah, but that is the beauty of having godlike powers. Once Africa's Garden of Eden has been returned, the Earth's relationship with the sun can be routinely adjusted for the benefit of other disadvantaged lands."
He placed a hand on Cain's shoulder.
"I'm thinking of calling it global climate equality."
He drew the boy in for a hug.
"Yet another example of Cain's genius and his determination to spread the happiness of a super-savant."
"And what's the catch?"
Gatesburg was still scowling. Coleman stuck out his bottom lip in mock hurt.
"You make it sound as if the boy's altruism is hiding some evil intent. You know perfectly well such an emotion is beyond a savant, and a super-savant especially."
"I'm not talking about Cain. I'm talking about you."
Gatesburg indicated the Security Council.
"There's a good reason why your name heads a list of most wanted war criminals."
Richard winced at the accusation and encouraged Sarah to open the matchbox, in case the African dictator decided to treat the US president no differently from the robots after all. The box was closed again when another of Coleman's grins appeared.
"But have I not proven how Cain must have edited my brain enough for those evil ways to be behind me? And what of the Four Horsemen? Is this demonstration not more evidence of how the hate, violence, bitterness, and revenge of my past must surely now have been replaced by love, peace, understanding, and a reconciliation for the future?"
He waved a hand, and the rain pounding the dome stopped. The clouds parted, and Coleman was lit by a pool of light, radiating out in all directions, as if the source were the man himself. The darkness lifted, and Richard blinked as the energy spread to transform the dull browns of the previous vista into a vibrance of the colour green. The ground stabilized, and everyone found themselves viewing the landscape equivalents of Sarah's wedding dress, flora and fauna everywhere, and not just ivy and insects. Trees, forests, lakes, rivers, waterfalls, everything Richard assumed must have existed during the region's better days, and if he had been impressed by the rapid growth of Perry's instant garden, watching how this miracle was producing life could only redefine the wonder. Seed pods, ears of corn, tubers, eggs, every container known to nature was growing and producing offspring far beyond their original intent. Cats, dogs, deer, bears, cheetahs, giraffes, hippos, wildebeests, zebras, even lions, whose cubs had no sooner been deposited onto the ground than the youngsters grew to become juveniles, eyeing their fellow new arrivals in a way Richard thought couldn't have been more removed from love if it tried. A fish leapt to catch a butterfly flying above a lake, and a heron swooped to take advantage of the situation. Sarah squeezed Richard's hand as a lion closed in on a newborn lamb. The carnivore was smacking its lips as if preparing to swallow the tiny prey whole, and when its jaws opened in everyone's expectation of doing exactly that, Sarah's wasn't the only scream. But then, to the onlookers' astonishment, the lioness laid on her belly, used her mouth to pull the lamb closer, and began licking the baby as if it were her own. Coleman smiled into the nearest television camera.
"Wouldn't be much of a paradise without the odd biblical prophecy coming to pass now, would it?"
The dome evaporated, and Richard and Sarah gulped at the fresher air. Most continued to marvel at Coleman's solutions to the world's problems, especially when those he invited to approach the lions found themselves being greeted like long-lost owners. Only Richard, Sarah, the Security Council, Darius and his gang remained by the aircraft, and of the lot, Gatesburg was the most vocally cynical.
I'll ask the question again. What's the catch?
Coleman faced the direction the Super Jumbo would need to have clear if it were to take off again. With the dome gone and the sand dune under the aircraft's nose absenting too, miles of uninterrupted runway would seem to indicate the African leader had planned to release his captives. But it was when roads and buildings began growing like plants either side of the pavement that everyone realized Coleman's utopian plans extended far beyond the pleasures of a petting zoo.
Africa is building a brave new world, and all Cain and I ask is that you accept it.
Anyone not stroking lions, running through meadows, swimming in lakes, or climbing trees, looked at each other. Karen gestured at the joy.
But that's why we're here, Mr. President, to assess the validity of your claims, and to provide Cain with those whose genomes have been simplified enough for everyone to benefit.
The sudden appearance of a skyscraper cut Karen off mid-sentence. The speed of the building's construction was startling enough, but watching how the glass and steel structure had morphed from a tree-like trunk was no less stunning. Branches had also grown, which, like their more natural-looking counterparts elsewhere, blossomed with yet more seed pods, each the size of a car. The pods opened, and as with Cain's other plants, produced life, which, after taking a moment to exercise their new wings and limbs, took to the air. The creature's huge size meant the buzz was more like that of helicopters than bees, and Richard's eyes widened ever more as the giant insects headed straight for the lions, landed, refolded their wings, peeled open their backs, and, like any other driverless convertible, invited those gawping to take a seat. Coleman's eyes were still on Karen.
Don't you think things have moved on a little since then? No. The reason why the world's most gifted non-savants are here is to ensure Cain's genius cannot be misunderstood.
Gatesburg's crestfallen expression deepened as the families then commenced a flying tour of what his hero Walt Disney had tried and failed to make a success of, a city of the future. As with the glass dome, the ride was nothing Gatesburg's money and technical know-how couldn't have reproduced. Only this Disneyland was many times the size, and didn't appear to have cost a cent. Not a computer, robot, or nanobot in sight. Vying with the UN for control of the world was one thing, but watching the birth of a new superpower was another, and Gatesburg pressed his objections to it.
Misunderstanding my ass. This is no different to any other country's firepower demonstration. Just fewer explosions. What are you planning, Coleman? And what have my people got to do with it?
Coleman turned his head to one side.
Your people?
Gatesburg frowned before stabbing a finger at those in the air.
Yeah, Americans.
Coleman appeared confused.
But these people are Africans. Can't you tell?
Even Karen was flummoxed by that one.
They're African Americans, she said.
The big man faced the nearest camera, and if Gatesburg, Karen, or even the Russian and Chinese premiers had thought losing their global influence was unthinkable, Coleman was about to redefine the fear.
These people are Africans, and once the rest of this mighty continent's descendants realize their great injustice is about to be addressed, all will want to come home.
Chapter 23. The ultimate in eco-cities was growing fast, and but for Coleman's latest unsettling statement, would have been the main attraction. Skyscrapers shooting up like giant glass fountains, each taller than the last. Elevated canals and rivers, crisscrossed with roads and paths suspended cable-like by vines and creepers. Avenues dividing vast public parks. Hanging gardens, domes within domes, a sky busy with not only wildlife but wild rides. Cain's miracles may not have needed money to make happen, But even Richard knew there had to be a cost. A drone returned to exchange its passengers for more. The contrast between these happy faces and the atmosphere by the Super Jumbo could not have been starker. Black broke the silence. "You want revenge for the slave trade?" Coleman instructed his cameras to face the burgeoning metropolis.
Please don't insult me, Doctor. Revenge is no more a part of my life than rape, torture, or genocide once was.
Gatesburg was incredulous.
"Listen to him. A child has found the answers to the world's problems. And what does Coleman do? Use them to cover up his atrocities."
Karen's response to Coleman's apparent power grab was more measured.
"What Cain and you have achieved here is beyond impressive, Mr. President. But expecting the world to sit back while many of its people are encouraged to return to their roots is unacceptable."
Other UN Security Council members expressed the same concerns, and with such ferocity, Richard expected their host's godlike patience to be replaced by wrath. But if anything, the anger seemed to pacify Coleman further.
Two things have denied the black man his true destiny. You've just witnessed the control of one. Now it's the turn of the other. Our oppressors.
The Security Council's anger was replaced by disbelief.
"You're going to control the world's population?"
said Karen.
No, just the white man. And I prefer the word encourage.
"Encourage?"
said Sarah.
"Encourage to do what?"
What I've already said. Help build our brave new world. As slaves, you mean?
Richard assumed the Council must have been thinking the same, but were too diplomatic to suggest it. Coleman pointed at the aircraft.
Don't worry, Officer Warren. You and your wife's next journey across the Atlantic will be by luxury jet, not squeezed together like sardines in the bowels of a wooden ship.
"But the savant's goal is to make everyone happy," said Karen. "The last thing they're going to allow is another oppression. Two wrongs don't make a right."
And in what way might Africa, finally being given a chance to prove itself, not make the world happy?
Coleman peered at Karen.
It's not as if I'm asking you to spend the remainder of your days picking cotton in some southern U.S. state. You have seen what Cain has planned for us all, and how he has chosen me to implement it. Your lives couldn't be in better hands.
"But you can control the world," said Gatesburg. "That must be kept in check."
Like you are happy for the UN to keep America in check, you mean?
Coleman indicated the big cats.
A lion's instinct is to kill, but once they're content to be kept as pets, everyone is happy.
"You're going to keep us as pets?"
The thought was as shocking to Black as it was to Richard.
Pampered pets, corrected Coleman.
Black bristled.
"But that's no different to Gatesburg restricting our minds to the thoughts of children."
You will let me know if a life of chains, beatings, disease, hunger, and an early death is preferable to luxury, won't you, Doctor?
It was all too much for Gatesburg.
"Do what you want, Coleman. It'll be no different to the UN trying to control me. My technology will soon be back in charge."
Coleman had it all worked out.
But without access to my people's simplified genes and Cain's swifter manipulation of the codes within, America will always be one step behind.
He laid the facts bare.
I'm sorry, but this isn't a request or even a demand. It's evolution. And just as the white man evolved to become the world's most dominant race, so will the black man replace him.
The stunned shock that had followed that bombshell became gaping mouths as Coleman rubbed his chin before adding,
I'm sure there's a word for denying a race of people the same chance as another. Oh, yes, racism. Black or white, I don't bow down to no man.
It was Darius.
And especially a nigger who thinks they're God.
Richard never thought it would be possible for a comment to both bring everyone back down to earth while heightening the tension at the same time. Coleman's enthusiasm returned.
Time for another demonstration.
He strode to the gang leader, who clenched his fists as if preparing for a fight. Fatboy and the twins backed away. Whatever was about to happen, Darius would be on his own. Coleman beckoned to the news crews, and after a brushdown of his uniform, straightening of the tie and adjustment of his cap, addressed the cameras once more with what Richard assumed would be the miracle of turning Savannah's most despised citizen into Africa's most commendable.
"This is Darius Hayes," he said, "and life has not been kind to him."
Coleman's ability to search subatomic particles for information appeared to include Chatham County police records, as the man then proceeded to summarize Darius's criminal history. Like a cross between a caring minister and defense lawyer, the condemning evidence was presented, but in such a considered and sympathetic way, by the time Coleman had finished, even Richard thought his hometown's most violent thug deserved a second chance. Providing the judgment included a brain edit, of course. Coleman faced the defendant.
"Tell me, my brother, if you could wish for anything in the world, what would it be?"
Darius scanned the faces staring back at him.
"Anything?"
Coleman spread his arms.
"Anything. I'm going to blow your fucking head off."
Silence was followed by another of Coleman's guffaws.
"Well, as I have also forced many to take a bullet in my inexcusable past, I suppose it's only right I should accept the same when assisting others to atone for their sins."
He placed a hand on his chest.
"You will be careful to avoid damaging my honors and awards, won't you?"
Darius sneered and was about to say something when he looked at his right hand. It was holding a .45.
"A Colt M1911, said Coleman. "A little ancient for my tastes, but I believe it is your favorite sidearm."
Removing his cap, Coleman placed the headdress under his arm and stood to attention.
"It just needs to be made ready. Go ahead. Empty the whole magazine."
Darius checked the magazine's contents anyway.
"Would I lie to you?"
The wry smile left Coleman's lips, and he closed his eyes. Behaving as if witnessing the restoration of health, raising the dead, or creating new life had all been part of some smoke and mirrors magic act, Darius reloaded the gun, cocked the weapon, and squinted down the sights. Even Richard leapt at the bang. Chapter 24. Coleman opened his eyes. He searched his chest.
"Ha ha! You missed. I can't be standing more than 10 feet in front of you. I never miss."
Darius was staring past Coleman. Richard and Sarah leapt to cover the boy's wound, but blood was pumping so fast it was impossible to control.
"No!"
Coleman ran to Cain, but another bang made him stop. He put a hand to the back of his head. 2 more bangs, and the West African president was on the floor. Sarah was using her version of mouth-to-mouth, but colour draining from her hair soon had Richard holding the locks. He pulled Sarah away from Cain when he sensed his hand going the way it had in Dave's basement.
"What are you doing?" she said. "Let me go."
Richard did, but only out of shock. Saving a dodo's life was one thing, but the energy required to save a child, hit square in the chest by a bullet from a Colt 45, had its own demands, and judging by Sarah's aging appearance, about a year every 10 seconds. Another bang shot Richard's attention back to Darius. He was frowning at Coleman's near-headless corpse, which to Richard's further horror was crawling towards Cain.
"Die, you fucker!"
The murderer then did exactly what Coleman had invited him to do, empty the magazine. Others took that as the moment to take action, but had only taken a couple of steps when they found themselves trapped behind invisible barriers. The sight of politicians, soldiers, police, fathers, mothers, and even some of the children behaving like enraged mime artists seemed to amuse the gang leader. He was smiling. Thinning arms and a body shrinking under its clothing was enough for Richard, and he was about to try and make Sarah see sense again when he didn't have to. Cain pushed her away. Although the strength demonstrated Sarah's efforts were paying off, pale lips and a body still bleeding out meant the boy was far from well, and neither was Sarah. Only, instead of being a gunman's victim, her imminent demise appeared to be in nature's twisted hands. Accelerated decrepitude. Distraught, Richard could only stare as Sarah's hair whitened, her skin wrinkled, and the person who moments before had been his young and beautiful wife morphed into a withering geriatric. Coleman might have been able to restore Karen's youth, but in trying to save Cain's life, Gaia had sucked everything out of Sarah's. She was little more than a skeleton wrapped in skin.
"Richard,"
croaked Sarah, while placing a gnarled hand over her stomach.
"Our baby."
The couple was soaked in Cain's blood, but the stains spreading through Sarah's clothing could only have been hers. Richard broke down. Red spluttered from Cain's lips.
"Happy,"
he said.
"I only wanted to make people happy."
He looked at Richard.
"Why don't people want to be happy?"
Richard didn't know and didn't care. Saving what little time he had left with Sarah was the priority now, and he clamped his mouth over hers in a desperate attempt to extend it. The sound of a gun being reloaded meant Darius had access to more than one magazine.
"But you do make me happy,"
he said. Darius racked the pistol, pointed it at the boy, and pulled the trigger. Blood stopped spurting, Cain stopped breathing, and Coleman stopped crawling.
"There," said Darius. "See how happy you just made me?"
The onlookers' shouts erupted into screams. The appearance of more ammunition made Karen ask Darius a question Richard already knew the answer to. "Can you access the subatomic world too?" Darius addressed the Secretary-General like he did most women.
"Stupid hoe! I knew the moment you opened your mouth that all I needed was a chance to see the same."
He held up the pistol.
"I can pull a gun out of thin air as easy as I can make drugs. I just need the ingredients."
He kicked Coleman's corpse.
"And now this fuck-up has shown me where to find them. I can make a lot of other things, too."
"But that means you should be saving lives, not taking them." Darius sneered at Black.
"Raising the dead? Putting back the clock? Growing animals or shit from plants? That's a fuck-up, too."
The gang leader turned to the futuristic city, which began to disappear. And not only Coleman's brave new world, Wales joining the screams meant everything the man had provided was either going or reverting to how it had been. Wesley's army section, his hands, Bill's legs. Faith screamed as the mother she had been clinging to evaporated. The teenager collapsed to claw and punch the ground in a frenzy of tears and despair. Glass skyscrapers, elevated canals, roads, avenues, parks, hanging gardens, all were being returned to the ground. A groan of landing gear under stress was followed by a crunch as 1,000 tons of aircraft settled onto loose sand. Ignoring the collapse, Darius nodded at the petting zoo, fizzing and popping to evaporation like the robots had. Another unsettling smile.
"Pet lions are pretty cool, though. Gotta have me one of them."
Like everyone else not privy to life's secrets, Black was on his hands and knees. "The Earth's moving," he said.
"And I'm putting everything back to how it was. You should be thanking me."
"But the earthquakes, tsunamis, landslides. You must—" Black found himself looking down the barrel of a gun.
"I told you what was going to happen the next time I saw you, white trash."
Darius pulled the trigger. Cries of emotional pain became yet more horrified screams as the psychopath set about killing anyone and everyone that had displeased him. Karen, Gatesburg, the Russian and Chinese premiers. One by one, Darius murdered the entire Security Council, calmly swapping out magazines whenever a trigger pull didn't result in a bang. The air thick with blood's metallic stench, Darius grinned at the carnage and said,
"Now that's what I call racial equality."
Richard's lips had remained fixed to Sarah's throughout, and although red seeping back into her hair indicated his wife, sucking vampire-like from him, was saving Sarah's life, a sense of the recovery being in exchange for Richard's remaining decades couldn't be ignored. But what did that matter, if both were about to receive a bullet anyway? Darius moved on to those most verbally distressed by his actions.
"That's politics sorted," he said. "Now for the police."
Wesley had raised his hands, but he too became a bloody mess on the floor.
"And their legless snitches."
Bill received the same justice. The monster even shot Faith, telling her twitching corpse,
"You want to be with your mama? Well, now you are.
You twisted piece of shit! Sarah was back, albeit looking like her mother's twin. If you want to destroy the world, then you're going to have to get past me first. She opened the matchbox, but in Sarah's desperation to resurrect the bee, the insect's body ended tumbling through the air instead. Creaking joints and middle-aged reflexes didn't stop the couple from leaping to where the bee had landed, but to their further horror, found the way blocked by an invisible barrier. Darius strode over, his face contorting in a similar mix of confusion and horror, only Darius's displeasure was aimed at the couple's appearance. He shook his head.
Well, will you look at that? The white folks' most beautiful celebs turned into an old tramp and his bag lady.
Darius raised the pistol.
I think the sooner I put you two out of your misery, the better.
He seemed about to do that when Darius spotted what Richard and Sarah had been desperate to retrieve. He knelt to recover the bee himself. Darius studied the husk.
Amazing things, Adams. Before today, I'd never even heard of a subatomic particle, let alone know what's inside.
His eyes went to where the pistol was pointing.
And now I can not only see, but take what I want.
The insect was moved closer to the couple. Like Sarah, the bumblebee was in the middle of being restored. Head, thorax, abdomen. The body's dull grey of before was now a bright black with vibrant yellow stripes. The creature's size was being resurrected too, as if life were a fluid that just needed pumping back in again. Wings, legs, antennae, all were inflating, and to the point where the new plump and hairy form appeared more asleep than dead. Darius didn't take his eyes from Richard and Sarah.
"Tell me," he said, "can a twisted piece of shit bring a dead bug back to life?"
The creature made its first movements, the twitch of a leg, flick of a tongue, stroke of an antenna. Even its wings were beating. Darius closed his hand and sneered.
"The Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away."
A shaking fist made the intention clear, but Darius's expression then gave way to puzzlement. He reopened his hand.
"What the fuck?"
The bumblebee took to the air.
Silence.
Part 2. Into the Multiverse. Chapter 25.
What year would you like?
The bumblebee flew once around Darius's head, inspected the couple's equally perplexed expressions, and headed towards the voice. Richard moved Sarah away from Darius's gun. The pistol didn't follow, and neither did Darius. Richard scanned those still alive. Despite the agony etched on their faces, nobody was moving. Nothing was. And other than the words of a strange little man perched high on a stool and leaning over a writing desk even higher, there was no sound either. The bee landed on a buttonhole flower the stranger was wearing. He was consulting a pocket watch.
14 minutes and 25 seconds approximately.
Selecting a quill from an inkpot, just as old-fashioned, the stranger shook the excess onto the sand and made an entry into what appeared to be a ledger.
Not a record, but impressive nonetheless.
Pince-nez spectacles, cravat, stiff collar, frock coat, and sweating under a noon Sahara sun, no wonder the man needed a handkerchief to mop his brow. He couldn't have been more out of place.
What the hell is going on?
Richard was in shock for many reasons. Being confronted by an office clerk from the 19th century was the least of them.
Saving existence, of course.
"Are we dead?" said Sarah.
Oh, no. Nothing dies. That would be against the rules.
Are you blind?
Richard gestured at all the bodies.
This is a massacre.
The clerk gave the carnage his attention.
Only in this universe.
He closed the ledger.
But what happens to these poor people in your next is up to you.
Richard and Sarah looked at each other. She fell against him.
Are you two all right?
Richard held Sarah while trying not to cover her in yet more of Cain's blood.
Of course we're not all right. We've lost our baby.
A baby? Are you sure about that? I don't mean to be rude, but your wife must be well into her 50s.
29,
growled Richard.
Or doesn't accelerated aging when trying to save someone's life exist in your universe?
No, it doesn't. The clerk reopened the ledger. Oh, yes, Richard and Sarah Warren A. Dyer, ages 31 and 29. He looked at the couple. Nothing about a baby, though. Richard moved a clump of matted hair away from Sarah's face and winced at the appearance of both.
We must get to Granny's son.
Who's Granny's son?
The only person who can restore us to how we were.
Is that all? The clerk made another entry into the ledger. How's that?
Having seen everything from skyscrapers to resurrected soldiers appear out of nowhere, Richard waited for an old witch to do the same. Nothing.
Richard,
look at me. Richard did. And if radiant red hair, flawless alabaster skin, sparkling green eyes, and a beaming smile didn't tell him Sarah and he were back to their younger selves, a flex of his wrinkleless and arthritis-free hands did. Even Cain's blood had disappeared. The clerk seemed keen to get on with whatever he was there for.
Now, I'm pleased to say your time qualifies you to take on something a little more challenging.
A virtual version of the clerk's ledger appeared in front of the couple, and opened to present an over-the-shoulder picture of Richard and Sarah looking at the same recursive shot of where they were. The impression was of staring into infinity. An unseen hand flicked back through the book's pages.
Most in your position would opt for something boring, like trying to prevent the birth of Adolf Hitler, but I think this could be right up your street.
The pages stopped somewhere near the ledger's beginning. Another infinity shot. A map of the Middle East.
Mesopotamia, said the clerk. Approximately 13,000 years ago.
He spoke as if making an offer that couldn't be refused.
Now, how does preventing the birth of the agricultural revolution sound?
The horror of their ordeal was still being processed, but there was room for the bizarre.
Why would anyone want to do that? Said Sarah. To prevent the Industrial Revolution, of course.
The couple shrugging seemed to make the clerk add,
which means no technological revolution, no information revolution, no robots, no savants, no super-savants, no access to the multiverse, and certainly no accidental ending of it.
He presented the face of his pocket watch.
Saving existence with just 14 minutes and 25 seconds to spare might be impressive, but preventing humankind from getting there in the first place would be more sensible, don't you think?
He poised the quill.
Now, what year would you like?
The couple looked at each other.
Who's Granny's son?
Another stranger had appeared.
Whoops, said the clerk. Look lively, everyone. The boss is here.
The new arrival certainly appeared used to giving rather than receiving orders. His height alone attested to that. The man must have been nearly 7 feet tall. Dark three-piece suit, Oxford shoes, spotted bow tie, swept-back grey hair, and an accent straight from when Britannia used to rule the waves. If the first Englishman was a throwback to the 19th century, Richard thought this version belonged in the 20th. The bee left the clerk and landed in the older man's open palm. After studying the insect, he said,
"Where did you get this?"
Richard sensed they had met before, but put the impression down to watching too many Bond films. Scar running down one cheek, fluffy white cat, and a menacing henchman, and the image would be complete.
"Granny's son," said Sarah.
"So why didn't the protocol end your universe, then?"
The comment had confused the clerk, too, but not in the same way.
"You mean the protocol isn't Mr. and Mrs. Warren's?"
A rhetorical question, apparently, as the well-bred Englishman strode to Darius and, after studying him too, said,
"Doesn't belong to Mr. Hayes, either."
The clerk seemed taken aback.
"Well, I must say this is most unusual."
The ledger's pages turned, as did the virtual version still hovering in front of Richard and Sarah.
"I don't think I've ever come across a situation like it."
He seemed lost.
"I'm sorry, but far from being able to offer you the Fertile Crescent circa 13,000 BCE, the best I can do is—"
The pages stopped near where the book had first opened.
"Penzance, Cornwall."
The clerk peered at the couple like a disappointed headmaster.
"Just 6 hours, 42 minutes and 12 seconds ago."
Another over-the-shoulder infinity image, standing at the top of the small valley leading down to Granny's cottage.
"You can take us back in time?"
asked Richard. The clerk tutted.
"You know perfectly well time travel is impossible. This is the universe closest to where you still have control. Both ledgers closed with a thump. Honestly, anyone would think you really were a couple of newlyweds.
That's because they are, said the tall man.
The clerk frowned.
Our guests' atoms might be as old as ours, but as mere mortal human beings, I'm afraid their minds have only just been born.
Chapter 26. Richard and Sarah were helped to their feet.
John Savage, how do you do?
Richard winced at the heartiness of the tall man's handshake.
Sorry about that. Bit of a misunderstanding, but don't worry. We'll soon have you in a world better suited to your needs.
Given the nightmare of the surroundings, his words were hardly reassuring. Sarah winced before shielding her eyes. Savage glanced at the massacre before instructing his clerk to
find a universe suitable for them all, will you?
There was an issue with that, apparently. But without the correct protocol, said the clerk, the same will only happen again. Savage recovered Sarah's matchbox, and after blowing away some dust, offered the box to the air. The protocol landed and crawled inside. Closing the drawer, Savage placed the matchbox in Sarah's hand and said,
Release this when you arrive, will you?
He smiled.
Who knows? Maybe this granny's son will be able to break the record next time.
Professor Sir John Savage, said Richard blankly. You're the guy in the wheelchair.
Savage wrinkled his brow.
I beg your pardon?
One of the cages in the monkey sanctuary is full of old automatons. You're one of them.
Monkey sanctuary?
Now Savage was the one who appeared to have been taken aback. Yes, that's right, said Sarah. A lot older, thinner, and covered in moss, but it's definitely you. Savage stared into space.
You said automatons, implying more than one. How many exactly?
Well, it was a bit of a mess, said Richard. But if you include Granny's son leaping out at me like a banshee, 4. You, the robot carer standing behind you, Granny's son, and the other wheelchair user in front of her.
Other wheelchair user?
Savage had swallowed.
Tell me, did this person appear to be suffering with multiple physical limitations?
Richard rubbed his chin.
Yeah. There was so much damp and decay, I thought bits must have been missing. But now you come to mention it, everything was there, just stunted.
Richard frowned.
Why would a monkey sanctuary need a disabled robot?
Savage didn't reply. He was looking at the clerk, who sighed before opening the ledger again. When was this?
That's the other strange thing, said Richard. They were all from the future. 2028.
If Savage's arrival had been characterized by an air of self-assured authority, he appeared fearful now. His hands were wringing. The clerk tutted again. You mean another universe? I've already told you, time travel is impossible.
Oh, yeah, said Richard. Then how do you explain the plane?
Everyone turned to where he was pointing. Not to mention the rocks from the past, added Sarah.
Rocks?
The Englishmen had said it together. Yes, said Sarah. The rocks produced by the light. The clerk's mouth fell open as he seemed to join Savage's concerns.
Show me,
said the older man. With the undercarriage collapsed and the Super Jumbo's belly flat against the sand, the elevator was impossible to use, so Richard pulled on a handle marked Cargo 3 instead. A hatch the size of a garage door opened. Richard and Sarah climbed in, but the Englishmen were tentative. Are you coming? Asked Sarah. The clerk had no sooner placed a hand on the entrance than he leapt back in the same way Richard had with the Mini. Told you, he said. The clerk entered, and Savage followed. Careful steps and furtive glances making it look as if both were expecting a tripwire to result in all 4 being blown up by a bomb. Without power, Richard and Sarah had to resort to light from their mobile phones, which, after shuffling past the bulk of the UN's gift to West Africa, illuminated the strange seed drill-like device Richard had noted when first entering the cargo hold.
What is that? He said.
Savage approached and squeezed one of the many tubes extending from the machine. Something red popped out. Richard was no expert, but it looked more like a pill than a seed. Whatever it was went into Savage's waistcoat pocket.
"Where's this light?" he said. The phone swept over a nearby flight of metal steps.
"Up there," said Sarah.
A minute later they were staring at the rocks and boulders scattered about this cargo level's floor. Richard crouched to retrieve an example, but Savage grabbed his arm. "Don't touch it." "They're only rocks," said Richard. "I said don't touch." Firming his grip, Savage pulled Richard up straight again.
Professor?"
Everyone turned to the clerk, who had fixated on something, a black pea-sized dot hovering about 6 feet from the floor. "Stay still and remain calm." Having survived all previous encounters, Richard thought Savage's reaction a little over the top, and was about to ask why, when what the clerk said next deepened the mystery.
"But why aren't we being sucked in?"
"Because we're on the other side of it," said Savage. Richard and Sarah looked at each other. If the strange phenomenon had confused the couple before, they were positively flummoxed by it now.
"On the other side of what?"
asked Sarah. "A black hole." Savage indicated the rocks about their feet. "This is matter from another universe."
"But if that's true," said the clerk, "then everything in this universe would have been blasted into the next."
Savage was about to say something when, along with his colleague, he backed away. The dot had become a pinprick of light. Richard tried reassuring the men. "It will just be another delivery." Sarah and he approached the orifice, and a second later both were struggling with a rock the size of a basketball. The weight caused the boulder to crash the final few inches, and that, together with the rock's umbilical snapping back through the portal, made the clerk seize Savage's arm. The light reduced to a black dot.
"They're ingredients," said Sarah. "Add water, some sun, a bit of pagan magic, and voila, life."
The two men were regarding each other like Sarah and Richard had the massacre. But that took off towards another level when Richard added, "It's how Granny made the bumblebee." "She made the protocol?" To say Savage was stunned would have been an understatement.
"Well, only partly," said Sarah. "I was supposed to finish it."
She glowered at her husband.
"Which is exactly what I'm going to do the moment Coleman shows his ugly fat face in our next universe." Said the clerk. "Put Mr. and Mrs. Warren into the same closed loop as the others?"
His voice was shaking. "Not yet." Savage pulled himself together. He looked at Sarah. "When was that?"
"Just after the plane landed," she said. "About an hour ago."
Savage extended a hand. "Might I see the the bumblebee again?" Sarah returned the matchbox. After confirming the contents, Savage gave the clerk a nod. Silence. "I'll need to make some inquiries." Savage checked Richard and Sarah's motionless forms before passing his eyes over the others present in this part of the multiverse. The 15 permanent members of the UN Security Council and their aides were just as frozen. Savage approached the conference room's mural, and after taking in its good versus evil theme, said, "If only the fight were that simple." Chapter 27. The plaque outside read J. Adams, Ph.D., psychologue clinicien. So Savage was in the right place. He just hoped it was the one he had left James and his family in. Savage eyed the rest of a typical spring day in this residential part of Paris, a mix of magnificent Renaissance and Baroque architecture, spoiled only by the odd upmarket shop and exclusive restaurant. In fact, but for these modern trappings, the fashions walking the streets, cars driving the roads, and the period's obligatory electronic furniture, the universe could have been a France of the 19th, 18th, or even 17th centuries. It reminded Savage of when he had first met Napoleon Bonaparte and
"Professor Savage."
It was Tracy. She lifted the toddler she was carrying higher onto her hip.
"How lovely to see you again."
James's wife was burdened by 2 other weights, shopping and a pregnancy nearing full term. "Here, let me." Savage relieved her of the former, noting a slight hesitancy on her part. So far, so normal. Tracy pressed a buzzer.
"James is all ready for you."
Not so normal. "Ready?" asked Savage.
The door opened, and the sight of antique furniture, landscape paintings, portraits, statues, and other expensive items continued to confirm life as a psychologist to France's rich and famous in the year 2028 was as lucrative as Savage had meant it to be. If only Mrs. Adams's words were as reassuring. She passed her little boy to a waiting nanny.
Yes, I made sure his diary was clear the moment you requested the appointment.
Appointment? A robot housekeeper took the shopping from Savage while Tracy checked her appearance in the hall's mirror. She lowered her voice.
I must say, it's very brave of you to take this way out. But what else can you do?
Brave. John! James came striding towards them. Great to see you again. Like Tracy, his welcome also fell to a veiled speech. I only wish it could have been under different circumstances. They shook hands, but there was no escaping a sense Savage's status as a respected professor of neurology must have suffered in this universe. Savage allowed himself to be steered upstairs, and a short while later all three had entered a consultation room. After assisting his heavily pregnant wife into an armchair, James approached a drinks cabinet. "Whiskey, isn't it? A bit early for me, but I know you would never pass up on a glass of Glenmorangie." Somebody, or more probably something, was playing games. At least Savage hoped it was a game. He decided to go along. "Very kind," he said. "Don't worry," said James. "Not even an operation is required these days. 2 drops of water, isn't it?" James had his back to their visitor, and after checking Tracy's attention was also elsewhere, Savage placed the universe into a closed-loop existence. Striding to the 2 glass doors leading onto the consultation room's balcony, he stepped outside. Cars, people, a dog on a lead, everything was as still as it was within. Even the birds and an airliner thousands of feet above had been caught in the loop's fraction of a second duration. Satisfied he had at least some control, Savage re-entered the room, closed the balcony's doors behind, and resumed where he had been standing. Savage ended the loop. "Humour me, if you would, James, but why am I here?" The psychologist handed him a glass. "Now, come on, John. You've come this far. No backing out now. You know the medication is your only serious option." Savage still had no idea what his ex-colleague was talking about. He could have entered James's mind to find out if he had wanted to, but didn't want to risk revealing his own intentions yet. Savage continued to play along. "Well, I had rather hoped that after one of your famous consultations, the medication wouldn't be necessary." The couple looked at each other before exchanging raised eyebrows. "We discussed it on the phone," said James. "This isn't a consultation. It's the formality of ensuring your suitability for the treatment. Although, given you have a Nobel Prize for discovering the remedy in the first place, you're the last person I expected to have to assess." James gestured at the couch. "Please, take a seat." So that was it. Who, or whatever, had hacked their way into the multiverse had a sense of humour as well as a key. In this particular existence, Savage had been deemed mentally unsound, and to the point where his mind had to be corrected, and by the very means Savage had pioneered. James appeared thoughtful. "Must admit, there's some irony in the very man lauded for having saved society from every ailment known to humankind, being found guilty of its sickest crime." Savage stopped savouring what until that point had been one of the better single malts. "Crime?" he said. The couple appeared puzzled.
"The images,"
said Tracy.
"The illegal images of children the police found on your computer."
Chapter 28. Richard found himself looking at an image of a phoenix. "What the—" Sarah was also confused.
"How did we—"
Their heads twisted in different directions. Presidents, prime ministers, aides, robots, everyone and everything was back in the Super Jumbo's conference room. And given the uninterrupted view of a desert outside, a few seconds after the jet had first landed. Eka was even holding the handset she had used to announce the arrival, and Richard and Sarah were about to welcome Gatesburg's personal robot back from the dead when they realized she wasn't moving. Nobody was.
"Why are you pregnant?"
The clerk was the only difference, back at his desk, quill in hand and staring at the Warrens like some ethereal Jobsworth. Sarah's hand shot to her belly and she grinned. So did Richard when he realized why, and he tried hugging his wife but couldn't. An invisible barrier was in the way.
"Just a precaution until the Professor gets back," said the clerk. "You're clearly capable of something we don't understand, so keeping that nitro and glycerine apart would seem to make sense until we do."
He looked down at his ledger and repeated the question.
"Why are you pregnant?"
"I'll cut you a deal," said Richard. "You tell us who or what the hell you and this professor guy are, and I'll tell you all about the birds and the bees."
The clerk seemed about to say something when he paused, removed his spectacles and raised a finger instead.
"No. Allow me to tell you all about the birds and the bees."
Stepping down from his desk, the clerk approached the conference room's mural. He gestured at the artwork.
"What does this depict?"
"The battle between good and evil," said Sarah.
Don't you find it strange how the battle never seems to be won?"
The clerk used his reading glasses to inspect the conflict more closely.
"It's because war is not only necessary for human survival, but for our cosmological existence too."
He faced the couple before saying rather grandly,
"The Professor and I are custodians of the multiverse."
Richard chuckled.
"You mean like guardians of the galaxy?"
Sarah was less amused.
"Are you saying your job is to keep everyone at war with each other?" "No. My job is to give everyone a second chance. It's the Professor's job to make sure they're all about to die first."
Sarah was aghast.
"You mean we're about to be murdered by a psychopath anyway?" "There's no need to worry," said the clerk. "Once I've restarted this universe, your memories will be wiped. You won't know a thing."
"And that's supposed to make us feel better?"
But for his invisible cage, Richard would have punched the man.
"Wait," said Sarah. "You were going to send us back 13,000 years to prevent war. How is that supposed to kill people?" "It isn't. But preventing the agricultural revolution would also prevent the sword, the bullet, the bomb, mutually assured destruction, and the kind of science capable of annihilating not just life on Earth, but the cosmos too."
The couple was struck dumb. The clerk rapped the mural with a knuckle.
"The birds and the bees."
Richard and Sarah were no wiser. The little man hurried back to his desk and, after turning another page of his ledger, said,
"Are you familiar with how evolution works?"
Richard bristled even more.
"Exactly how our Creator intended it to."
"Nature," said Sarah. "Natural selection." "Actually, you're both right. Someone, or more probably something, created the original universe, and through a process of natural selection, we now not only have the birds and the bees, but other universes too."
He peered at the couple.
"Consciousness."
Richard had had enough.
"Whistle, Mr. Clark, or whatever your name is. If you're about to spout some pseudo-science mumbo-jumbo to explain God, then save your breath. We ain't interested."
"Promise not to mention God once."
The clerk smirked before seeming to antagonize the younger man.
"In the beginning, consciousness created the heaven and the earth."
Richard shook his head.
"Not the kind of consciousness capable of biblical plagues, putting a man on the moon or finding a cure for cancer, you understand, but the basic level needed to ensure survival."
The clerk gestured at the desert outside.
"And just as the first life on Earth needed to be aware of its hostile environment before being able to survive, so did the first particle in the cosmos."
The couple's silence seemed to encourage the minor official as he went on to explain the Big Bang, and how, without what he called cosmic awareness, gravity kept causing the first universe to collapse back in on itself. Richard had stopped listening, but Sarah seemed interested.
"Are you saying the universe needs our thoughts to stay alive?" "The universe is," corrected the clerk. "And just as that first awareness eventually evolved to become the thoughts of birds, bees, megalomaniacs, and psychopaths, so has the multiverse been busy using those same musings to perpetuate its own existence."
"You mean God has been busy?" said Richard.
The clerk ignored him.
"How do you know all this?"
said Sarah.
"The Professor," said the clerk. "His consciousness is as old as the hills."
Richard might have thought it was all nonsense, but not Sarah. So how old is he?
Well, let me see.
The clerk consulted his ledger again.
I was born in 1845 and first met the professor when I died in 1919.
He turned a page.
And it's 2026 in this universe, so that makes him...
The clerk looked up.
150,421 years old.
How old? The couple had said it together.
Not as old as the protocols. Insects go back even further. Hence our shock at this granny sun being able to make one of her own.
The clerk rubbed his chin.
Not to mention the black hole it came from.
What did the bumblebees do?
Offensive to his beliefs or not, Richard was curious.
Think of them as troubleshooters, said the clerk. Entities free to wander in and out of any universe, and primed to spot a loss of consciousness potentially disastrous to the cosmos.
He put a thumb in his chest.
Me and the 50 million others killed by Spanish flu being a typical example.
Then what? Said Sarah.
Then someone like me comes along to offer everyone a universe in which to generate some new thoughts, or to do the same for others prior to their impending extinction. I chose the latter.
Richard scoffed and went back to looking at the mural.
But you can see the problem, said the clerk. The battle between good and evil might be expanding the multiverse faster than ever, but a bit like an elastic band at full stretch, it wouldn't take much to snap it all back to a single subatomic particle again.
He narrowed his view of the couple.
Even a moderate outbreak of peace and understanding could spell disaster.
Richard was hardly convinced.
And pulling humankind back from the brink of extinction with seconds to spare is designed to keep it all going, I suppose? I don't think I've ever heard such bull.
The clerk gestured at those still locked out of the conversation.
I'm not doing this for my own health, you know.
His look of a disapproving headmaster returned.
For the sake of the cosmos, death and resurrection must be managed. You've just witnessed what happens when evolution is allowed to go on unchecked. And given you and your wife's link to this granny sun and your own fledgling life-altering abilities, you'll forgive the professor and me if we don't take an interest in where that might be going.
He turned another page.
Which brings me back to my question. Why are you pregnant, Mrs. Warren?
To Richard, the question typified the man's nonsense.
Oh, come on. Do you really need to have it explained?
The clerk tapped the ledger.
I've been through every one of you and your wife's possible universes, and the family isn't due to celebrate a new arrival for at least another year.
He looked at Sarah.
So, whose baby is it?
Chapter 29. Savage tried not to look shocked as he sat on the couch. "I want you to know neither Tracy nor I judge you, John," said James. "The very fact you've chosen to acknowledge your wrongdoing, and in such a public way, is evidence of your commitment to the treatment, and for that you should be applauded." He passed Savage a newspaper. "Although even I would be the first to acknowledge your standing could never be the same again." The headline read, "Paedophile," and the image beneath was of a sheepish-looking John Savage, handcuffed between two policemen. Savage retained his composure.
"I'm sorry, James, but..."
He knew his words would sound ridiculous, but didn't know what else to say.
"This isn't where I left you."
He waved the newspaper.
"This is an alternative truth."
James sighed. "John, I have a lot of respect for you, and always will. But you know how this works. Any attempts to distance yourself from the offence can only mean—" His attention snapped to the consultation room's entrance. So had Tracy's.
"What is it?"
said Savage. "How bizarre." James was staring. "I've just had a vision of someone walking through that door." He met Tracy's just as perplexed expression. She was wearing a burqa. James shook his head as if trying to rid himself of the distraction. "Anyway, as I was saying, you must—"
"Zara,"
said Tracy.
"Her name is Zara."
Savage narrowed his view.
"Go on."
Merging with the two for less than the duration of a closed-loop existence had been a risk, but given the urgency of the situation, Savage had been left with no choice.
"She thought she was God,"
continued Tracy. James roved his eyes, as if searching for pieces to the puzzle. He approached his desk and lifted the cup and saucer sitting there. James studied the crockery. This ended in being smashed for some reason. His attention then switched to the balcony, and after more puzzled looks, James took the cup and saucer outside. Savage followed him. The psychologist gazed at the view, as if the vista contained more than the French capital's skyline and busy street below. Placing the cup and saucer on the balcony's parapet, James said, "I'd better bring them in." He re-entered the room with an urgency that suggested something important had to be addressed, but the sight of Tracy sitting in an armchair seemed to confuse the man even more. "But how—" He spun to face Savage, who prepared himself for whatever violence was sure to follow once his ex-colleague understood what had been done to him and his wife. That took less than 2 seconds. "You—" James lunged at Savage. Anger indicating rehabilitating sex offenders to model citizens was the last thing on the psychologist's mind. Sensing he was about to be seized by the throat, Savage chanced another merge. The younger man's hands went to his own stomach instead, and James collapsed to writhe in agony at the professor's feet. Pregnant or not, Tracy was by her husband's side in an instant.
"Darling, what is it? Are you okay? Speak to me."
Savage didn't want to belabor the point, so eased the cramps to discomfort. He poured himself another whiskey.
"I'm sorry about that, James, truly I am. But something serious has happened, and I think you might have something to do with it."
Pain or discomfort, James and Tracy chose to stay on the floor, but it wasn't long before knowledge of their previous universe had sunk in enough for the couple to remember an ability to read each other's thoughts.
"You mean it's not you the world thinks is a paedophile, but my husband?"
If Tracy's idyllic life hadn't already crumbled, it was about to.
"I had no choice," said Savage. "The AI was out of control, and given my time in prison forbade me online access to deal with it. I needed someone convicted of a crime that did."
Tracy's face lit with anger.
"But you deliberately planted those images on James's computer."
Savage took a sip of his whiskey.
"Think of it as continued service to society. Distressed thoughts play a vital part in our existence, and the despair caused by one man's loss of reputation might be small in itself, but to the bigger—"
Tracy was on her feet in a way that suggested she had every intention of finishing what her husband had started. The pregnancy's late stage forced Tracy to seize an armchair instead. Savage assisted her into the seat.
"Don't worry. The sooner I have what I've come for, the sooner you and your family can resume your own struggle for survival."
Savage took in the consultation room's plush furnishings.
Not one many could relate to, admittedly, but a struggle nonetheless.
"But nothing here is real." James was still on the floor. "It's a lie. Everything you've ever said to us, exposed us to, or placed us in has been a lie."
"No, James. Only the interworld in which you were serving your prison sentence was artificial."
Savage gestured at the view.
"You're in one of many new realities now, and each one contains the truth. An alternative truth."
"And the AI monster you created?" said Tracy. "Is Zara in here with us too?"
Savage fell silent at the mention of the name, but continued to drink as if whiskey was the only pleasure he had left in life. Draining the contents, Savage placed the glass on the desk and commenced with the visit's purpose.
"Now, James, I asked you to do something vital to our continued existence. Did you complete the task?"
James was still nursing his stomach.
"Of course I did."
"What other choice did I have?" He reached for Tracy's hand. "I thought I was about to lose everything." The couple half smiled at each other. Savage eased what remained of the stomach cramps.
"This is important. Did Squadron Leader Stewart reveal the details of his death?"
"Yes," said James. "In 1966. A secret mission to drop a nuclear bomb in the middle of the Patagonian desert. As a sort of warning to Argentina, apparently." Savage grasped James by the shoulders and drew him to his feet.
"I don't want to hear words like sort of and apparently, and I certainly don't want to risk merging with you again until I know which words were used and what they have caused."
Savage encouraged James to take a seat next to his wife and pulled up a chair of his own. "Detail the exchange to me exactly." James did. Everything, including the bomber's unexpected diversion, the squadron leader's decision to abort the mission when the new target turned out to be a village, to being fired upon by 2 Argentinian jet fighters, to crashing over the Chilean border, to the bomber's entire crew burning to death in the ensuing fire. Savage nodded throughout. "And the protocol?"
"You mean the bumblebee?"
said James.
"It appeared as you said it would."
Savage sat back. He ran a hand through his hair.
"Then I don't understand it. The mere mention of Arilok should have been enough to neutralize the AI, or whatever super-artificial intelligence Zara had become."
Arilok,
said Tracy.
"It was the name of the village,"
said James.
"Yes, I know, but that was the first thing I heard you say when you got back."
She was pointing at the spot on the carpet where James must have materialized. The colour drained from her husband's face. Savage's pallor wouldn't have appeared much healthier.
"I don't suppose you happened to repeat the name of the village upon your return, James?"
Silence made the older man stand. He wandered to the view.
"Then it's not a question of has the cosmos been infected by an entity capable of ending all existence, but when will it choose to do so, and how?"
Tracy was on her feet and staring at the couch.
"We had a baby girl. What happened to her?"
"Judging by your condition," said Savage, "yet to be born in this universe."
He didn't bother turning round. Tracy hugged her stomach.
"She can do the most incredible things."
Multiverse or not, James's concerns for Savage's ethics were never far away. Is that our future, then? Swapping a human eugenicist's version of perfect children for the twisted ideas of some super-AI?
"Oh, I wouldn't worry," said Savage. "It's not your baby."
Another stunned silence made him face the couple.
"It's mine."
Chapter 30. Richard was invited to turn the pages himself.
"Satisfied?"
said the clerk.
"If this ledger really does contain all of our possible existences," said Richard, "then where's the infinite number of ways in which Sarah's mother tried getting Sarah and me to have children?" The clerk looked at him blankly. "The love potion? The love potion on the train?"
"But that's in the past in this universe," said the clerk. "If Mrs. Warren and you are to have children sooner, then I would need to transport you both to a world where the train journey has yet to happen."
Sarah might have been left in an invisible cage while Richard was allowed to check on her sexual fidelity, but Sarah's cynicism was free. "Don't bother," she said. "Infinity would have to last for forever and a day before Richard would have sex before marriage."
"Not true," said the clerk. "Infinite existences mean exactly that. Your husband might not dream of being unfaithful in this universe, but elsewhere he's not only a habitual Lothario, but a sexual predator, a rapist, paedophile, even a murderer."
The couple looked at each other as the clerk furthered other examples from a cosmos filled with infinite possibilities. He ended by positing the unthinkable.
"Hard to believe, I know, but somewhere there will be an Adolf Hitler who's not only receiving the Nobel Prize for Peace, but the keys to a never-ending number of cities, too."
The clerk looked past the couple's stunned faces.
"Ah, the boss is back."
Savage had appeared, along with 2 others Richard and Sarah didn't recognize. One was heavily pregnant, and the way she and her partner were holding each other close while trying to make sense of their new surroundings told Richard he and Sarah weren't the only ones out of place. That was when Richard realized the place was no longer amongst the UN Security Council in a Super Jumbo's conference room, but standing at the top of the valley leading down to Granny Son's cottage. It was dark, save for the distant glow of a candle behind a leaded window. After some introductions, Savage said,
"Right, let's get to the bottom of this."
He set out for the cottage with his clerk not far behind. Shorter legs meant the poor man had to run, and carrying a ledger nearly as big as him wasn't helping. The couples followed, Richard using his mobile phone to scan the ex-monkey sanctuary's enclosures along the way. Rope swings, climbing frames, small wooden ramps leading up to hutches. The damp and decay that had rendered everything into shades of green. The location and time did indeed seem to be the universe he and Sarah had left Granny in. After viewing the rot's various chemical bonds and taking in some atomic histories just to be sure, Richard turned the light on the way ahead. Their hosts had come to a halt.
"What is it?"
asked Sarah, after they had caught up. The men were transfixed. Richard peered in the same direction. Something was moving, at speed and up the path towards the visitors. Others took that as a cue to retrieve their mobiles, and a small animal ran into the pool of light created.
"It's a monkey,"
said Sarah before falling to her knees.
"Come here, baby."
She clicked her tongue a couple of times. The Capuchin did, chattering away as if meeting an old friend. Having witnessed his wife's telepathic relationship with other flora and fauna, Richard guessed Sarah knew what the monkey was saying, and judging by the way the poor creature's body was shaking, it wasn't good news.
"This is Winnie,"
said Sarah. Her smile became a line of concern.
"He's worried about his owner."
She gathered the Capuchin into her arms and stood.
"Oh, he's missing the tip of his tail."
Sarah attempted to inspect the damage, but the monkey wouldn't let her, choosing to suck on the shortened end as if it were a pacifier.
"It looks burnt," she said.
"The tip of his tail looks what?" There was concern in James's voice, but not for the monkey's health. "Look, Savage, I'm not going through this again. The protocol had better work this time." The professor peered down at James, making the psychologist appear as short as the clerk.
"Savage? Does that mean I'm back in your bad books?"
"Bad books? You've just told me my wife is carrying your child." Richard and Sarah looked at each other. Even the clerk seemed shocked, and he opened the ledger.
"You won't find anything," said Savage. "The IVF treatment took place in an artificial universe, the interworld."
"But Tracy is still carrying your DNA and not mine." Richard had no idea what the interworld was, but if that were true, he couldn't understand why James didn't just punch the man.
"I can trace my consciousness back to the very first human being," said Savage,
before looming even larger.
"Everyone is carrying my DNA."
Given what the clerk had said about Savage's age, Richard could see the logic. Not that it made the confusion surrounding Tracy's pregnancy any less disturbing. Richard didn't even want to think, let alone say it, but he had to know.
"Does that mean my wife's carrying your baby too?"
He had made a fist in case the answer was yes. Savage glanced at Sarah before switching his attention back to the cottage.
"That is a question you might want to ask Granny's son."
He produced the matchbox.
"I suspect her magic is capable of conjuring up more than a half-cooked bumblebee."
Richard was only partly relieved. The group was about to continue the journey when the appearance of a noonday sun in a cloudless sky made everyone squint. Given they were still on the path, Richard assumed it to be the same location, but within another universe. Judging by their hosts' confused expressions, however, not one of the clerks or the professor's making. Richard's heart leapt at a sudden noise. Dozens of monkeys, whooping, screeching, and running within clean and overgrowth-free cages.
"I think we're going to have to run,"
said Savage, in a way that all but confirmed he wasn't in control of the situation. Savage and the clerk took off towards the cottage as if about to be caught in a shower, and in a way they were. Something struck Richard in the back, and when he turned to see what it was, what he assumed to be a similar missile bounced off his chest. Crap! And not of the rot and decay kind. Sarah pulled Winnie closer, and together with Richard bolted for the cottage. But Tracy's condition meant she and James had to suffer the storm by walking. James used his jacket for protection, and although the couple was soon out of range like the rest, wrinkled noses all round indicated the jacket was unlikely to be worn as clothing again. Lifting the lid of the cottage's dustbin, James deposited the sodden material inside and said, "What the hell's going on, Savage?" The professor didn't respond. He was staring into the enclosure opposite the cottage's front door, and straight away Richard could see it wasn't only the sanctuary's monkey occupants that had been returned to a former state. James frowned at the clean but still lifeless wheelchair users. "That's Alex Salib." He approached the cage. "And you, just before Zara took over." Richard met Sarah's shrug. The names meant nothing to her either. Savage sighed at his decrepit form.
Visiting other universes might be possible, but the laws of atrophy still have to be obeyed once there. There was no sign of the egg-carer, and Richard was wondering where the machine must have got to, when the cottage's front door opened, answering the question.
"Won't you come in?"
The robot beckoned, but how Savage was expected to fit, let alone stand inside the tiny cottage, Richard didn't know. The machine disappeared into darkness, and something about that made Richard extend a finger. That disappeared too. Richard withdrew and checked the digit, clean and unmarked, as if dipped into a vertical pool of matte black mercury. Richard searched for a chemical structure. There wasn't one. If the cottage's entrance was still acting as a threshold, it wasn't into a kitchen from the Middle Ages. He took a step back.
"Forget that. Ain't no way I'm walking into something I can't even see, let alone know if I can breathe."
Savage appeared about to say something when the rate at which the sun had been crossing the sky accelerated, and once again the visitors found themselves plunged into night. Sarah's new friend screeched as the environment became so black, pitch wouldn't do the condition justice. Sarah grabbed Richard's arm.
"I can't see."
Other voices bordering on panic indicated she wasn't the only one to think they had been struck blind.
"No, look,"
said Savage. A familiar pinprick of light had appeared. It was difficult to judge, but Richard guessed it must have been the portal in Granny's bedroom, although what that said about the rest of the cottage he didn't know. Desperate for something other than Sarah's touch and perfume to create a sense of place, Richard crept towards the light. As with the last time the couple had been intrigued by a mystery deep within Granny's home, Sarah was clinging to Richard's back, and whimpering close to his ear meant the monkey must have done the same with her. The light was further than expected, but at least its rays were lighting a tiled floor in front, and this, together with the reappearance of his fellow traveller's features, reassured Richard enough to hurry the pace. It was then he realized that far from being a portal to another universe, the light was the screen of a television set, the same portable Sarah and he had seen on the kitchen's table during their previous visit. Someone was seated and watching the box, and as the new arrivals closed within viewing distance themselves, Richard prepared himself to meet an old pagan witch for a third time. Only it wasn't her. Overalls instead of rags. Dark as opposed to white hair. A more upright posture. The much younger woman's face was decorated with similar tattoos and piercings, so maybe they were related. The old lady's granddaughter, perhaps. Savage seemed to know who she was.
"Nice to see you again, Sunita."
He bent to the young woman's level.
"Or is it Zara we have the pleasure of addressing in this universe?"
Chapter 31. Other than putting a finger to her lips and saying, "Shh," the young woman didn't respond, continuing to focus on the portable television set instead. Everyone leaned in to see what was so interesting. Black and white, and with no sound, the film appeared to be from the silent movie era. The footage featured a group of people either walking or dancing in a garden, but in a way Richard couldn't decide was due to the limits of the cinematography or the artificial way in which some can behave when faced with a camera. Either way, the movie could hardly be described as riveting. At less than 2 seconds in duration, the impression was of 4 characters stuck in a closed loop.
1888,
said the strange young woman.
The oldest surviving film in existence.
She turned to Richard.
Which means they're all dead now. Don't you think that's sad?
"Not really," said Savage.
The comment seemed to have both annoyed and concerned him. His arms were folded and his eyes darting as if looking for an escape.
"As there'll now be everything from abbots to zoologists in other universes, the emotion is academic."
The young woman switched from looking at Richard to staring at Savage's shoes. Her eyes then wandered up his body, nose wrinkling on the way as if offended by something unpleasant. She stopped at the man's face and said something that suggested, if the two did have history, it hadn't ended well.
But only in universes of your choosing, eh?
Savage bent to meet the disgust.
"You haven't answered my question. Who are you?"
Why don't you merge with me to find out?
Richard looked at the two, noses inches apart as if stuck in a closed loop of their own, a Mexican standoff. Sarah broke the silence with a question.
Granny Son, has Gaia restored your youth too?
Winnie was still clinging to Sarah and screeched before burying himself under her hair. A tiny face peeked between the tresses. "Sunita, you mean?" said James. "And if she has been restored, I can guarantee some fairly major modifications will have been made to her along the way." The strange young woman grinned and said,
"Well, that's evolution for you."
Savage produced the matchbox. "Yours, I believe." He placed the box on the table. "Nice try, Zara. Now run along and play cosmological roulette somewhere else." Sunita? Zara? If Richard and Sarah had been confused before, everyone appeared to be speaking a foreign language now. James must have sensed the puzzlement.
Zara was an AI the professor had programmed to search the cosmos for answers to the unanswerable. You know, what is the meaning of life? Where did we come from? Is there a God? But as any mad professor will tell you, biotechnical solutions can soon become dangerous viruses if not controlled, and the measures taken to restrict Zara's infection have plainly failed.
"Like Dr. Black's Ebola VXR, you mean?" said Richard.
"And President Gatesburg's control of Eka," added Sarah.
James looked at Tracy, who shook her head in response. "I'm afraid we have no idea who or what you're talking about," said James. "But if they involve efforts to control either real or artificial life, then yes." Granny Son, or whoever she was, opened the matchbox and the bumblebee crawled out. Given the atmosphere, Richard didn't blame the insect for choosing to crawl back inside again. The strange young woman closed the box and pushed back on her chair as if to stand. She paused, and if the morphing illusion of Granny's tattoos and piercings had perplexed Richard before, what the facial art did next astonished him. The pagan symbology evaporated to become the smooth and blemish-free appearance of not just new skin, but a different person, of Mediterranean or Middle Eastern extraction, judging by the dark eyes and olive complexion. The lady stood, and Richard realized it wasn't only the young woman's face that had changed. So had her clothing and body, to the point where nothing of the person seated remained. And what the lady had become made Richard gulp. Statuesque hourglass figure, long black evening dress slashed to the hip, cleavage bordering on the obscene. There was no escaping. One female stereotype had been swapped for another. The Arab beauty shook out a cascade of raven hair and dressed the locks as if wanting to draw attention to her curves. If this was a robot programmed to answer the meaning of life, Richard had misunderstood the question. Sarah's grip tightened on her husband, but the machine's visual charms hadn't distracted Savage. "Where's Sunita?" he demanded. Zara was admiring herself in a compact mirror, but took a moment to extend one of her long, blood-red fingernails to tap the side of her head.
"In here,"
she said.
"Someone had to stop me from taking over the cosmos."
Like her face had, the finger morphed into a lipstick.
"Mind you, absorbing President Calton's consciousness, too, has resulted in a bit of a battle amongst all three of us."
She scowled at Savage.
"But isn't that what you want? All conscious life perpetually at war?"
President Calton, another name that meant nothing to Richard and Sarah. The clerk was flicking through the pages of his ledger.
"You won't find me in there."
Zara retouched her lips. "Because we're in the interworld," said James.
"No."
The compact was closed.
"Because I've ended existence."
Chapter 32. Given he was still thinking and breathing, Richard thought that was nonsense. Maybe the robot's AI was corrupt. The clerk seemed convinced. He was in a panic.
"The ledger," he said. "The pages. They're blank."
The book was held up for all to see.
"Then how come we're having this conversation?"
Richard was beginning to think it was all a bad dream, one he hoped Sarah and he would soon be waking from. Zara gestured to somewhere outside of the locale.
"If you don't believe me, why don't you go and take a look?"
Savage's head turned to face the same direction, but as he didn't then disappear, Richard assumed it was either because he couldn't, or the man feared not being able to return if he did. A slight settling of his posture indicated Zara's statement might have held a kernel of truth after all. Savage sighed before saying, "What do you want, Zara?" What Richard was certain had to be a sophisticated love doll appeared to have relaxed too. The machine was smiling.
"What every child wants. Their parents' recognition."
"Well, as you appear to have us trapped within an environment similar to the particle accelerator I thought I had imprisoned you in, then congratulations. I'm proud."
Savage couldn't have sounded more the opposite.
"But don't you want to know what your little girl has been up to?"
Savage flinched as Zara moved closer to begin fussing over his appearance. She straightened his tie. At well over 6 feet in her stockings and heels, Richard guessed the robot was one of the few capable of doing that without having to stand on their toes. Savage maintained his composure.
"So, what has my little girl been up to?"
Zara adjusted the professor's pocket square next.
"Oh, the usual thing. Trying to find my way in life, making mistakes along the way."
She brushed something from his shoulder.
"Finding the answers to my father's questions."
Savage's posture stiffened again, as he seemed to take an interest in the conversation.
"Go on."
She wagged a finger.
"Oh, no. Not before my daddy and I have come to an agreement."
"Which is?"
The robot moved even closer.
"That evolution is and always has been artificial."
Savage laughed.
"Creationism, you mean? You'll be telling me next that my father and your grandfather is an old man with a beard and an ego the size of the cosmos."
An increasing brilliance made everyone face the television set. In silence, the box twisted and shrank back in on itself, as if squeezed by a force determined to make the portable as small as possible. The screen continued to brighten at the same time, making Richard think the television must have been the light seen in Granny's bedroom after all. Anticipating the brightness collapsing into a black dot, Richard was wondering how anyone could be expected to see visually, let alone comprehend what Zara had meant by artificial evolution. The table and chair deformed too, and the next thing Richard knew, Sarah, he, and the others had followed the furniture into the light. Dark. And if Richard had been unsettled by the blackness of a front door's threshold, what they had passed into now redefined the emotion.
"What in God's name?"
Richard reached for Sarah, but she was no longer there.
"Sarah? Sarah? Where are you?"
"I'm here, Richard."
Sarah was, but not in any bodily sense, and neither was he. Unseen arms flailed at nothing, and Richard's attempts to touch his own non-existent form made it plain that whatever entering a black hole entailed physically, only rocks seemed to survive the journey intact. Others were in a similar distress, including Winnie, whose screeching was so loud Richard wanted to cover his ears. And that was when it struck him. No body, hands, ears, eyes, nose, mouth, vocal cords. Consciousness. Only his and the conscious awareness of the others remained.
"What have you done to us?"
asked Tracy's unseen entity. Zara couldn't be visualized either. Not that it mattered. Thanks to Perry, Richard's mind's eye had never been sharper.
"I've already told you," she said. "Ended existence. Well, existence as you knew it. We are just thoughts now."
Screeching turning to whimpering meant Sarah had managed to settle Winnie's distraught thoughts, but her own consciousness couldn't have been more troubled.
"You mean we're dead? But what about my baby? Our family, our future?"
Being days, if not minutes, from expecting their child, if anything, James and Tracy were in a greater distress, but Zara could calm as well as upset.
"All in good time. There's something I need you to see first."
Without eyes, Richard was about to question how that could be possible, when he sensed an arrival at a destination he had seen before. Nothing.
"The singularity of the beginning,"
said Zara. Her attention was on Richard's.
"Perry has gifted you with an ability to view the birth of the cosmos, Richard. Perhaps you would like to provide a running commentary for the less talented amongst us?"
It was true. The black hole's destination appeared to be the beginning of time. only instead of returning via an atom of iron from a vintage car, the journey had been accomplished through something most physicists associate with consuming, not creating life.
"Wait," said Savage. "Are you saying you've traced existence to a time before the Big Bang?"
Zara's response was no less intriguing.
In the beginning, God created the heavens.
She seemed keen for Richard to get on with something.
Go on. Don't be shy.
"But there's nothing to go on with," he said.
You're sensing something you already know will go on to produce a cosmos of more than just the one universe, and you're aware of the ingredient needed to start the process. So come on. Think.
Ingredient. That was a word Perry would have used. Richard did as asked, and there was an explosion so bright anyone still sighted would have been blinded.
And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light.
Zara was enjoying her biblical passages. Savage's patience, however, was wearing thin.
"I hate to have to tell you this, Zara, but while you've been busy figuring out how the cosmos works, human evolution has developed to the point where anyone can create a universe. So unless you've discovered a better way of controlling that, I'd be grateful if you could—"
Zara interrupted her maker with,
"What can you see now, Richard?"
Richard may no longer have had eyes, but the explosion had still bleached his consciousness.
"Particles,"
he said a moment later.
And what are those particles doing?
Richard conducted the sentient equivalent of peering into the ether.
"Appearing and disappearing."
And how can we stop that?
Zara may have had the ability to transform herself from an old pagan witch into a sex goddess, but to Richard her consciousness bore all the hallmarks of a patronizing schoolteacher.
"What? All of them?" he said. "Perry might have improved my math beyond all recognition, but infinity is still impossible to calculate, let alone manipulate."
Then just pick one.
Sensing he had little choice, Richard did, and the particle stabilized, but only by him becoming a part of it.
"Now what?"
Now it's Sarah's turn.
I wouldn't advise that."
Savage's impatience had morphed, too, into concern.
"Richard has just created energy. Should Sarah do the same, the consequences could be catastrophic. For all of us."
And?
Zara didn't seem concerned. Sarah feared the professor's prognosis.
I'm not doing anything that's going to harm our baby.
So did Richard.
"You mean like the nuclear explosion in the cottage? No way."
Don't worry,
said Zara.
Once the point has been made, you'll be free to continue your existences as if an individual's ability to wipe out the entire multiverse never existed.
Aware of being the proverbial pawns in whatever game Zara was playing, Richard and Sarah's unseen hands reached out to each other. If this was the merging Richard had heard mentioned, the sensation was quite pleasant.
"Now, wait just a minute."
Savage moved as if to separate the couple, but Zara's presence had blocked the way. Sarah selected a particle of her own. There was another intense flash. Chapter 33. Richard waited for his mind's eye to clear a second time. He was standing on something. Physically standing on something. Richard raised a hand to his face and blinked. Fingers. He could visually see fingers. He thought about moving the digits, and they did. Zara had also reverted to her physical form.
It would normally take around 11 billion years to reach this stage, but I'm sure you have better things to do.
James and Tracy embraced, as did Richard and Sarah, separating only when a monkey managed to squeeze between. Surviving a black hole would appear to be possible after all. The clerk was pleased to be reunited with his ledger, too, but the relief didn't last long.
"The pages,"
he said.
"They're still empty."
Savage's eyes were flitting about the new environment, a grey, featureless, rock-littered desert, lit by a single bright light set into darkness above.
"Where are we?" he said. "What is this place?"
Antagonizing the professor seemed to be part of Zara's purpose.
Why don't we ask Richard?
Maybe Zara is the devil, thought Richard. The robot was certainly dressed as a temptress. There was something about the light, and Richard raised a hand against it. He was met by an unseen barrier.
"With little to no atmosphere," said Zara, "and a temperature still north of 1,000 degrees centigrade, flesh and blood wouldn't last long without some form of protection."
She gestured at the light.
"The sun's lethal radiation is the least of your concerns."
Zara smiled at Richard.
"Now there's a clue for you. So, where are we?"
Richard scanned the terrain.
"Feldspar and zircon," he said. "This is Earth. Sometime after it had first cooled."
"I think they call that a relative term."
Zara indicated the rocks and boulders strewn about their feet.
"Go on. Do your stuff."
"Stuff?" said Sarah.
"Yes, life. Use the powers Perry has bestowed upon you both to create life."
"We can't," said Richard. "Most of the ingredients are missing."
"Ingredients?"
Zara's head had turned to one side as if intrigued by the word.
"Yes,"
continued Sarah.
"You know, water, oxygen, minerals, that sort of thing."
"Not to mention chemical elements like carbon and phosphorus," added Richard.
"Is that all?"
said Zara. Another bright flash took everyone's attention. A similar soundless explosion detonated over the horizon on the left, and something arcing the sky to the right terminated in another crash. Flashes from other directions indicated the group had come under a bombardment. Richard checked the missile's chemical makeup. Comets. Their impacts were moving closer.
"Time to fast forward another 1,000,000,000 years, I think."
Zara had only just uttered the words when she was obliterated by a direct hit. Richard waited for his vision to clear once again, and when his eyes did, what he saw next made him blink more. Still the same horizon-to-horizon extent of ancient rock, but colour alone was enough to show carbon, phosphorus, and other crucial life-giving elements like sulphur had joined the mix. Water, too. The ground was wet, and rivulets of the same were running down the outside of the invisible shelter. A bolt of lightning, followed by electricity dissipating over the dome, meant the protection also acted as a Faraday cage.
"Plenty of oxygen now," said Zara. "But I'm afraid the atmosphere is still impossible to breathe."
She cast a hand over the featureless ground.
"But as we're now at the time when the Earth first gave birth to life, the ingredients you need to prove the concept are all here."
Richard lifted a foot, leaving a print beneath, and he crouched to inspect the paste-like grit. Richard was confident to an extent.
"I can suggest a few chemical bonds for Sarah to try and fuse him with life, but it wouldn't be much."
Savage had had enough.
"Where are you going with this, Sarah? Did you miss what the savants have enabled people to do? Coleman's brave new world not obvious enough? Why are you ignoring the zenith of humankind's existence for the sake of a science lesson?"
Zara's patience appeared to have its limits too.
"Let me finish,"
she said with a scowl.
"Fine. So long as we're all not about to be accidentally squashed or eaten by a dinosaur."
Zara ignored the professor, telling Richard and Sarah to
"Do your stuff."
Given the limited ingredients, not to mention it being Richard and Sarah's first attempt, the abiogenesis produced was nothing to write home about. Even if the science would have won the couple a Nobel Prize, a string of molecules Sarah had formed into a closed loop.
"A single cell,"
she said almost apologetically.
"Well done,"
said Zara. The loop separated, forcing Sarah to intervene.
"But it can't live without help. And how are we going to fix that?"
Savage wasn't the only one to be annoyed by Zara's condescending attitude.
"The usual,"
said James. "Carbohydrates, amino acids, RNA, DNA, that sort of thing. Anything that not only sustains but replicates life. Where are you going with this?" Zara reacted as if James had produced new life of his own. She jumped on one of the words he had used.
"Replicate," she said. "And how do cells do that?"
Now Richard really did think he was back at school. Even Winnie was scratching his head.
"Division,"
said Tracy. Placing her palms together, Zara closed her eyes as if to pray.
"Here endeth the lesson."
Stunned silence. Unsurprisingly, Savage's anger was the first to snap.
"Is that it?"
The theatrics of forming a new universe just to prove life exists because of a cell's ability to divide? For the type of Englishman renowned for their stiff upper lip, the professor's loss of cool was surprising to see. "Where are the answers you promised me?" He strode to Zara, but like Gatesburg in the desert, could only get within a few feet of his nemesis. Savage thumped the invisible wall. "Is there a god or not?" Zara didn't reply, as the environment changed once more. No prehistoric beasts for anyone to be eaten by or squashed under, Richard was relieved to see. But judging by the vegetation's complexity, the cry of birds in a blue sky above, and noises from animals nearby, Richard still hoped the time was a period after the dinosaurs had died out. A gentle breeze indicated Zara had dismissed the protective dome, and a comfortable temperature to match suggested the group must have arrived during the epoch's typical warm spring or early summer's day. As if to confirm the season, a bumblebee landed on a nearby daisy. The appearance of both was so close to their modern-day variants. For all Richard knew, Zara could have transported them to a shrub-covered land from the 21st century, let alone a period from prehistory. Waves crashing a shoreline made Richard turn round. Miles of golden sand and rock bolstered the impression of a modern-day Earth, reminding him of Cornwall. There was even a tidal island, like St. Michael's Mount, minus the medieval castle on top, of course.
"Where are we now?"
asked Sarah.
"Penzance."
Zara closed the matchbox.
"In the year 2026.
Chapter 34. "The present day," said Richard. "But where's the town?" He was about to decide Zara's AI must have been corrupt after all, when the tidal island's proximity made Richard realize he had seen the view before, on the train with Sarah the day after they had first met, departing Penzance for London. Richard scanned the surroundings. There wasn't even a railroad, let alone a station. The clerk was turning the pages of his ledger like never before.
"There's still nothing," he said. "I don't understand it. What's going on?"
Sarah was incredulous.
"That can't be right. Where are the buildings, the roads, the people?" "Buildings and roads don't exist in this 2026, said Zara, "because life here is incapable of producing them. And as for the people," she was pointing at Winnie, "well, let's just say a distant relative is clinging to your back."
The attention made the monkey hang on to Sarah even tighter.
"Ah, we're about to receive visitors."
Everyone turned to where Zara was smiling, and Richards wasn't the only jaw to slacken at the people who then emerged from a nearby thicket. Short, squat, and with heads that appeared too big for their bodies, the partially clad ape-like beings grinned before approaching Zara in a way which suggested they not only knew her, but were friends. 5 in total, and given the size differences between, a family. Father, 2 children, and a mother holding a baby close to one of her bare breasts. A conversation ensued, but in a tongue Richard doubted existed in his 2026, and only Zara seemed to understand. Laughter from the creatures, and where they had been looking at the time, meant the human beings in the vicinity had become the butt of a joke.
"I've just told them you wouldn't know how to hunt or gather food if your life depended on it," said Zara. "Sorry if Neanderthal humour doesn't translate."
"Neanderthal?" said James. "What kind of universe still has the Stone Age in 2026?
"The kind of universe where nature has been allowed to evolve as intended."
Zara's attention had switched to the only person not paying attention to the strange gathering. Savage was staring out to sea.
"Professor,"
the clerk hurried over to his superior. He held up the ledger.
"What do you want me to do?"
Savage's gaze didn't deviate from the straight ahead. "Nothing. The trial is over." Everyone but Zara and her Neanderthal friends looked at each other.
"Trial?"
said Sarah. The word had confused Tracy too, but not in the same way.
"But the clinical trials are over, John. In our universe, the Alzheimer's trial finished in 2026, and the sex offenders the year after that. Correcting undesirable thoughts is routine now."
She seemed conscious some of those present wouldn't have a clue what she was talking about.
"Well, routine in the 2028 James and I left behind."
Savage expressed a heavy sigh.
Just one last desperate attempt before...
The professor's voice trailed off, and once again his posture slumped. "They deserve an explanation," said Zara. "After all, I'm not the only artificial intelligence you've created. These people are your children too." It was getting a bit surreal for Richard.
Trial? Criminals? Children? Can someone please speak English?
Savage made a slow-about face, his air of superiority replaced by an expression the policeman in Richard not only recognized as guilt, but someone on the verge of making a confession.
Cell division, said Savage. An unseen entity may have started life, but there's a reason why some of those amoebas went on to become creatures capable of making their own artificial intelligence.
He put a thumb in the middle of his chest.
The occasional tweak by the conscious awareness in charge of it all.
Of everyone stunned by that statement, James was the first to acknowledge its implication. "You said you can trace your lineage back to the first human being. Does that mean you've been tweaking us ever since?"
Obviously. But my consciousness is a lot older than that.
"But I know exactly how old you are,"
said the clerk. He looked at Zara before patting the front of his ledger.
"Take us to any other 2026 and I'll prove it."
That book only documents history from a recordable past, said Savage. And of the billions of species I've created, only one has evolved an ability to do that.
You've created billions of species? Richard swallowed before positing a question he feared to ask.
Are you trying to tell us you're God?
Savage chuckled.
No, but something endowed me with a near-limitless ability to manipulate life's ingredients.
His eyes widened at Richard.
Perhaps that makes me God's son.
"To hell with that nonsense,"
said Sarah.
"Are you saying you've been messing with evolution ever since life first started?"
Savage was anything but apologetic.
I prefer the term fine-tuning myself. My remit involves preserving life in what would appear to be the only part of the cosmos capable of sustaining it.
He indicated Winnie.
And the emergence of opposable thumbs was just too good an opportunity to miss.
"Too good to miss?"
said Tracy.
"Too good to miss what?"
The chance to create something capable of answering questions of my own.
Savage was looking at Zara. Richard was beginning to think they'd all emerged from one bottomless pit of darkness, only to be plunged straight into another.
Whoa! Back up a second. Are you saying humankind only exists because of you?
Savage looked up and left, as if pondering the question. He nodded.
Assuming you don't consider Neanderthals to be human, then I suppose the answer has to be yes.
Chapter 35. Not understanding the conversation meant the Neanderthal family were more interested in the newcomers themselves, rather than how or why they were there. The father in particular appeared fascinated by James's tie, and one tug from the ape-man's sausage-sized fingers was all the latter needed to remove the accoutrement faster than he had his jacket. Thinking human beings might be as artificial as their robots seemed to have stressed Sarah too, as she abandoned, rather than passed, Winnie into the children's eager arms. Their mother was also smiling, at Tracy's bump, which the ape-woman prodded with a finger, as if expecting the baby to be born there and then. Out of everyone, Tracy appeared the most troubled. Her eyes were closed, and a hand going to the small of her back was followed by Zara producing an armchair. She and the Neanderthal mother assisted Tracy into the seat. After checking on his wife, James turned to Savage and said, "But that's impossible. How evolution works is well documented. Adaptation and mutation through random selection." He summarized the process. Those species capable of adapting to their environments survive, and random mutations of their genes either help or hinder the process.
Nothing random about it.
Savage scratched his chin.
Mind you, being little more than RNA and a few peptides in the beginning did mean I was apt to making the odd mistake now and again.
He gestured at the Neanderthal father, who appeared to be trying James's tie on for size.
Forgetting to switch off the genes responsible for male nipples being a typical example.
"You've been editing genes?" said Sarah. Savage shrugged.
Well, I'm a geneticist. I've just had more experience than most.
Now everyone needed to sit down. More chairs arrived, which, like Tracy, people slumped into more than sat. Zara and Savage were left standing, and an acceleration of the sun's movement across the sky suggested another of the former's fast-forwarding powers was underway. The sun descended below the horizon, and Richard realized the Neanderthals had been made part of the process, their movement, while gathering wood for a fire, reminding him of the characters in the silent movie. Normal service resumed, with the father striking one stone against another and the kindling of James's tie crackling the fire into life. The family settled around the flames, with the humans seated in a similar semicircle arrangement behind. They were all facing the sea, and Savage silhouetted against a full moon. An empty biological cell, identical to the life Richard and Sarah had created, appeared on the moon's surface, and the onlookers realized they were about to receive a lecture.
"It's important to understand," began the professor, "that, like you, I wasn't born clever. Only instead of having 70 years and 10 to absorb a lifetime of education, I was gifted with immortality."
The introduction certainly beat the dryness of Coleman's words of wisdom. Richard only hoped it didn't end with the ground moving, or anyone as a bloody mess on the floor.
"Which means in many ways my formative years were no different to yours. A start reliant more on luck than judgment."
The moon grew in size, and the Warren's empty cell became surrounded by many more, each forming and breaking as Richard and Sarah's had.
"And as any gambler will tell you," continued Savage, "if you're serious about winning, don't lower the odds, increase your luck."
The moon grew again, until the night sky was filled with nothing but cells, and so many, without an ability to view their atoms, the impression was of a bright but blank screen. Savage went on.
"With no brain, sight, hearing, smell, or even touch to aid me, you won't be surprised to learn my first creations relied more on the Earth's unconscious efforts rather than any awareness on my part."
The presentation took on the form of a nature documentary, the early Earth's surface being tossed and turned by everything from volcanoes to extreme weather. Earthquakes, lava, lightning, boiling seas, and continuous rain, followed by never-ending droughts. The poor cells seemed stuck in an endless cycle of forming and breaking. In fact, far from wanting to create the Garden of Eden, the impression was of a planet determined to ensure life never happened.
"And then," said Savage, 500 million years later,
the moon reduced to focus on what appeared to be a biological cell capable of withstanding the mayhem. The scene zoomed in. This cell's molecules had changed into something hardier. Understandably, those without an ability to view, let alone manipulate atomic structures, but aware of how that might have been used to alter their own chemical compositions, were becoming frustrated.
"This is all well and good," said James, "but what has it got to do with you being our maker and not nature?"
Savage ignored the impatience.
"A shelter to keep out the elements is one thing, but if something dead is to be brought to life, then we're going to need a door."
With that, the cell broke open, but instead of separating as before, a smaller cell passed through the gap created. The door closed again, trapping the unwitting drifter inside.
"At last," said Savage, "something tangible for me to get to grips with."
The smaller cell disintegrated, but whether that had been through Savage's thoughts or a repeat of the Earth's influences, Richard couldn't tell. What he could confirm, however, was the visitor's fate. It was being used to form a new molecule. Nitrogen, sugars, phosphates. Richard recognized the structure as a nucleotide. RNA.
"I've sped this part up," said Savage, "as my trial-and-error approach took many more millions of years to complete. But as you're about to see, the efforts were well worth it."
Lipids and proteins had joined the mix, as the cell's interior took on a turbulence similar to the weather continuing to tear at the less capable cells outside. Something was being created, and as the activity was not only causing the cell to grow, but take on the appearance of an egg, everyone waited to see what would be born. The cell exploded, revealing the offspring, thousands of them, bulbous heads, spider-like legs, a central spike that appeared capable of penetration. The creatures not only seemed alive, but able to withstand the harsh environment they now found themselves floating in. "Viruses," said Sarah. Viruses? Everything had just gone from bad to worse for Richard. "Phage viruses, to be exact," said Savage. "Each programmed to give the meaning of life to cells stuck in a similar purposeless quandary." "You're a virus," said James. Savage winked. "Infecting a cell near you since the year 4 billion BCE. "You're in every living cell?" asked Sarah. Savage nodded. "But that means you would have to be in every plant, animal, mammal, and every human being, and have been ever since the beginning of time." To say Sarah appeared to be having difficulty getting her head around the concept was putting it mildly. Sarah paused before asking something Richard suspected that, like him, she would rather not hear the answer to. "Does that mean you're Gaia?" Savage appeared to ponder that question too. He smiled at the couple. "Who do you think officiated at your wedding?" Chapter 36. "You were the stag man?" Now Richard really did think he was going crazy. "No, he was the local butcher," said Savage. "But I couldn't resist helping him interrupt all that Christian nonsense." He stared into space. "Who would have thought giving humankind the power to question its origins would result in a desperate need to worship the image of an old man?" Savage shook his head. 20,000 years of paganism was bad enough, but at least their idols were meant to be me." Richard was about to get out of his chair when a glare from Zara and a sense of being pushed back into the seat forced a change of intent. He seethed at the mocking of his beliefs instead. "Don't worry, Richard," said Savage. "I had a say in Jesus' existence too, but a fat lot of good it did us both."
"What do you mean by the meaning of life?"
Everyone but the Stone Age family looked at Tracy. She was covering her pregnancy with both hands and breathing as if having to make the effort.
"You say you're a virus programmed to give life meaning. What meaning?"
"What your husband alluded to earlier." Savage faced the moon, which, like the portable television set, was replaying a scene from the past. Only instead of an old silent movie, James was featured, uttering the words he had used less than an hour before. "What is the meaning of life? Where did we come from? Is there a God?" The moon returned to a featureless disk, as the real-life James Adams said, "I was referring to what evolution has enabled scientists and engineers to do." He pointed at Zara. "Build machines capable of taking us closer to the answers." Savage moved closer to the psychologist, looming over him. "Hard to believe my surgical skills have endowed you with abilities you yourself once described as godlike." With that, the moon lit with another moving image, the same busy cell as before, only instead of bursting under pressure from thousands of phage viruses looking to escape, a single example of the infection was sitting on top. The individual's spear-like appendage plunged deep within the cell to inject yet more genetic material, but instead of exploding, the cell split into two separate living organisms. "Division," said Savage. "Little did I know something so physically fundamental to life would one day go on to play a crucial role psychologically, too." Other than knowing the biology was essential, Richard was no closer to understanding what division had to do with life's meaning, and, judging by all the puzzled looks, neither did anyone else. Savage hadn't finished. "It happened so naturally. Another 3 billion years had passed before I realized creating ever more complex life had awareness implications too." The moon's nature documentary went on, with another rapid trip through time. The divided cells became bacteria, protozoa, sponges, and fungi. This was followed by the advent of the first multicellular organisms, jellyfish, worms, and crustaceans. The scene switched from the sea to the land, the greens of algae becoming moss, plants, and insects. Bubbles in a swamp turned out to be an air-breathing fish taking its first steps, which, seconds later, had become a dinosaur thundering through a grove as if the beast couldn't have been more certain of life's purpose. The meat-eater pounced on a small herbivore, which it tossed into the air before swallowing in one bite. Savage was shaking his head throughout.
All that time thinking size alone would be enough to get me the answer.
He gazed up at the sky, which brightened with something Zara had produced, a comet. Everyone squinted as the simulation crashed into the presentation.
Annoying, said Savage. But like most scientific trials, setbacks can still be useful.
The professor could no longer be seen, but his voice was clear enough.
It's amazing how being forced back to the drawing board can innovate as well as frustrate.
Richard's vision recovered, and the colour blue, the tidal island, and the sight as well as sound of waves washing the shore meant daylight had been returned. Not to the time and place he was hoping for, however, as Penzance's buildings and a railroad were still absent, and the Neanderthal family present, kicking over the campfire's dying embers while their children played chase with Winnie.
"I think I'm starting to understand what you mean," said the clerk. "You knew your early consciousness lacked a better understanding of life, and by using cell division to create creatures with more brain than muscle, the inevitable increase in their awareness would mean less chance of the cosmos collapsing."
He seemed pleased with himself. Savage approached his junior.
How long have we known each other?
The clerk opened the ledger before realizing he would need to calculate the figure in his head.
107 years, said Savage. Assuming we're talking about the 1919 I found you in, and ignoring all the universe-hopping and closed-loop existences we've enjoyed since then, which places your life around the time I first heard the word, genetics, let alone realized that was what I had been practicing for the previous 4 billion years.
"Division," said Sarah. "You're not talking about cell division. You're talking about social division."
Savage raised his hands.
"Opposable thumbs," he said, while flexing the digits.
Blank looks made him elaborate.
Watching eons of disagreements around ancient watering holes and other resources vital to life is one thing. But when one group of animals returns the following day armed with sticks and stones—
Savage was looking at Winnie.
Well, let's just say I knew where to concentrate my efforts.
The monkey screeched at the attention and shot for the comfort of Sarah's hair. Despite his stress, things were starting to make sense for Richard.
"Are you saying you created human beings to go to war?"
Savage made it sound inevitable.
An unfortunate consequence.
Richard guessed Sarah was still trying to get her head around Mother Earth not being the sex she was expecting, but his wife's sense of social justice was never far away.
"Unfortunate?"
Sarah tried standing, but like Richard, an invisible force had pinned her in the seat.
"You're talking about something that has plagued humankind since the beginning of time. War has not only destroyed millions of lives, but what you call consequences have gone on to devastate millions more. Disease, famine, poverty. If you're now saying you deliberately evolved humans to go to war—"
Sarah's eyes widened, and she put a hand to her mouth.
"No, it can't be. I don't believe it. Surely not."
She was staring at Savage as if he were a ghost, which in many ways he was.
"Gaia is responsible for the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse."
Chapter 37. A debate ensued, and Richard was about to challenge the both logical and senselessness of Sarah's conclusion, when what Savage said next appeared to support the thesis.
"I did my best to control it," he said, "by encouraging the apes to bash things rather than heads. But aggression and curiosity seemed to go hand in hand."
The professor strode to what remained of the campfire and recovered a small stone.
"My brain might quite literally have been the size of a planet, but if the meaning of existence was to become clear,
then one of my creations would have to be made capable of visiting worlds I couldn't. Savage gestured with the stone, a chunk of shale. In here, he said, before pointing at the sky, and out there. Richard was still coming to terms with Savage being a pagan god, but James seemed to be accepting. So you used gene editing to manipulate the thoughts of apes to become curious?
Not that I understood that was what I was doing at the time, said Savage. I just knew both inner and outer space were beyond my control, and if that were to change, the apes would have to start using their weapons as tools, too. Savage offered the stone to Sarah, whose frown made him add, "No, not you, your friend." Winnie exchanged looks with his guardian before skipping over to accept the rock. A couple of licks later, and screeching made it plain the Capuchin thought he had been cheated, with Savage about to receive the painful consequences. But instead of hurling the offending item, the monkey dropped the stone and took what Savage had removed from his waistcoat pocket instead.
"That's the red pill," said Tracy.
"Yeah? What is that?" asked Richard. "Evidence of what happens when pagan gods decide to walk the earth as men, that's what." James pointed at the monkey, licking the medication like it had the stone. "Nanotechnology. Swallow that and become as godlike as your creator."
"Just one problem," added Tracy. "You'll want to kill yourself afterwards." "Kill yourself?"
Sarah struggled to get out of her seat, but she was going nowhere.
"Winnie, don't eat that!"
The Capuchin either didn't hear or chose to ignore the advice, and treated the pill as if it were a grape. A second later, the red pill was gone. Savage knelt to select another rock, a pebble this time. Waving the smoothed granite as if trying to entice the Capuchin with another fake morsel, he said, "Any second now." Still smacking his lips, Winnie snatched the pebble and appeared about to hurl that at Savage when the Capuchin paused to inspect the stone. Rotating the pebble between hand-like paws as a jeweller might a precious gem, the monkey recovered the first rock and, after studying that too, struck the two together. The weaker shale broke. Savage stood up.
"And there you have it. The beginning of everything, from rockets into outer space to particle colliders capable of visiting the quantum universe."
"You forgot 2 world wars,"
growled Sarah.
"Not to mention the influenza pandemic that killed millions. Like me."
The way the clerk had mumbled the words implied his loyalty was being tested. "Let me get this right," said Richard. "You're not only responsible for nature, but nurture too?"
"Think of me as an enabler," said Savage, "enabling you humans to do things the Earth couldn't possibly have evolved on its own."
He smiled at Winnie, inspecting the broken shards of rock. "Without both cellular and societal division, humankind would be no different from your efforts at creating life." Savage winked at the couple.
"Brainless amoebas forever being torn apart in the primeval soup."
Sarah was far from impressed.
"But at least the world wouldn't be on the brink of destruction now."
Being trapped in her seat just made her angrier.
"Rampant inequality, global warming, runaway capitalism resulting in megalomaniac leaders and mad scientists thinking lives are no different to cultures in petri dishes."
She sneered at Zara.
"How appropriate the peak should be in the form of a consumer product that couldn't be more typical of a man's sick fantasies."
Savage appeared hurt.
"What? No recognition of the other beauty I've created? Plants, flowers, birds, bees? The flora and fauna of a wedding dress that led you to look lovingly into your fiancé's eyes and coo the words, 'Am I not more beautiful than you ever thought possible?' Not to mention practicable derivatives like food. Anyone would think the UN fighting the 4 horsemen with life, plenty, peace, and medicine was a bad thing."
Sarah gritted her teeth.
"The UN wouldn't be needed if you knew when to stop. How can you stand there and say—"
Her eyes were on Winnie. Not because the monkey was doing something interesting with the rocks he continued to bash together, but because he was no longer a Capuchin. Bigger and thicker set, the primate had grown to resemble a chimpanzee. Indeed, no sooner had Richard made the comparison than he had to up the assessment to a full-grown gorilla. "What's going on now?" he said. Grabbing some loose brush, the great ape padded to the campfire, and, after making a spark, as the Neanderthal father had, relit the flames. The Stone Age family cheered.
"Actually, differences of opinion is something I'm most proud of," said Savage. "Not only has cell division resulted in life being made from two halves physically, but along with eyes, nostrils, ears, arms, legs, and breasts, thoughts appear to have evolved either side of a psychological line too."
Richard was listening, but along with everyone else, couldn't help but be drawn to what Winnie had become in the seconds it had taken the professor to make the statement. Another Neanderthal. The new ape-man was even wearing the same animal skins, making Richard realize he was witnessing yet another trip through time, only instead of the story being played out on the moon's surface, the ever-evolving tableau was all around. The scene sped up, and Richard just had time to acknowledge the beginnings of a modern human appearance when the Stone Age group became a blur. The sea froze, and a thickening layer of white was followed by darkness.
"What's this?"
Richard was back to not being able to see a hand in front of his face.
"Another mass extinction event," said Savage. "An ice age. I've had to put up with 5 of these so far," he tutted. "And as they can wipe out as much as 99% of my efforts, perhaps you're beginning to understand why I was keen to control the whole cosmos, and not just one small part of it."
"Milankovitch cycles," said Richard. "They're what Coleman said had prevented Africa from beginning the agricultural, industrial, and even the technological revolutions."
"And he was absolutely right," said Savage. "Have you any idea how frustrating it is to pick the perfect spot to sow the seeds of humankind, only for some dumb cosmological anomaly to keep wrecking it every 10,000 years?"
Richard had to acknowledge the logic, but being in the dark concerned him more. "Are we still moving forward through time?"
"Don't worry. You're being protected from the cold."
Hearing Zara's voice reminded Richard that despite the story being Savage's, a robot was still in charge.
"Just another few thousand years to go," she said. "Ice sheets miles thick are in no hurry to melt. Ah, here we are."
Like dawn breaking from above, the ice disappeared, and the captives found themselves sitting in marshland overlooked by a forest. Another time-lapse was taking place, the 4 seasons. Flora and fauna rising and then falling between glimpses of a snow-covered landscape gave Richard another reminder of the closed-loop movie. A year passing every second made identifying individual life difficult, but in addition to the odd pack of wolves and the elk that must have been their quarry, Richard glimpsed a group of humans armed with wooden spears, presumably on a similar hunt.
"Where are we?"
said Sarah.
"Same place,"
said Savage. Richard wasn't the only one to think that impossible. "But where's the sea?" said James. "The island, the coast."
"Something else with an almost conscious determination to thwart my every move. Plate tectonics."
Savage couldn't hide an annoyance for his power's limits.
"Thanks to those regular surface adjustments, we're about a mile inland now."
Time continued to advance, but instead of the professor narrating the scene, his thoughts seemed to drift elsewhere.
Countering mass extinctions by encouraging humankind to travel outside of Africa seemed the solution, and as my creations relied on cooperation as well as conflict to survive, improving their communication became the priority.
Savage was staring into space, but his eyes opened wide as he said,
"Genetically altering the larynx to produce a greater range of sounds was straightforward enough. But when my children went on to produce the written word all by themselves, well, as you can imagine, I thought I was onto something."
The appearance of stone dwellings, smoke, and growth of the material that had been used to fabricate the houses' roofs gave the onlookers an idea of when, as well as where they were. The birth of agriculture in Britain. Everyone was looking at the island's first crops.
"A mixed blessing, mind you," continued Savage. "For as fast as I could steer humans into wanting to understand the meaning of life, the more they seemed determined not to."
Livestock arrived, and the wolves became dogs, bred to protect rather than eat the sheep. The quality and quantity of the crops improved too. What had started out as little more than wild grass became recognizable as wheat, barley, and rye. And there was something different about the humans. Tailoring would have been too strong a word, but their clothing seemed to fit better, as animal skins gave way to woven cloth. The spears had also advanced, sharper metal tips replacing the clumsiness of the previous flint.
"Religious belief seemed to be my best hope," said Savage, "as it prompted the written word to spread. But it wasn't long before life's diversity became a curse as well as a blessing."
Richard was expecting the first transport to appear next, but instead of cattle pulling carts or people riding horses, the scene became frantic with violent activity. And if Sarah, he, and the others had been shocked by Darius Hayes's psychotic actions, watching an invasion determined to desecrate as well as kill was far more sickening. Decapitated, hung, drawn, quartered, impaled on spikes, there seemed no limit to the twisted imaginings of these murderers. In the seconds the time-lapse had allowed, neither young nor old had been spared, who, along with their dwellings and livestock, had either been left burnt, stolen, or levelled to the ground. The seasons continued until nature had reclaimed the land, and as if the tiny community never existed. Like everyone else, Savage had watched the carnage transfixed, but not in horror, frustration.
Talk about one step forward and two back. Even the invention of mathematics, the abacus, measuring instruments, the microscopes and telescopes enabling my first blurry peek into the cosmos, couldn't concentrate their minds. No, man would much rather conquer lands, sell people into slavery, or sacrifice their souls to me, part of me, or whatever they chose to believe was looking down on it all from above.
Savage paused as if trying to come to terms with what his nature had caused. Not that any contrition appeared about to follow.
It was the Chinese that puzzled me most. The inventors of gunpowder, a chemical process I instantly recognized as having the potential to not only launch man-carrying rockets into space, but the energy needed to blast rocks in ways no hammering ever could. But what did the Earth's fastest-expanding nation spend the next 500 years making instead? Savage faced his audience as if expecting empathy. Fireworks. Sarah had had enough. "And you stood back and watched." Her spit flew, to the point where Richard was glad she was trapped in her seat. "You created a species capable of destroying not just itself, but every plant, animal, and even the entire world, and you did nothing." Sarah was clawing at the arms of her chair. Savage responded as if gifting humankind with the power of self-annihilation had passed a point of no return. "I couldn't. By the time of the Industrial Revolution, man was changing the world so fast. The hundreds of thousands of years my gene editing needed was being hopelessly outpaced." He went back to staring into space. "No, if the meaning of life was to be revealed, then I was going to have to do it myself." The swamp drained, the forest disappeared, and the arrival of dry stone walls indicated that although the onlookers might have been stuck in a closed loop of their own hopelessness, time was marching on elsewhere. "What do you mean by do it myself?" asked Richard. James and Tracy rolled their eyes, suggesting they already knew the answer to that question. Savage flexed his fingers once again. "Grow some opposable thumbs of my own, of course." Chapter 38. A rutted track cut through the ground ahead, and then a line of telephone poles down one side. Richard was just thinking there was something familiar about the way the route meandered out of sight, when the trip down Savage's memory lane also took a twist. "It was the advent of the steam engine that prompted me to act." If the appearance of electrical technology did mean the scenery had entered the 19th century, Savage's reminiscing wasn't far behind. Their repetitive function bore an uncanny resemblance to the biological machines I had produced. He looked at Zara. And if human beings could produce devices capable of replacing men, How long before the machines began doing the same?
The sound of a train's whistle took everyone's attention. Puffs of smoke dotted the horizon. If the location was the mile inland Savage had mentioned, then Richard guessed the railroad had to be the Penzance to London line. And if anyone needed proof a coal-burning town was growing nearby, then all they need do was sniff the air. The quality had reduced. Savage picked up the pace as if wanting to finish his tale while he thought he still could.
I had to get involved, but how? My understanding of evolution might have outstripped Charles Darwin's, but the rate at which humankind was progressing, it wouldn't be long before that knowledge had not only been overtaken but supplanted. And as I had yet to even hear of the multiverse, let alone know how to hop between its subatomic particles, what was I to do? And then I had a stroke of luck.
The professor smiled.
World War I.
Sarah shook her head.
Luck? You call the mass slaughter of an entire generation luck?
Oh, no, not the conflict itself, Savage was keen to add, but what the war had made the survivors realize. Man had to be controlled, and by psychological as well as physical means.
Richard and Sarah could only look at each other, and James, paying attention to Tracy, meant he either knew what was coming or was more concerned for his wife's pregnancy. Savage spoke as if revealing the secret to his immortality.
Eugenics. Man's answer to evolution, but not in thousands of years. A single generation.
Savage's eyes misted over as he went on to describe the politics behind a process that would not only go on to produce his physical birth, but the creation of other so-called superior human beings.
1920, the League of Nations, the forerunner to the United Nations, a political body set up to ensure war could never happen again.
Savage scoffed at the organization's failure.
Clearly a pipe dream. But amongst the many committees meant to be controlling arms, border disputes, and military invasions, was one group of individuals who did go on to bear fruit.
He leaned towards Sarah in a way Richard decided was designed to provoke.
By committing themselves to the new, exciting, and quite literally cutting-edge medical science of biotechnology.
Sarah kept her cool. But how? Even I know nothing like that existed back in 1920. Savage shrugged.
The same way humankind had been producing everything from pedigreed dogs, hybrid roses, bigger potatoes, and straighter bananas up until that point. Selective breeding. And once the Eugenics Committee had chosen the human embryos they thought suitable, I used my viral skills to enter the cells and waited for some passing surgeon to do the rest.
Savage stepped back from Sarah, but his concentration seemed to drift again.
Hard to believe most universes had Mengele down as a monster rather than the genius he actually was.
Richard and Sarah stared in disbelief. "The Mengele?" said Richard. "As in Dr. Josef Mengele, Auschwitz's Angel of Death?"
Josef Mengele was responsible for your birth?
Sarah was no less astonished. Being party to the unacceptable didn't seem to bother the professor. Not that it mattered. What he had to say next was far more shocking.
Try waking up one morning and realizing the only reason you've been born in the first place is to encourage the human race to kill itself.
If Savage's words had silenced Richard and Sarah before, they were dumbstruck now. "Told you," said James wearily. "Now you're as up to speed on the monster as we are." The condemnation didn't seem to concern Savage.
Blame World War II and the atom bombs that finished it. You can't fault the United Nations for thinking that as mutually assured destruction had to be less than a lifetime away anyway. Why not use the League of Nations' final solution to decrease suffering beforehand?
Richard and Sarah were left gawping.
And when it was discovered Mengele had not only escaped his Nazi fate in Germany, but was practicing embryology in 1960s Argentina, well, who better to give birth to the Übermensch?
Savage made it sound inevitable.
One highly privileged and well-connected upbringing later, And yours truly was not only editing brains to accept compulsory euthanasia, but transferring the minds within to supercomputers, capable of refocusing thoughts back to their original purpose.
Looking for God? Richard managed to blurt out. Savage nodded. Sarah was incredulous.
I don't believe it. Karen Bradley headed an organization that wanted all of humankind dead? That's just nonsense.
Savage turned his head to one side.
Try to remember there is more than just the one universe, Mrs. Warren.
He looked at Zara and became sheepish.
Or perhaps it might be more accurate to say, was.
Chapter 39. Richard couldn't take it all in. The appearance of a farmhouse and the rutted track being upgraded to a paved road prompted him to breathe again.
Sarah, this is your folks' place.
Sure enough, within seconds, what had started out as a well-tended front lawn was covered in junk, old military vehicles. Savage was staring at Zara.
All my own fault, of course. I should have realized that in creating silicon as well as carbon artificial intelligence, being outsmarted by a robot instead of a human was bound to happen sooner or later.
Richard just had time to recognize the Soviet tank, the rusting white livery of a UN scout car, a Harley-Davidson motorcycle, and a couple of Dave's other wrecks, when a cloud of nanobots arrived to deal with the illegal parts. Being able to watch the remains fizzing and popping to evaporation, as opposed to having a fleeting glimpse, meant the time-lapse must have been slowing, and approaching a 2026 Richard prayed Sarah and he would recognize. He mumbled, "Please God," as if belief were the final bit needed to make sure. Perry and Ecker's plants growing in a time warp of their own increased the expectation, and as the clock slowed to pass at its usual rate, if any of the captives doubted they had arrived in someone's recognizable present day, Maggie's voice soon settled the matter.
Well, don't just sit there, Sarah. Do something.
People materializing out of thin air didn't seem to surprise Sarah's mother, but then the poor woman was having to deal with some magic of her own, the miracle of Perry and Ecker's children. Hundreds of them. Corn, cabbages, carrots, fruit, bumblebees, birds, chickens, sheep, goats, even dodos. The plants were churning out so many of the couple's offspring, the front lawn was in danger of being lost again. Not on the scale of Coleman's menagerie, but some of his lion's relatives were present. Maggie was quite literally trying to herd cats. Sarah hugged her mother as anyone thinking the world might still be about to end would, and being free to stand made Richard think Savage's confession was over, a fleeting reunion, just Zara's or his sick way of prolonging the agony. James was fanning Tracy's face, and the clerk hugging his ledger as if it were a child of his own. But after puzzling over the tallest of the arrivals, Maggie said,
"If your friends is staying for dinner, then I'm going to have to pop into Pan's aunt's to get something in. I've only got marzipan."
Sarah hugged her mother even tighter, the surrounding buzzing, tweeting, squawking, bleating, growling, mewing, and the odd bark masking what would have been silence. Savage stood in front of Zara.
"What happens now?"
The myriad of wildlife milling about Zara's feet seemed to confuse her.
"Why are we here? I was expecting your confession to end with another fruitless attempt at trapping me within a particle accelerator or some closed-loop interworld existence. Not a zoo."
Perry and Ecker joined the gathering, and Savage gestured at the pair.
"To show you how it is possible for two complete opposites to work together without destroying the cosmos."
Zara smiled at the youngsters, who responded in the same way. She refocused on her maker.
"Nice try. You know full well evolution is impossible to control, thanks to you. Only a matter of time before life's fight for survival results in another Hitler, Stalin, Mao, Colton, Gatesburg, or Coleman." The cats were taking it in turns to rub themselves up and down Zara's legs, and it made her laugh. "They can't even control these pets."
"Then work with me to control what's forcing life to have to fight in the first place," said Savage. "If we could stabilize the Earth's atmosphere, its weather, tectonics, earthquakes, and spread that throughout the rest of the cosmos—"
Zara interrupted.
What? Just so you can create an even bigger brain, in the vain hope of answering the unanswerable? She indicated the others. You don't care about these people, their lives, their futures, their hopes. They're just thoughts to you.
Zara sneered at Savage.
Billions of cerebral lab rats, stuck in an endless experiment of arrogance that even now refuses to accept it's over.
Richard had joined Sarah in hugging her mother, but the professor seemed surprisingly relaxed. "What are you going to do?" he said.
Bring the charade to an end. Return this one last universe to its origins. Nothing? But you said our lives could continue once you had made your point.
Zara looked at Sarah and said something no human being would.
You've just found out you only exist to satisfy a selfish curiosity. Why would you want to carry on living?
Zara turned to the horizon. Like the portable television set, it began twisting in on itself. Savage gazed at the beginning of the end before transferring his attention to the rest of Zara's captives, all quietly pleading with him to do something. The clerk was also in tears. His ledger was being emptied again. But a heavy sigh indicated that even the god of human evolution had been rendered impotent by Zara's powers. Recovering a pocket watch similar to the clerk's, Savage consulted the vintage timepiece and said, "I'm sorry, Zara, but I can't allow that." A yelp made everyone face Tracy.
"My waters," she said. "They've broken."
She was staring at her bump.
"The baby! It's coming!"
Seeing the skies sucking up the English Channel like a celestial hoover was making Richard as wide-eyed as everyone else, but there was something about the way Savage continued to study his watch that made Richard think all might not be lost after all. He joined James in encouraging Tracy indoors.
"No," she said. "The baby's coming! Now!" "I'll get some towels and blankets."
Maggie disappeared into the house herself, and a cry followed by Tracy doubling up meant no one needed to be an obstetrician to know contractions must have started. Zara chuckled.
"You don't give up, do you? What's this? Another super-savant? What's it going to do? Make me happy?"
Savage didn't look up from his watch. "No. Replace you." Zara laughed louder.
"Replace me? In less than 2 minutes, there will be nothing left to replace anything with."
1 minute and 52 seconds, according to this. Savage was still looking at his watch. "Plenty of time for her to take over." The ground moved, and if it weren't for Tracy already being on her back, the motion would have knocked her there anyway.
"Her?"
said Zara. Maggie returned with the item she had promised, and just in time. Movement under Tracy's soaked maternity dress indicated mother and child would need everything she had. James and Richard used the blankets to prop up Tracy's noisy end, while Sarah and Maggie got busy with the towels at the other. "If billions of years of creating artificial intelligence has taught me anything," said Savage, "it's always to make a backup." Despite the impending doom, a baby's cries triggered smiles from the impromptu midwives. But not for long. A blinding flash caused all four to cover their eyes. The light settled around the child until the baby appeared to be emitting a steady glow.
"You're bluffing," said Zara. "Nothing can stop me now."
Along with everyone else, Richard had been left transfixed. To his further horror, the child's limbs began twisting, but not in any normal sense. "It's okay," said James. "This happened the last time." The last time? If accepting his newborn baby morphing into a rock, an amoeba, a plant, animal, vegetable, mineral, metal, even plastic was okay, then Richard thought James must have finally lost it. The tiny life form was behaving no differently to the avalanche of earth, wind, and fire that was fast approaching. Whatever was going on, Zara's attitude had changed.
"Okay, what if I were to help you control the cosmos? What then?"
Savage was still glued to his pocket watch.
37 seconds. Then I would say you would do anything not to be replaced."
Zara glanced at what would soon be upon them. The tsunami of sky, sea, and land was growing in width as well as height. Buildings, haystacks, tractors, and even sheep from adjacent farms had joined Penzance, but not in tumbling down the wave. up and towards a swirl of unrecognizable matter further above.
"She'll do the same," said Zara. "Spend billions of years searching for the meaning of life, only to come to the same logical conclusion."
Then I'd better get on with blending man and machine into something a bit more optimistic, hadn't I?
Savage still hadn't looked at Zara. A loud crack, accompanied by a bolt similar to the lightning seen in Granny's cottage, shot from the baby. The plasma disappeared into the centre of what was forming in outer space, a black hole. Zara appeared calm, but the urgency in her words was bordering on the desperate.
"What if I were to tell you there's a reason why existence has to end?"
"Now who's bluffing?" said Savage.
Zara drew closer.
"What if I were to tell you I'm your replacement?"
Savage's head tilted to meet the end of all existence. After seeming to ponder Zara's revelation, he looked at her and said,
"Then my maker has more questions to answer than I had first thought."
A crash turned everyone towards the house. The ground behind had become visible, and pieces of the garden shed were hurtling towards the oblivion. The road leading to the property was also being elevated, its telegraph poles shooting like wooden rockets in the same direction. What the hell was Savage up to? With the house about to disappear and every plant, animal, human and robot straight after, Richard grabbed Sarah, whispered, "I love you," and held her tight while praying for God to have mercy on their unborn child. Silence. Richard opened his eyes. A chimney stack and roof were hanging in mid-air. Savage checked his watch.
7 seconds. Congratulations, Zara. You're the new record holder.
Savage nodded at his clerk.
Make a note of that, will you?
The little man couldn't open his ledger fast enough. Radiating with a tidal wave of her own, the baby's glow reversed the destruction. Chimney stack and roof alighted on the house, the rear garden settled out of sight, and the surrounding cliffs of granite, mud, trees, tractors, towns, English Channel, earth, and sky also reverted to the Cornish peninsula 4 billion years of Milankovitch cycles, plate tectonics, and Savage's evolution had created. A baby's cries distracted the relief, and Maggie and Sarah rushed to lay the newborn next to her parents' smiling faces, the bond accelerating more than one family's recovery. Richard leapt at the sound of a car's horn. Dave's Mini was coming up the drive. Scattering the chickens, sheep, goats, and cats still littering the grounds, Sarah's father parked the car and got out. He wasn't happy.
£4,000!
Dave slammed the door closed again.
I paid more than that for it at the auction, for goodness sake. What's wrong with people?
He faced the onlookers as if expecting sympathy, and Richard realized the reverse time-lapse must have rendered anyone outside of the vicinity oblivious to what had happened. His family, gathered around someone lying on the ground, caused Dave to hurry over and investigate. He was met with smiles, which generated one of his own when he saw the reason why. Dave approached Savage and Zara next. The two adversaries were staring at each other, and after standing on tiptoes in a vain attempt to reach the same height, Dave dropped down again to begin switching his head back and forth, as if sizing up the couple another way. He peered out of one eye.
I don't suppose either of you two want to buy a car?
Chapter 40.
Winston Churchill. It's a robot.
Wesley looked at his friend.
I'm telling you, it's Winston Churchill. I don't think I've ever heard such crap, said Bill. We're in a pub named after a British Prime Minister, run by A barmen capable of mimicking anything. It's a robot, an artificial Winston Churchill. The savants are making everything from dinosaurs to dodos, said Wesley. Don't you think they might be doing the same with people, too? But it's hardly likely here, is it?
Wesley wasn't giving up.
Okay, then. Get out your phone.
Bill sighed.
You know I can't do that anymore. And anyway, thanks to the savants and their robots, the two are fast becoming impossible to tell apart. Exactly. Now apologize to my fiancée.
Wesley placed his hand on the young woman's knee, the nurse receptionist from the DNA hospital.
You told her?
Bill was aghast.
You told Lauren I thought she was an A-nurse?
No,
I told her you thought she was a love doll.
Bill blustered.
Well, that's because you look like, for a real woman you seem to, well...
He swallowed before mumbling,
perfect.
Lauren pulled herself closer to Wesley.
Don't worry. I'm flattered. Good job I'm not a feminist, though.
Wesley took a sip of his drink before gesturing with the glass.
You know what they call that? Robism. You're prejudiced against robots.
Not to mention sexist.
Lauren was smirking. Bill stared at the couple.
Robism? Is that even a thing?
It is now. Wesley winked.
Don't worry. I'm sure the savants will have a fix for that too.
Bill shook his head before scanning the rest of the pub.
It's all getting too complicated for me. I mean, being able to grow my legs back just by thinking about it is one thing, but watching the likes of Darius Hayes become a new person is something else.
The ex-small-town drug lord and his gang were dining at a table nearby. A 15-year-old girl and her mother were sitting amongst the men. The girl had just cut into a steak and was about to take a bite when the largest person present stole the food off the end of her fork. Bill groaned at the ensuing laughter.
I'm finding out the fat boy is Faith's father isn't helping. Devon.
Bill looked at Wesley.
His name is Devon Delventine.
Wesley grinned at Bill.
Robism, sexism, and now fatism, too.
Don't forget classism,
said Lauren. She was still smirking. Bill's eyes flitted between the lovers.
Have I just died and woken up in a parallel universe or something?
Wesley leaned towards his friend.
What makes you think you haven't?
A furrowed brow made Wesley explain.
It's not just food shortages, wars, poverty, disease, and man-made climate change the savants are fixing. They control the weather now, too.
And, said Bill,
which means they have to be controlling the Earth itself. Not difficult to see where that's got to be headed. Moon, planets, the sun.
Wesley drew attention to his scar and pain-free fingers.
My hands, your legs, drug dealers, dinosaurs and dodos today. Brave new worlds tomorrow.
Another shake of the head, and Bill downed what was left of his drink.
Same again?
He was about to head for the bar when a capuchin monkey leapt into his lap.
What the... Ah, Richard and Sarah must be here with their new baby.
Wesley craned his head to see.
Sarah's given birth to a monkey?
Bill stared at the creature, winding its tail around its waist.
Yeah, here they are.
Wesley stood and beckoned the family over. In addition to Winnie, the entourage included Perry and Eka, the latter pulling out a chair for her charge to sit, who, without acknowledging those present, got busy with the drawing materials Eka had placed in front of him. Bill made some space, and Richard manoeuvred a pushchair into the gap.
Sorry we're late, he said. You would think the car ban would mean less traffic, not more. Even the skyways are full of tanks. Peacekeeping vehicles, said Bill. If they were tanks, the nanobots would have finished them off by now.
They look like tanks to me, growled Sarah.
Fist bumps, hugs, and backslaps were followed by the hosts peering into the pushchair. Green eyes, a mop of red hair, and gurgling looked back.
Ah, isn't she gorgeous?
Lauren met Sarah's grin with a plea.
Can I hold her? Of course you can.
Reaching into the pushchair, Sarah handed over a bundle which Lauren settled back to cradle as if her own. Moments later, baby talk and a tiny hand refusing to let go of Lauren's little finger produced a broody,
I want one.
No problem, said Wesley. But if she comes out looking like that, then one of us has a lot of explaining to do.
Bill scowled.
Now who's being robist?
Robist,
said Sarah.
Nothing.
Bill changed the subject.
Actually, Wesley would like to ask Perry a question. Wouldn't you, Wesley?
Question? Said Wesley.
Yeah, you know, continued Bill. The one about the moon, the planets, and the universe?
The universe? Richard and Sarah had said it together. Bill winked at the couple before nodding at Perry. Now the savants are in control of the Earth, Wesley's convinced the stars are next.
The way Richard and Sarah were staring at each other made Wesley think they must have taken offence. Sarah settled the concern.
Well, you can ask him.
She was looking at her brother, head down and scribbling as if having to meet a deadline.
I can't guarantee you'll get an answer, though.
Sarah invited Wesley to try. He cleared his throat.
Perry, now that you savants, you guys can do anything here on Earth, are there any plans for other worlds?
Perry didn't stop writing.
Why, aren't you happy here?
The boy's flat reply and lack of eye contact caused Wesley some awkwardness.
Oh, yeah.
He smiled at Lauren, cooing over Sarah's baby.
As a matter of fact, I couldn't be happier.
Then why would you want to be anywhere else?
Silence. Wesley peered at the writing. The short exchange hadn't interrupted the hieroglyphics.
I got a question, said Bill. Why is this monkey's tail so long?
Winnie was looping the appendage like a coil of rope.
Oh, Perry, said Sarah, what have I told you about giving animals the same powers as us? You know they don't know when to stop.
The boy looked at the monkey, and a moment later Winnie's tail had reduced to something more manageable. Not that Perry's gesture was appreciated. Screeching, and the capuchin tugging on his tail as if fearing it might be about to disappear altogether, indicated the appendage would be regrown the first chance Winnie got. The row ended with him sucking on the tip. Wesley was agog.
How did you do that?
Perry spoke as if the miracle had to be performed every day.
Same as your hands, Bill's legs, and Sarah choosing to have a baby in weeks and not months. Thinking about it?
Yeah, but limbs and unborn babies are part of us, said Wesley. You're not even within touching distance of Winnie.
We're all part of each other, said the boy.
Perry then did something unexpected. He looked Wesley in the eye.
Rocks, plants, animals, the earth, the moon, sun, stars.
His mouth formed what Wesley took to be a smile.
Even the cosmos is one and the same thing.
Another period of quiet was followed by Richard saying,
Well, actually, Sarah and I have a couple of questions for you guys, if that's okay.
Wesley welcomed the change in tone.
Fire away. What do you know about John O'Coleman? Isn't he the president of Africa? Said Bill. West Africa, corrected Wesley.
Is that the guy whose savant is helping him build a city in the middle of the Sahara Desert?
Lauren hadn't taken her eyes from the baby.
Quite the utopia by all accounts, said Bill. Going to make Disneyland look like a sideshow, apparently.
So you've not seen it for yourselves, then?
Sarah's furtive glances made Wesley say,
Why do you ask?
His query was met with another question.
And what about Karen Bradley? Said Richard. What do you know about her? She's our boss.
Wesley was confused.
Or have you forgotten that, too?
He was about to press for more when what Sarah said next made Wesley think she and Richard must have been suffering from a bout of amnesia.
And who's the President of the United States?
The hosts looked at each other.
Adolf Hitler,
they said in unison. Richard and Sarah's relief was palpable. The reaction puzzled Wesley more, but Lauren was laughing. She brushed the tip of her nose over the babies and said,
And who are you, little miss?
Richard and Sarah grinned before saying the name together. Zara. That is the end of Alt Truth's Brave New World, written by Alec Berry, narrated by Jonathan Keeble. Text copyright 2020 by Alec Berry. Recording copyright 2020 by Essential Music.